Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic. I am your host for today, Josh Sokol. Today we are going to be playing, I think, 8 games, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of action to come. I'm also being joined by a special guest commentator this morning. I don't think I've ever commentated or have we commented? I don't know. Anyways, hereby present the one and only Jason Keller. Welcome in to the stream, Jason. How's it going?
Hello, good morning. Thank you. I want to thank Let's Play Scrabble for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, you know what? I haven't actually done a lot of commentary. So, I'm looking forward to, I was actually really excited for, just to be on the stream. Actually, I said probably for the first time in a long time, I was actually waking up in the middle of the night in anticipation. I'm really excited to do
Oh,
this. And
oh, that's
also
so
for
cool.
longtime viewers of the stream, my water bottle is here.
Your water bottle. We'll talk more about that later. Yes, Jason, the original champion of the Canadian Scrabble Classic back in 2022. I remember that very well. In any case, this morning we are featuring the CSW division. This game will be between the two leaders of the event currently after 3 games, Samuel Anikoh and David Nwabor. Now, Samuel is ahead by spread, so he is currently in the lead. So we can check out the stats of the two players whenever those are ready. The LPS advanced stats.
Yes.
So yeah, both players undefeated. There's one more undefeated player in the division, and that is Sue Tremblay. We can take a look at the standings right now. Yeah, so 3-0. 3 players are at 3-0. The two favorites, Matthew Tunnicliffe and Adam Logan, are at 2-1. So yeah, it's a good thing we get to feature the top 2 players this morning. So very excited about that.
It's always great to be in that position and probably feeling good about winning your first 3 games, hoping that you can kind of ride the momentum and just kind of keep it moving.
Yep, but someone probably has to lose. I say probably because ties are very unlikely in Scrabble, but when these players are ready, they can certainly start the game. I'm excited to
Yeah,
see the
yeah,
action here. So David rated in around the 1500s coming into this tournament, as well as Sam, who is rated in the 1700s. So David going first, which gives a slight advantage, but definitely the underdog in this matchup.
mhm.
So they're going to be bagging the tiles. For those unaware, most of the time you'll see 5x5 squares of tiles in all 4 corners of the board before the start of the game. That is to show that all 100 tiles are there before the match. We would hate to see a game where there
Yeah,
are tiles missing. That has happened before, but it is a very standard practice at tournaments just to
yeah,
try and make sure that everything is in order.
mhm. Yeah. The end of a tournament recently was putting the tiles back on squares, and we thought we had 99. But anyway, I'm going to stop with that. David is drawing. He's drawn. Okay.
Something clunky.
Yes, yes, kind of clunky. Uh, BIMRTW. There is, there's some. Oh, that E's gonna help. Um,
Wow, it is going to help. Unfortunately, he's not going second.
yeah,
Oh no,
right.
I think am I making
Yes.
a word up, Jason? Is biteworm a word? That's probably not a word.
Bite worm, no.
Wing. I played biteworm. That's why I've played it before.
Bite wing, bite wing, but not bite worm. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he's spotted right. He's now looking at Wemb. Yeah, that MB combination is not great. He's looking at Mib too. I wouldn't do that. That's saving the W. That can very easily attract a U, which can make that a bit difficult. I think Wemb, WEMB with the E on the star, would
Yeah, it
probably.
looks pretty strong. Why would
Yeah.
you put the E on the star?
Well, so right, uh, well, I see. Let's see where he's putting the. Okay, there he goes. Right, putting the E under the double letter score does allow for high scoring consonants to play parallel underneath. For those of you who haven't played all that much, right, there are various tiles that can go over or under the E in two directions that will score a lot of points in response to that. So putting the E on the star does make the most sense here.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, going with the RTI on his leave, there's a decent chance he's going to draw an 8-letter word through that E, and if it stays open.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So now looking at Samuel's rack, ADDLMOT. I know probably it's going to take a little bit of time. One thing, he does have the M over the M, so maybe something like mold, making MM either above or below the B. I see he's also put Dolma on his rack. Does that... Oh, Dolma is very nice. Fits right underneath the 4 tiles in Wem.
Yeah, that's a beautiful find.
Very good.
It's
Yes.
just full overlapping, or full underlapping the play of
Yes.
Wem. This is going to score really nicely.
Yes. What is that? 8, 10, 12.
33 points for Sam.
Points. Yes.
You know, small lead to start things off. And David,
yeah,
with 7 1-point tiles and no bingo. But we hate those racks.
Yeah. I mean, I might be looking for maybe a 9 through something here, but not likely.
Yeah, it's funny. You go straight to looking for 9s because at Jason Keller's level, it's very, very clear.
If he, I mean, I'm
no
pretty sure if he
word.
had a D, if he had a D, or I see a Ribbiteds through the BA, but yeah, you know, sometimes when you're seeing 9s, you know that you're, you know, you're having a pretty good time of it. But yeah, I was gonna say, one thing that I see here is OI just making bow, or like IO making DI and woo.
And yeah, that looks like the best option, and David's found it. Scores the most, gets rid of the problems, opens the board a little bit. I like this.
And AIRST, right? Very nice for drawing, you know, draw an E, draw an N, get a bingo the next turn. So, and now let's see. So Samuel's drawn the first blank.
Yeah, this is going to be a test. There's one playable bingo now for Samuel. Starting with that D, making wood.
Wait, starting with that. Oh, starting with that D, making wood. Ah, okay. Yes. Okay. Oh.
So that word is Dachurik, which scores 76 points. It's his only playable bingo.
Right.
But it's a very hard find.
Yeah. And this is, I guess, I mean, I see Viaduct first in this rack. But yeah, I was going to say one thing. It's also really hard with that blank. I know a lot of people like to say that, you know, if you have that blank, it's, you know, it's an advantage. But with this rack, and I'd say I struggle with this. I think a lot of players struggle with going through and seeing, okay, what could this possibly be? So we'll see if he sees that.
Yeah, that blank, you mean it could be any letter.
Right, it could be any letter.
A to
so,
Z.
Yeah, so, and, you know, a lot of times, I don't know if anyone in the chat has some recommendations for how to deal with the blank, but...
You're already asking for recommendations so early.
Well, it's just, you know, it's more for general than for anything, because I definitely do try to maybe prune if there are some times when it's like, okay, it's very clear that the blank is not going to be a Q, except for that one time when it is the Q.
Right.
Right. And just being able to say, okay, like, right, like it's probably not going to be another U, but perhaps just going alphabetically, maybe taking a bit of time to see if he's got it.
I think for me, I usually do the Wheel of Fortune thing, RSTLNE, depending on if I have a lot of vowels, I'll start looking at like
and then do you do CDMA?
High probability consonants. I have a lot of if I have a lot of consonants, I'll be looking at an E first and foremost. But yeah, I mean, this one's really tough.
Yeah. And I mean, as an option, if he's not seeing it, maybe Cud making back.
Yeah, Cud making BAC looks pretty good
looks
as well.
Very strong, but yeah.
It'll be interesting to see because yeah,
Yeah.
if Sam doesn't find this word,
Mhm.
there's a very good
Yes.
chance that David's gonna come
Bingo.
right back with a bingo of his own.
If he sees it, because I see he has Anta lined up, although sometimes I do that where I see the bingo, but I just kind of line up my tiles in a slightly different way so that it doesn't kind of look like I have it. Ooh,
Yeah, yeah. This it's a funny thing. We were talking about it yesterday. There was a player who drew a blank and had it sideways on his
right.
rack.
Yeah, I was a fly on the wall seeing that. That was, uh, yeah, I would not have thought to telegraph. Well, then again, I'm very disciplined about, keeping tiles upright.
'Cause, yeah, there's always a chance your opponent's paying
Yeah,
attention, even
unlike
though they should be thinking about their own stuff.
yes, yes. Although, and sometimes you notice, so your opponent accidentally flipped over that they had an eye or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Tiles can
Oops.
fall off the rack.
Now, is he getting close? I mean, he's got the D up. D.
Yeah, there's a good chance David has spotted anti-Rs
Yeah,
as a playable bingo.
like
He
this
also has Partisan,
Edison Serena.
Tsarina. Yeah. But it's possible, like you said, that he's
Yeah,
biding his time. He's not trying to give
yeah,
off any information
right.
to Sam. Who's already under 20 minutes, but it makes
Yes,
sense. You
yeah.
do want to take your
And
time with these blank
one
racks.
thing, and yeah, anti-Rs, if it stays open, does play as a double double.
That's true.
Oh,
But yeah, at some point, Sam does have to make a decision, but these racks are just so difficult to conclude something about. You're pretty much sure you're missing something at certain points in your thought process, and then you finally just have to come to the conclusion, okay, if there's something there, I can't find it. But sometimes you do find it. Sometimes you get a eureka moment.
or not in this case, but sometimes you realize, actually, no, I'm not missing anything.
I mean,
In this
being
case,
able to know, that's very high level. That's Jason Keller level stuff.
I say there's actually there's word knowledge and there's word confidence.
Mhm.
I feel like some people have great word knowledge but not great word confidence. But
All
let's
right,
see.
so it
He's
looks
going for a
like
blank.
what does it look like here, Jason? It
Let's
looks like Sam's gonna play
think
Ducatis.
chatties. Okay.
He's thinking about it, but this is not a word, I think.
No, it's
I wonder, is there a word like this that he might be thinking about?
not that I can think of.
This looks familiar for some reason. Is it like a brand name or something? I don't know why. I mean, Ducat
Uh,
is a word.
Ducat is a word, yes.
Oh, it's a motorbike company. Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's getting challenged straight
Wait, it's
off the
going
board. Oh, wow.
yeah. Wow.
All
That's
right. Thanks again to Art Moore for wordjudge.me. We
yeah.
love this scene here. But yeah, that is just a brand name, not a Scrabble word. This is a big swing in David's favor. Let's see if he takes full advantage.
Yeah.
As you said, Jason, there is a huge threat looming on this board for David. Anti-Rs as a double-double, making DIN and WOOT. And he's found it. He
Immediate.
sees it.
Yeah. Or wait.
Or does he?
Ooh.
Wow. Fake out.
Yeah.
What a
Wow.
fake out.
Wow.
That's so unfortunate. I hate when that happens. I've done that so many times. Oh
Mhm,
man. Done that so many times where I've just played part of the valid word that I have.
mhm.
But
Maybe
now
over.
there is a spot for viaduct.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. Oh, and Samuel's found that immediately.
Yeah, this is
That's
a
a big
huge
swing.
swing. Wow.
Mhm.
So yeah, NTR is a little bit of a word knowledge blunder there by David, and giving back the T hook for Tanty. Very nice find by Samuel playing Viaduct. Still not seeing his highest scoring bingo of Dachurik, but
Yeah.
this is going to put him a little bit in the lead,
Mhm.
and David's going to have to come back from this.
Yeah. It does open up that S. Oh, there's a challenge, maybe Tanti.
Yeah, maybe Tanty is being challenged. That would make a lot of sense. David not realizing he's set up that hook, but he's challenging both words, which means that's 10 points. 10 points going to Samuel, so that's even better.
Yeah.
Each word is a 5-point penalty for David, and the way that we indicate that is we just add it to the player's score that played the valid words. So this, instead of scoring 66, scores 76. Very, very nice.
Yeah. Also, this actually opens up a bit of chaos here. That S hook with a short, 4-letter, power tile play ending in S can be a big score. It also just opened up the A for just a Z or Zo play, or even a Zax play. So,
Oh yeah.
right, so some interesting things here. Uh, so David picked up AAGENRS.
Yeah, there's one playable bingo through that
Yeah,
eye of Viaduct.
I.
Another somewhat high probability word.
Yes. Right. Okay, is this the one that
So
I ordered?
Arginase,
Yeah.
found by someone in the chat as well.
Yes.
And I mean, now I'm not very confident, given that David had the high probability rack of AAINRST. It's possible that David does not study by probability, because at a certain point, these are words that we've drilled into our heads um, when we're trying to get good at the
And
game. But yeah,
it
it's
could
possible
also
that that's
just
just not how
be.
David rolls.
Yeah, it could also just be that he played that rather. I mean, I know that he had the time, but he played that rather quickly. It could have just been that maybe he could take a little bit more time there to just even to recognize, like, maybe NTRs isn't something, but maybe being able to suss out artisan or Tsarina, um, which I would say would be more common than NTRs would be.
Yeah, and another thing about Scrabble, I mean, there's a lot of pattern recognition. So recognizing the words on your rack, recognizing the spots on the board. And another form of pattern recognition that doesn't get talked about that much is recognizing patterns within the game that sort of lead you into a certain direction. So recognizing that your opponent has taken a very long time, played a phony word, that's a sort of form of pattern recognition as well. And I think David has encountered these situations before, and he has a very good idea of what to do. And that is to just snap back really quickly, force his opponent to just think about what they've just done and use up more time. And he does have the time advantage.
Yes. So Gan comes down. I think that's definitely good leave wise. We know that Arginase was missed here, but
Yeah,
hopefully,
if you're gonna miss the bingo, this is a great option. Keeping AERS, very, very strong combination.
mhm.
And yeah, this game isn't close to out of reach yet.
Yeah,
Samuel
yeah,
has lost a turn,
yeah.
so yeah, still a lot of play left.
And Sam has lined up Horst on his rack, which would hook Viaducts, and now un he's un he's unscrambled it.
Yeah, Horst was a great find. That probably is the best play, playing with Viaducts and AT for 46
Yeah.
points.
I
But I
don't know.
wonder,
I don't like
maybe he's
L's.
looking
I
for
don't
something
like
else.
L's. Maybe Hulls. I know that that's a bit of a little bit of a sacrifice. Or I see maybe I see that he might just be going for hold here. Or
Yeah, he's thinking of Huns. Holes is a very weird 4-letter word, almost never comes up.
Yeah.
But he likes the LTR combination. It is a strong combination. It
Mhm.
would have been a little bit stronger to keep the N instead.
Yeah. Yeah. Halls is also weird because there is no HOL.
Right. All right, so that's 151 to 74 after that high scoring play, which blocks a huge Jays play, which you were talking about earlier.
But he does have JAY, and he's playing that immediately, which is going to score a lot of points for him. And RESS seems like David should get his bingo down in the very near future, hopefully.
Yeah, SCRS extremely strong. That S hook on Wem still there. Can open the board. There's just a lot of space. So if David draws a 7-letter word, it's almost sure to come down.
Yes.
All right, back to Sam here.
Yes.
Another weird rack.
Liturn.
What was that?
I was saying liturn, not a word. Well, something
Past
like
tense of litter.
right. Or yeah, that's something like I'd be thinking about using the H here in some way. Maybe just something like hilt from the H.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. Hilt from the H for 21
Yeah.
points. Unduplicates the T's. ENRT is a very, very strong leave. And yeah, Sam does have a lead, so it's a
Yeah.
good thing to keep scoring and
Hmm.
not try too hard to get that bingo. There's also Tilth available.
Right.
If you want to score a little bit more.
And that does also hilt does open the bottom row for bingos with 8 letters. Right, yes, tilth would just keep it a little bit harder to bingo on this board, but he's going for hilt.
Yeah, we like this play. Yeah,
Right.
also Thurl available. A lot of plays were pretty close there. I think Hilt just edges the other ones out by a little bit just because of how strong that leave is. Both players with, yeah, just 1-pointers on their rack. And I don't see a bingo here for David. Two S's.
Yeah, this is one of those things that can drive you nuts because especially he had SERS drawing another R and getting in this sort of morass of double consonants that have 1-pointers. Right, this is going to be.
It's gonna be interesting to see the turnaround here, like how long David's gonna, suffer with this rack.
Yeah,
There's really nothing you can do that
yeah.
scores anything.
I feel like burning one of his S's should be maybe even just playing jars. That's one thing. I know it's 12, it's 11 points, and it says, "Hey, I probably have another S, and I have just duplicates."
Yeah, just jars makes a lot of sense, and it
Yeah,
looks like that's what he's thinking of, or maybe he's thinking of
yeah,
SAR and Dolmas.
yeah, right,
The
right.
problem with
It's just
that is, although it scores a little bit more, it does shut
it
down
says
the S hook on Wem.
that he is.
This is the top play recommended by the engine.
Mhm.
And David's again in very good shape next turn to get a
Mhm.
7 or 8-letter word down. But Sam
Yes.
is going to have something to say about that, I think, with this rack. Do you see it?
Uh, I am not seeing it just yet.
It's funny because I haven't seen either of these players alphabetize their racks. That's
Yeah.
usually an
Mhm.
indication of trying to
Yes.
recognize the pattern that you study with. But
Yes.
there's a very common word here on Sam's
Oh.
rack.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Now I see it.
But that's the thing, like, players like me
Right.
and Jason, we're just so used to the pattern rather than the
Yeah.
word. And so if this was an alphabetical order, Jason would have seen Panther
Yes.
immediately. But
But
I don't know if Sam's seen it, otherwise he would have played it already.
Yeah. Well, one thing, maybe it is that he has to kind of. David spotted his bingo. Meanwhile,
Oh, loweries, very nice.
Lorries, or well, he's going to have Troelles.
Voleries even. Yeah, lots of great
Lorries.
options. So Sam's going to really want to find Panther here because he's going to get hit next turn for sure. Yeah, some trouble here, I think. Just this looks like a nice balanced rack. It doesn't necessarily look like a 7-letter word. And Sam already pretty down on time, down to 12 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, he's got the PA. See if he can move the other tiles into.
Yeah, this is a moment of truth, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I guess we haven't seen David line up Troelles, Overlies, or Voleries, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident one of those is going to be found. If Sam plays Panther and blocks the easy spot for loweries with gain. But oh wow, he's seeing. Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking. I think he's just looking for words here, so he might just end up. The more you shuffle your letters, the more likely it is that you just recognize that you have something. But yeah, with the time disadvantage here, there we go. It's
There
found
it
it.
is.
Very nice. And like I said earlier, or yesterday, or the day before, I don't know. I've been here a while. We were watching Annette Oberstad play, who, yeah, some common words are sometimes easy to
Yeah, the
escape,
hardest. Okay.
um, depending on your upbringing. So, I
Yeah.
mean, everyone knows the word panther, but there are words like
Yes.
viaduct that, unless
Mm.
you're in a very like, unless you're in a big city, you might have never heard of the word viaduct.
Yeah, there's a pretty notable one in Newark, New Jersey. So being from New Jersey, that's something that
Oh
yeah.
yes, New Jersey is full of viaducts. That's for
Yes.
sure.
And okay, Samuel's changing his.
Oh yes, of course, the T-hook
Yes,
again. Yeah, this is a lot
this
better.
is better.
15 more
Yes,
points.
and I could see maybe misseeing that and thinking that it's gonna open the triple line, but it does not. So
Yeah, it's also, yeah, it's a little dangerous putting that A right there. Big high score could happen, especially after you've just been hit with J for over 50 points. You're sort of not wanting that in
mhm,
your life, but yeah, David is instead going to bingo here, which is
yes,
potentially not what I mean, Sam should probably expect that David's rack is pretty strong after his last play of SAR.
yeah. The other thing, just the 15 points, I would certainly take the points over the position here. And if your opponent happens to have, something that plays through that A for a lot of points, so be it.
Oh yeah, definitely worth 15 points. I don't think anyone would argue with that, unless unless their opponent dropped like Z and Y, and so they see that their opponent
Right.
has Zany for 78 as a response. That would be the only way that I would be willing to sacrifice 15 points here, and even then. So David here, he has a bunch of options, as we mentioned. He's found loweries, his 7-letter word, but his highest scoring option would be playing from that blank V in viaducts, voleries, the anagram of overlies. That would score 78 points. Proelies, mentioned by Jason here, from the bottom left T, would score 77. And loweries is 74. And that is what David is choosing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that AS next to the triple gets dealt with.
That's true. Yeah, this is a very volatile placement. Although it could be a little bit in David's favor, as he does have
Yep.
still around a 40-point deficit after this
Yeah,
bingo. Maybe he wants to keep things open and hope that he can come back by scoring. or by getting another bingo. So we'll see. There's still a blank left unseen, and he's just drawn it.
And he's drawn the K, which could lead to a very big score. Oof.
Yeah, that's true. Ask now available if he wants it. Sam, on his end, he does have a hook to AS. He can put his S there. Yes, the sideways blank appears again, but there's another sideways tile. Often players will just put the tiles on their rack in any order and just do their tracking and then turn everything over, as we see David doing here. Except he hasn't turned the blank. This is hilarious. This is so funny.
I mean, I don't think Samuel knows that that's a blank.
Who knows? Yeah. But yeah, David has some very good options available to him right now. It is not his turn. But Sam, under 9 minutes, he's going to have to start playing a bit faster. And he does decide to leave his S and not play with ASS immediately. And he's playing GAYLE.
This is not a word.
Yet another phony coming down. And we'll see. David looks like he's considering this play, but it looks like he's let it go. I wonder. Is this another just proper name? I think it is.
Yes, as in Gail King.
So this one looks like it's getting by David, who's already challenged 2 plays, given Sam 10 points, but also prevented him from playing a phony word. But yeah, this is a very interesting plot twist. This would have been very important for David to challenge, considering that it blocked his play of Vox, and it put Samuel up by so many points.
And that's a great draw for Samuel as well. A sidecar making ass could be coming down next turn, which would be super fun to have a race for that next S hook. Although,
wow, yeah,
actually, never mind. I just realized that that David would actually have an advantage if sidecar comes down, just having the blank. I see that David had Vox lined up, but I don't see where that plays. KO.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, Vox would have played where Gale was played.
Yes.
And yeah, that's just a huge swing in Sam's favor again.
And sometimes even if you're sure, that's something where I would just challenge strategically, because if that goes away, right, I'm going to have a lot more points on the next turn than if it stays.
Yeah, fully agree with that. Yeah, just a strategic decision.
Yeah.
It's only a 5-point sacrifice if you're wrong. That is the challenge rule in effect in the CSW division. Samuel here now with the opportunity to take a pretty commanding lead with not much left to play for on David's end, despite having that blank. If he finds any one of his playable bingos that play with Panthers, he is going to surge into the lead by well over 100 points, and it's going to be very difficult to imagine David coming back from that. He's spotted Cardies. That's one of his bingos. He's going to play it. This is nice. This is defensive. Doesn't give back huge opportunities on that bottom middle triple. I like this play a lot.
Yeah.
This might be it.
Yeah. And he just switched it to Radices.
I've updated the score too early. What can I say?
Let's see if he switches it back.
Yeah, I'm not changing it back.
Oh, I meant Samuel.
I have faith. This is what's going to be played. It makes the most sense as long as he's sure this is a word. And I think that's all he's thinking about here. Placement-wise, it's so much superior to Radices. Scores more. He just has to make sure that this is a word that's in his memory bank. Oh, man, playing with us. This is, as a director, Jason, how would you describe what's going on the board right now?
Um, yeah, I guess you're really not supposed to do that. Um, I did have once an opponent who was showing me her wonderful rack that had two blanks and an S on it, and she kept messing around, and I was just looking because it was on the second row, and every one of them put an I under the triple word, and I was just sitting there with QI, just waiting.
That's
You have a challenge.
hilarious. All right, Radice is being challenged. This is the plural of radix with the X. This is a valid word.
5.
And yeah, Sam now
Yes.
up by
Yeah.
125. Really, really going to be tough to come back. Speaking of tough, that's the word that David
Although,
has lined up on his
yeah,
rack.
I mean, VX blank,
He's
Vax,
close to something huge. If he just had an I or an E, he'd have VTEX making RE and AX underneath. But
yeah,
yeah, unfortunately, the U being the only vowel there, it'd be hard to do something
yeah,
huge. We might see him use the blank up here.
yeah.
What are you thinking?
I
Would you
just
just
want to
play
look at
Vax?
I'm thinking that Vax might be like what actually has like a snowball's chance here.
And why would that be? The
Uh,
blank, right? Just so
yeah,
powerful.
yeah, yeah. He's very close to. Yeah, you know what? That's just. I think that might be. Oh, he's not going to play. Don't undouble the Fs here. If you're going to play. If you're going to play this, yeah. Um, you know what? Actually, it's like it's too far. I yeah. I do feel like. Also, I feel like giving up the blank is maybe just giving up a little bit here. Maybe there's an opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like
Like,
this is
like
interesting.
yeah, I mean, I could see. Granted, it might be something that comes out, but like if he draws a D and maybe he can play Duffel and kind of, you know, get something to happen on the top of the board.
Yeah, you're gonna want to be
Yeah,
thinking many moves in advance
yeah,
on this board and in this position. So the plays that we're talking about are Vax for 39,
yeah.
or just Vex, which scores 64, but it also uses the blank.
And
And I think here this makes a lot of sense. You score 39, maybe you're gonna play next move Tef through that E in Panthers, and hopefully
yeah,
bingo later on. I think this is probably David's best chance to come back, but he could have also just given it up, played his
yeah,
blank, and thought, okay, I'm probably not going to win this game. And it's counterintuitive, right? Because scoring
yeah.
25 points feels like that's a good way to maximize your chances of coming back, but that blank is just so precious here. It's the last good tile in the bag.
Although,
And we see a very good draw.
ooh,
So this very bizarre play by
yeah,
Samuel, who is under
yeah,
time pressure, plays woe to the AD.
yeah. I was just gonna say that he's got the QU to go there for just game over.
Yeah, quad
Okay.
for 42 was
Yeah,
certainly missed on this turn. But still, Samuel up by 110.
yeah.
Doesn't have too much to worry about.
One thing I know, David looked like he was going for Tef. Um, one
Does have
thing
a slightly better option here, right? On the top
uh,
right.
on the top right, uh, something making four.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
FEU. Really weird looking
yeah. Uh,
overlap. But Tef is a
yeah,
good
one
play as
thing.
well.
Yeah, like yeah, FEU sports. One thing um, with what's available, I don't know if it's. Yeah, maybe it's getting time where he needs to open something a little bit more. Um, that one thing about TEF is that with what's on the board, you have a W to bingo to, you have a V to bingo from, you have an I to bingo from that's not going to get you a lot. I think that Not that I saw specifically, but I would have liked to maybe see something that gives him a little bit of an easier chance to catch that blank.
Yeah, and Quipo coming down, that is just game over, I think, at this point. Just blocking the double-double from that V, scoring super well.
Yeah,
I
and
don't see any coming back at this point for David, who's
yeah,
down
and
119.
unfortunately, he did actually draw overture through that blank V if he saw it.
It does still play.
Oh, it does still play. Yes, I thought it was one over. Oh, and he does see it.
And if people were paying attention 2 days ago in the Annette versus Agnes match, this was a possible play as a double-double. But now we finally see it come down. He is circling that R. This is too little too late, but it is a nice 62 for David Nwabor, who's going to make this game a little bit more reasonable.
And also, that's a really good find through a blank.
Yeah,
Sometimes
absolutely.
people will miss something because they didn't realize, oh, the blank was the tile I needed. So well spotted there.
All right, now 2 tiles left in the bag after this draw. From David, he has 6. He just needs 1 more. And I think what's left is an I and an R. Those are the 2 letters left in the bag. Of course, neither player knows that. But yeah, Sam being ahead by almost 60 points. He's just going to do his diligence to make sure that
Yep.
there's nothing playable for David on this board. Maybe looking through that W um, might he might see something that's being threatened with the 9 remaining tiles from his perspective. So if he wants to be safe, he can block, but he can also just ignore any possible threat there. Play Bez through the E of Overture for 34. Take almost an 100-point lead, and that will
Also,
outrun pretty much anything here.
sorry. Also, just in the bottom right corner, he has phase for 48.
Oh, just phase, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's even higher scoring.
Yeah.
Yeah, good spot there. And there's mention of the blank still being sideways on the board. The blank R of Overture. But yeah, Faye's coming down. This is just the easy
Yeah.
way to guarantee the win.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is gonna be a nice win for Samuel,
Yeah.
putting him still, I think, in undisputed first place after this game.
Mhm.
As we mentioned earlier, there's one more player who was undefeated starting this morning, and that is Sue Tremblay. So we might get to see her next round, depending on who she's faced up against.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think Sam cementing his lead in the tournament, and we might see him again face off against the top contender. As we see X come down for David,
Mhm.
game is over. Want to score some points? Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Gonna say, I know it's in the 2 ends in the UE. In this situation, um, right, you want to try to go out in 2 turns. Um, I think.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Samuel just did give him an out.
Oh, he did. That's
Yes.
true. Wow. I
Mhm.
wonder if David's gonna spot this
Yep.
I giving him ennui. That's a
Yep.
really difficult find.
Mhm.
Yeah, great game, I would say. Like, Sam showed patience. He did get into a little bit of trouble, with phonies and, time as well, but, yeah, he managed to secure the win. He managed to make some strong plays. He got away with a phony,
Yep.
and,
Most
David missed a
people.
couple key opportunities, I'd say.
Yeah. 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 See if David spots ennui. Um,
Yeah, that's all that there's left to
that's all
think
the
about, but, while David is considering his final move,
It was, I
he's looking
believe,
at
someone in the
NU.
chat spotted an earn as well.
Oh, and earn as well. That's
Yes.
true.
Yes.
That's also a word.
Yes. So,
All
okay.
right, UN is the play.
Okay.
I think we're going to see
Yes.
either Grit, GIRR, or GIRO here for Sam.
Yeah.
GIRO is highest
Mhm.
scoring outplay.
Yep.
So that's going to be a win for Sam Anikoh, who is still in first place after this game. And the final score is going to be 521 to 417. Very high scoring game for these two. David put up a good fight, but it was Sam. It was Sam all the way here, I think.
Yeah. Well, anti-Rs would have been very interesting if anti-Rs had been found there.
I agree. So I think we're probably going to take a little bit of a break after this round. I think the next matchup that we have is going to be special. Adam Logan, undisputed Canadian GOAT, versus George MacAulay. But yeah, before we see that, let me thank once again our production crew and tournament crew over at letsplayscrabble.com for running this stream and this tournament. So please visit them at letsplayscrabble.com.
There's a party handshake. That's nice.
A nice handshake. Yeah, we could also cut to the overhead mic actually to see what these guys are saying.
Yes. Oh,
All right. So I think that Sam has noted that GAYLE not a valid word, which is going to be a shocker, I think, for both of them, given that the challenge rule, all you need is be willing to sacrifice 5 points to challenge anything you're unsure of. I think both of these players were in a situation of double blindness there. Anywho, back to me and Jason. Hello, Jason, again. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
2022, the inaugural Canadian Scrabble Championship champion, not even from Canada. How could you do this to us?
I mean, do you really want to answer to that? I mean, I appreciate some good Canadiana. You know, I really loved driving into Kingston when I went in 2022, coming across the bridge into downtown and going past the Tragically Hip Way.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoy our country and
Yes.
you take so much from it as it is.
Yes.
Anywho, okay, so let's take a look at the standings if we have them right now. So as we said, Sam and Anikoh still in first place after that game. There's a possibility that Sue Tremblay has defeated Matthew Tunnicliffe, which would have been an upset. But if that's not the case, we don't have the results yet. But
Yes.
yeah, we're gonna see David drop down to 3-1. Sam drop up. I guess drop up is not really English. To 4-0, and Adam Logan, George MacAulay in sixth place, coming into this previous game, are going to face off in the next matchup. But until then, I'm Josh Sokol, joined by Jason Keller. This is the Canadian Scrabble Classic, and we will take a small break and be back with the next matchup shortly. Thanks, everyone. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic. I'm Josh Sokol, here with the infamous, famous Jeopardy Scrabble champ, Jason Keller, for round 5 of 15. How's it going, Jason?
It's going pretty well.
Yeah, are you excited to watch Adam Logan in action? I know I am. Every opportunity to watch him is
When are you
fantastic.
not? I mean, the only time that you should not be excited to watch Adam Logan play Scrabble is if you're across the board from him, and even then,
Yeah, good point.
right?
So we have the standings updated here, ready for the LPS advanced stats, courtesy of Chapa and Josh Castellano. And Sam is in first place, only person with with no losses. But look at what happened last round. Sue Tremblay and Matt Tunnicliffe tied their game. Unbelievable. That was not something I was considering.
Well, as we said, ties are very unexpected.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, Sue's in second place, that means. And I guess what happens when you have a tie game is that you are sort of in a league of your own. You no longer really have to worry about how much you win or lose by, given that you're sort of in between, like platform 9 3/4 kind of version of Scrabble. So very interesting.
Unless you're being chased by someone else with a tie.
That's true. That's the only other thing that matters. So let's take a look at these two players that are about to face off. George MacAulay from the Prairies, Adam Logan, I think originally from Montreal. I mean, he lived in Montreal for a very long time. We did overlap for a couple of years at club. I think he's currently living in Ottawa, but we might see him back in Montreal. Anyways, the GOAT, the undisputed Canadian GOAT. So they're ready. Oh, Adam is not ready. He just wanted to go and grab something. But yeah, Adam is just an insanely incredible mathematician, and he uses those skills to perfection in Scrabble, and it's always a pleasure to watch. George, very strong opponent. He knows so many words. He finds them very consistently. And coming in as the third seed in this tournament, he's no joke. You've played both of these guys.
Yeah. And certainly, I guess, one thing, and I'd say, played Samuel and David from the last round a couple of times. I think in the case of George, I don't know if I have as much a read on him, like Adam's Adam, and he's going to, automatically compute and, probably see a little bit of shirt chewing, maybe, depending on how the situation is.
Yes, the shirt chewing. That's definitely something I remember. So let's look at these stats. Look at this average score. Oh my goodness. Matt Tunnicliffe. 523.
And he's 2-1-1.
That's
Isn't
crazy.
Scrabble a wonderful game?
That's ridiculous. And George, his average score is 490. That was bolstered up by his first game against Cheryl Melvin, where he scored in the 660s.
Yeah.
So it's very crazy. Matt has only won 2 games, and he has that average score. Okay, so players are ready. George is going first. Let's see what he gets. So Adam tends to play relatively quickly, but I think George as well doesn't really waver that much. So we might see a quick game. We might see some interesting stuff going on that requires some thought. But I'm really excited for this.
Yeah. Oh well. The blank is right side up.
Wow, with 2 U's.
Yes. Well.
But there's still a possibility of a bonus here. Okay, this isn't. Yeah, this isn't Nerula.
No.
How would I? Do I know how to pronounce words?
Yeah.
Nerula.
Yeah.
It's close.
Yeah.
So what do you do here? Do you exchange? Do you play Ulu?
I mean, I would play Ulu.
ULE is being considered.
ULEs, yeah.
That unduplicates the E's, but I think the 2 E's. Oh, LEU. Okay, I think 2 E's is certainly better than the EU combination, but this is also a playable idea.
Yeah.
for 6.
Or well, let's see what. He's taking it back. One thing that I was just going to say about that is the UN combination.
Yeah, the UN combination can be good.
Yeah.
Also look good, but isn't as good as people think.
Right. And
So yeah, Ulu, we like this play.
Yeah.
And now Adam with the Z, couple of T's, couple of I's. I think he just has one reasonable option here. It's not great, but he can play Yuts for 36 through the U and Ulu.
Mhm.
And keep IINT, which isn't the worst thing, but certainly not ideal.
Mhm. And so now
You agree with this decision? Yeah.
Yeah. I was considering, but I don't think it's worth the sacrifice. I was considering making Zulu with the front hook. But I don't think there was anything good enough that it made sense for him to do that. Okay.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
And Adam's drawn into a bingo, but yeah, George is gonna have the first crack at it here. He has a number of playable bingos. I'm seeing Nipitas, making Ulus.
Yeah. I'd take a little bit. I don't think there is anything there, but I would take a little bit of a moment to see if he can overlap all the tiles in Yuts and make a double-double. I love double-doubles.
He is close to a couple things that might do that. That's true.
Yeah.
Definitely good to look for that. Also good to look maybe for an 8-letter word from UN, or from the U making on or something like that. But George is not going to hesitate to play Nipitas, which is among his highest scoring plays. We like this play. And Adam's going to clap right back, I think, with something like Unities or Unitize. So George circling that T. It's a nice little design over it too. So yeah, Nipitas for 75 puts George at 81. And yeah, now Adam to move. He almost has the possibility of playing. If Ulus took an S, Unities would play alongside Nipitas.
Well, it does take an S, just not on that side.
That's true. And he's going to play Unitizes, which is not even something I consider.
Yeah.
High scoring bingo.
Definitely. He's Adam. You usually don't have to question what he's doing.
Agreed on that point, that's for sure. So Adam at 105 to George's 81.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what George gets. Adam's taken 35 seconds total to make his 2 plays.
Mm-hmm.
George hasn't been playing fast, or he hasn't been playing slow either, but he's already used over 3 minutes. What are you thinking here?
I just want to scan the board to see if there's a bingo here first.
I don't see one myself.
Yeah.
Elytroid would be
Elytroid,
playable through an L, but
Right.
not available.
Right.
No, he doesn't have anything. But yeah, it's very important to look, especially with these racks. They're very balanced. You have 3 unique vowels. You have 3 good consonants in the Y. The Y can surprise you with how many words, 8-letter words, especially it forms through some consonants. Yeah.
I'm seeing Yode, Yode, parallel to Nipetas.
It looks like George has spotted Elytroid. Sort of. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does not fit. Yeah, Yode parallel looks like a very good option. I agree with that.
Or is there anything? Just trying to see if there's anything. Also, maybe looking at 6s down from the T, if you can double that Y. But doesn't look like he has anything there.
That's true. Yeah, you'd be looking from that T and unitizes, try to hit that triple. There's a really cool option, 6-tile play of editor. Just overlapping Nipetas 6 ways. That scores 36 points.
Yeah.
Might be worth considering as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we like Yode, I think.
Yode. Yeah, if editor scored a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see what George comes up with. Adam, not with a great draw here of 7 consonants. So he's probably going to play that X with a couple of those other consonants. And he's getting to think on George's turn. And like I said, it really doesn't feel like George is taking all that long, but because Adam is playing so quickly and so accurately, your time just, sometimes I'm just playing Adam or somebody who's fast, and I look at my time, I'm like, I've been playing slow. What's going on? Where did my clock go? So Doi is the choice. All right.
Okay.
Definitely a point sacrifice over Yode, but keeping that E has a lot of value to it.
Yeah. And TIRE, let's see if he draws 2 tiles for another bingo.
ERX, LNHR.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking something like I don't actually even know what I do here. Hurl?
Like,
this is actually harder than I thought.
Yeah. Adam's already taken more time than the first 2 turns. I mean, Hurl.
Yeah. Ideally, you want to play 4 of those consonants. Otherwise, it's probably worth considering just exchanging.
Yeah. Exchanging down what would you leave?
What would you keep?
That was that's a little tough because sometimes people think, oh, you shouldn't, because of the X, you shouldn't change that. I'm thinking, I might just exchange all the way down to R. This is always something where it's not, there's maybe not one thing that obviously stands out just as far as that goes.
Yeah, this is really interesting though. So if Adam does play Hurl through that U, undoubling the R's, that X does have a lot of potential play if you can draw a vowel or 2.
That's the just even
Hurl does not prevent you from using that XI spot atop unitizes. You can draw an E and O for hex or hox. You can also overlap alongside. I guess it's underlap technically. Side lap alongside Nipetas with that X if you draw an I, Nix, O for Nox.
And
E
then
for
also just the SO, just drawing a U for XU is even just a simple 43-point drop. So there is a lot of
every vowel will give Adam options with his X next turn. So I think it's probably worth just playing through these letters just ever so slightly and hoping to score with the X next turn. But Adam taking a a long time in comparison, his first two moves. And this is what's great about playing quickly is that when you need to, you can take your time, you can consider all of your options in a position such as this one where there's a lot of sharp tactical benefit to just finding out what exactly you want to be doing here.
Yeah.
George's side, look
Yeah.
what's going on there.
Yep. Yep. But does inherit? Does it?
Yeah, there's no spot for inherit right now. And it doesn't seem like any of Adam's plays will give George a playable bingo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's an unfortunate thing about, the play of Doi.
Mhm.
It will allow you to draw into a lot of 7-letter words, but they won't necessarily fit on the board. So perhaps a little bit too fishy on the last turn. I mean, this is hindsight thinking, but that would have been a reason that I would probably decide that the E is not worth keeping for such a big score sacrifice last turn.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Lair now through the E.
Lair.
He's
Okay.
probably thinking, is this slightly more defensive? I'm sort of inhibiting that big spot on the top right. I'm blocking that N and that P of Nipitas for potential 8-letter words that might fit. And I'm still maintaining the possibility of drawing an X play with a bunch of different tiles.
Yeah.
So I like this decision as well.
Yeah. And so inherit still doesn't play anywhere. And there are no figures for 8s.
There is an 8 now that plays.
Wait, there's an 8?
Through that R.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
That's a crazy word. This is going to be a word knowledge and vision check for George. Hirrient.
Yes.
Playable bingo now.
Yes.
Is that an alternate spelling of Horient?
I couldn't tell you.
You know why I'm asking.
Yes, I know what you're asking. And unfortunately, also, no, it's a trilled sound, apparently.
Wow, a trilled sound. What's a trilled sound? That doesn't
As
help
in,
me.
like, a trill in music?
Just like, okay, in music. Because it could also be in language, like...
Yeah. Or, yeah, probably, possibly, yeah. You know what, that does sound kind of linguistic-y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody knows the origin of this word, but it doesn't look like George has spotted it. If I was him on his last turn, I'd be looking for 8-letter words, and this is a word I've studied. Might have come up in my brain, but very, very difficult find here. So he's going to play Tither instead. All right, so this is a miss for sure by George. Missed opportunity, but yeah, one of the harder words I've seen so far in these streams to find. So
yeah,
definitely not surprised that it was missed.
Do we have a hold here?
Yes, we do. So there are a lot of words in EHIRSTT, 7 letters. Thinking of shitter, hitters, tetries, tithers. So I think Adam's just trying to remember if this is one of them. Tithe is a word, and it does take that R. So yeah, Adam's going to give the 5 points to George. That's nice. It's always nice when you win a challenge against like one of the most, like biggest word artists of all time, Adam Logan. And this is just a mathematical choice. He was probably pretty sure this was valid, but in the off chance that it isn't, what he gets out of the challenge is just massive in comparison to what he loses.
Yeah. And one thing, Hiriant was playing face value, so Tither is right. It's reasonable. IN can draw into a lot of things.
Oh yeah, this is a great play.
Yep. And then I think
Adam's going to play Vax underneath the SO and the Y. That's scoring very nicely, 43 points. This looks like his best play. Hoping for a couple of vowels, he can hit either of the E's on the board, the E in Napitas and the E in Tyler with an 8-letter word if he draws the right stuff.
And George drawing both Fs.
Yeah. We saw both Fs on David's rack last game. I think he's going to want to get rid of both of them, as well as that N, one of those N's at least. Maybe something like Nuff said through the U and unitizes. So you could also play the weird Cuffin through that U for a higher score.
Yeah.
Which would you choose between the two of those, or is there something else on your mind?
Well, I mean, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I think Nuff. I might like that icy combination. If I did see Cuffin, I would probably play it.
I find interesting in this position, like I said, Adam now sitting on Intruded, which cannot be blocked in both of the spots I mentioned. So that play of Vax working out really nicely for him. Okay, George is going to play Yaf. But yeah, both players relying on those open E's. Despite there being so many E's left, 8 unseen, neither player has an E. And when there's an open E on the board and you don't have one, that's often what you're looking at playing through. So Yaf being played here, keeping the 2 ends, but it really isn't as bad as it looks. There are a lot of draws.
And that,
just like that one, that will just give George many playable bingos.
Yeah. So Adam's going to play Intruded.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Taking the 4 extra points, I see no reason not to. Putting that U on that triple letter score. Now Adam ahead by 72.
Yeah.
But George to snap back with something like Canniest with a T in Tyler.
Yeah. I think maybe seeing that, I'd say spot that very quickly, move on.
Yeah, the thing is, the board is quite open. There are a lot of letters you could maybe play through, a lot of potential. So you do definitely want to look a little bit, see if there might be something better. But yeah, those IEST words, when you have those letters playable, that's something you're looking at very, very quickly. So we'll see what the turnaround time is like for George. There's also other options through the T in Sectan, Ancients.
Yeah.
There's Encinas for 70 with Sulus.
Yeah.
But yeah, 76 points for Canius. That looks like the right option. And Adam drawing that second blank. It's looking very good for him.
Yeah.
He has Implorer, right? Through that E.
Yeah. I was going to say first thing I saw was Premolar.
And that's not getting blocked. Even if George plays Encinas, that will give another spot for Implorer. So Ancients is the choice. 6-point sacrifice. Probably just missed Canniest. And Adam's going to come right back and take a very large lead after his next play.
Yeah. I mean, one thing about Canniest versus Ancients, I don't know if this is maybe also overthinking, but just the C, yes, it is extra points. It is opening up a triple. That it can get hit back hard. It probably isn't going to.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely sometimes you see a word that opens up a triple needlessly and it's like, I don't need that.
Yeah.
In this case, C pretty hard to utilize, so definitely worth the 6 points. Adam and George fixing a score here, I think. And once they get that figured out, Adam's clock will be started. And I think he's very quickly going to play Implorer with that blank I through the E of Napitas. Yeah. Right on cue. This guy's a machine. It'll be interesting to see if this gets challenged as a Tyler, the ER word challenged earlier, but George showing tremendous, I think, self-control and word knowledge here. He knows what's good.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's not a great set of letters.
There, there would be an 8-letter word available from this rack, but it is not. It's
Is that
not.
an F? Am I
Nope.
making that up? No, 4 boot. I'm trying to think.
4 boots. That does. There are a lot of 4 words in CSW that's plausible, but actually a V going with the over boot would be
Over boot. Very
Over.
nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I wear those with my undercoat.
Yes.
But yeah, not the greatest letters here. 3 O's. There's a really interesting option. You could just play BOO somewhere or reboot or something like that.
Like, yeah, I see that he's got reboot lined up.
What about Rotolo through that L of Implorer?
That's yeah.
Looking at this board, there's a problem, right?
Yeah. Right.
George is down 74 points. He's probably going to need a bingo to come back. And after all of these horizontal bingos by both players, it's really beautiful, actually. Intruded Ancients, Unitized Explorer. Yeah, there's just so little space to work with here.
Is that, I mean, well, then again, I'd imagine that Adam would catch it. Rotolo, it does open up more horizontal lines. It does take away, although it's an unlikely line, it does take away over the U. But I don't think that that's really something that's going to come into play here.
There's also Brool, right? Brool. Weird looking 5-letter word, which scores a little bit more and keeps the T rather than the B.
Yeah. And not a fan of the B's, especially with the V still lurking.
Yeah, B, I think I think that's one of those letters you sort of learn relatively quickly that is just not a good letter. As we see Taupe, this is his highest scoring play, 29 points come down. So George just biding his time. I like this decision, being patient, trying to get something better next turn. Doesn't seem terrible to me.
Yeah, no, also something to this. Okay, there is the lower left-hand corner, but and there is the Iron Implorer. There aren't a lot of places to score that much on this board. So
I really like this. I honestly like it. It was not on my radar. But just keeping on scoring, and maybe eventually you want to draw that last S. That's going to be extremely important. You will be able to use that S potentially to hook lair later on if you can draw that.
Yeah, George has drawn Gambroon to the N in Ancients, so this could be interesting.
That is valid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. Let's see if he
I remember Gombrun, but not Gambroon.
Yeah. So though holding on that, Adam with some clunk. I mean, there is Cowed or Wodge are kind of the things that are standing out to me here. Wodge over Implorer.
Yeah, Wodge or Cowed, both of those plays would block Gambroon to that N. Doesn't look like George has spotted it, though.
Yeah.
And in terms of what that does to the board, I'm sure Adam's looking at the unseen letters, recognizing how many vowels are left. He might just want to do something a little bit more balanced. He has the option of playing an ing word through those 2 N's. at the bottom left of the board.
Yeah, he
Problem
could
there being that
down.
does also open stuff for George. So I wonder what he's gonna come up with here. This is a really fascinating position, and it's gonna show how deep Adam's thought process is. I think he's gonna make a play, and I'm gonna be like, okay, I think he's making this play because of X, Y, Z. But before he makes the play, I have no idea what he's thinking.
Mhm. Yeah. And one thing I'll just note about George's arrangement of tiles right now, Groomba, that's when your vacuum cleaner gets married.
I was wondering where you were going with that. Very nice. We like that.
But yeah, it's interesting. Like, yeah, and well, just Adam taking his time here. He is looking at Waj. I would
He's probably
love
not satisfied with it, but
yeah, but he's
Scores
gonna
Well doesn't open too much,
yes,
and yeah,
and
I like
he
this
did
decision.
he did block Gambroon.
Yeah, very unfortunate block. We don't know if George would have spotted it, but yeah. Unfortunately, this also blocks the plays that George was looking at,
Yep.
making MM. You saw in the previous game, it's that MM can often just surprise everybody and score well.
Yep.
But yeah, what do you do here if you're George? You're down 71. Board is not great. I think you really still want that S at some point, but you need to set up a situation where drawing that S is going to potentially win you the game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, one thing. How about maybe one thing, just biding time here, but scoring a bit. Maybe the new Mobo over, right? Over.
Yeah, Mobo, that new
Yeah.
word
You know,
is
that's one thing
available for
we haven't
32
had.
points.
You know, we haven't had any new additions that have really come up in this game. I was hoping. I don't think it's possible now, but Yote, Yote.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just, it's a past tense of yeet. I find that really funny. But yeah, it looks like George has Boma lined up, which would also play over Waj. Actually, with the amount of A's left, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, lots of A's left, and another advantage to not playing that second O. If you play something like Gob or Mob, you are setting up Oboe for next turn. So I think that's what George is looking at, making OW and BO, hoping for some great draw above. Yeah, so we like this play. Maybe Gob a little bit better. Hate this G. But
wait, I thought that G was the best tile ever.
oh yeah, he thought wrong. There's also a really cool option of Bagworm available through that W.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem right either.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is really, really good for Adam. He does have one of those remaining O's, and he's going to play Kogi for 41. Wow. Not open too much, and yeah, set up a very, very difficult position come back from for George.
Yeah.
That's 375 to 290. George at around 8 minutes, so not panicking yet. There are 13 tiles left in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is, as far as there are some people who, I think do run low on time, but I think, who, are noted for running low on time. I think even though we're saying, hey, he's low on time, like maybe in a sense, I don't know how George's tracking is, for example, but unless it does come down to something like that, usually, these players are going to finish with plenty of time left.
Yeah, so George looking to overlap that play with Agria, making Ag, G-I, and R-E. That's a good way to score and continue to try and claw your way back into it.
Mhm.
Also play Agora. Sorry, what were you
Mhm.
trying to say?
Oh, sorry. You know what though? One thing that he's running out of space and running out of tiles.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Sorry, it's
Yeah.
true. Still not a lot of space. I really think though at this point, you just need to bank on drawing that S. That lair spot is so hard to get rid of if you're Adam, and that's something you're thinking about as well. Since you have the lead, how do I lose this game? Adam's going to want to try and inhibit that spot at some point in the near future, because it is the best spot for a bingo, and there is one S left. So Agria coming down, Adam with some terrible tiles.
Yeah.
So this is sort of a breath of hope, I think, for George.
Yeah.
See what he draws.
Um, One thing though, there's the Q, the J, the K, the V.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's that K.
but
There's that J.
the J. Okay.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nice. He's going
That's
to
a
be able to
great
score well with that.
yeah.
And he's only
Yeah.
down 55. So Adam might exchange here. This is a really tough spot
Yeah.
for him. He can't really do much. He can score 10 points. He plays, what, Aria through the R and Tither? Get rid of two of those A's and one of those I's? I mean, that seems horrendous. Not sure what
I'm
I'd do here.
wondering. There's not an like in this. I would want to get rid of 3 vowels. So yes, if there was like an AIA spot. Um,
I guess one good thing about this position is, like you said, from Adam's perspective, the remaining tiles are not good. There are not that many threats left with those unseen tiles that you see in the top left of the screen.
yeah.
So he's
Yeah.
probably, I think he's probably okay with just biding his time here, maybe not exchanging, not throwing back some letters that could be very useful, especially those I's for bingo chances later down the line for George. So I wonder what he's going to come up with. But this is
Yeah.
a very tough position.
He has. I mean, he has WAI lined up. I'm not sure where he's going with that.
Neither am I. Maybe he's thinking
Yeah.
Wayne for 7 or Wayne for 11 to the N in ancients, but
Yeah, nations, but
that does not look good at all. That opens up a huge can of worms in the form of
yeah,
the T and S hook, and I really don't know. I think he just wants to play those tiles, and that's the first thing that came to mind, but he hasn't found a spot for them.
yeah, like WAI. I mean, it goes over the AN in ancients, but that also kind of creates. I mean, yes, triple to a W. It's not gonna get him. Like it's not gonna get George all the way back. But with those vowels, it could very easily be that George, with the right tiles, will outrun here. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a very difficult spot. I mean, Adam's still in a very commanding position regardless of what he does. He has a 55-point lead. That's very hard to overcome, especially on this board. But yeah, maybe he is considering playing WAI for 10 points. I'm thinking you just play AI maybe in between the
Yeah.
NC of Ancients and the
Yeah.
NT of Intruded. That's
Yeah.
his best score in this position,
Yeah.
reasonably. He can
And
score a little bit more and keep terribly, but that blocks a little bit. It really seems like essentially that's what you do here. You just say,
yeah,
okay, let's see what you got.
yeah,
people
yeah,
people are noticing the alignment on George's rack.
yeah.
NKEL Joe.
Joe.
Is there some meme or something I'm not aware of? Uncle Joe?
I'm not aware of. Excuse me. I'm not aware of any. Oh,
What's that? Is that
yeah.
you remembering something in your
Well,
memory bank?
I don't know. Did anyone? I don't know. Like, and I don't want to. Did anyone like revert to Joe Biden in that way? Like, that's.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But yeah. It might just be. I wonder. Yeah, there's like AI, OI. I mean, kind of the one advantage to just playing short here is that from Adam's perspective, things do look pretty junky, and so the junk's going to beget more junk. Um, on the other hand, though, I feel
Why
like
OI over AI?
over AI.
I'm wondering. There might be some deep reason for
Yeah,
that. Keeping 3 A's seems a little bit insane to me.
unless yeah, I mean, we can't tell what he's thinking. Unless he's thinking, just get rid of that AAIW. But again,
What is Adam Logan thinking? Oh man, I would pay quite the price to know that. Um, guy is just a genius. Honestly, like there aren't a lot of players in Scrabble that I just look at it. I'm just like, this guy's an enigma. But Adam, for sure. I mean, the for those unaware, Adam is um, one of the most amazing mathematicians in Canada.
yeah,
I think he's recently retired from his job early. I think he's what is maybe 50 years old in his 50s right now, but yeah,
mhm,
retired early. He's just such an accomplished
yeah,
player, but mostly mathematician.
and and
Loves
yeah, but
geography.
also, I was just gonna say also, it's interesting because I think if you were to like give him this position, if he were a spectator, I think he would be, like he's the sort of person who will come over to your board and be like, "Oh, this."
Yeah,
So interesting to see, in the player seat, and certainly he has time. Uh,
I think there's one anecdote at the Montreal club where normally when you're just playing a casual game, you draw to see who goes first. Whoever's closest to A goes first. And I think there was a situation where both players drew an E and then drew an E again on the second go around.
mhm,
And one of them was just like, "Wow, what are the chances of that?" And Adam ran over and like within 10 seconds gave them the answer.
mhm, yeah. Oh, it's been noted that OI does play under the EM, which is 16 points. Which
That makes
yeah,
sense, and it does block a little bit. Yeah, that
yeah,
might be what he's thinking. But yeah, a huge amount of time spent for Adam, down under 8 minutes. I think he started this turn with something in the 14s or something like that. This is a very pivotal position,
yeah.
despite, like, what we said, him having very good chances to win this game regardless.
Or he's just
He doesn't know
calculating.
that.
He's just calculating an 8 in the bag end game. No problem.
Yeah, good one. So, yeah, there are only 8 tiles left, so things are getting close to the end of the game. While we're waiting to see what Adam does, I'd like to plug once again, Let's Play Scrabble.com for hosting this tournament and this live stream. It's always a pleasure to be among I would say the leading promoters of Scrabble in the northeastern North America. So yeah, please visit their website, letsplayscrabble.com. They got some big events coming up. The Montreal Scrabble Fest, 32 games of Scrabble in over Memorial Day weekend in May, as well as a tournament I think we're going to mention in a later match. But there's something huge in the works for this summer. So we'll have more about that. Adam deciding to play Aria, get rid of 3 vowels,
Yeah.
cement his
And
lead 65 points. And George
okay.
has had all the time in the world to think about this position.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he does have Joe just in the lower left, which is 34, which does get him a little bit closer.
Oh, Joe making AJI and non. Very nice.
Oh,
And yeah, there's some
wait.
interesting idea here. For George, he's not really anywhere close to a bingo, despite being down 65 points. But with the letters that are unseen,
Hmm.
there's a possibility that he can potentially outscore Adam if he's able to just keep scoring a couple turns in a row.
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance that it's going to be very close. The joke is available, making GIE. I think that's what he's going to go with. Again, he really wants to draw that S. So
Yes.
playing 4 tiles seems
Mhm.
like a good way to do that. It leaves 1 tile in the bag,
Mhm.
but that Q still lurking. It might be
Yeah.
a game changer
That's
here.
why I think maybe a short play here, like JO, just right, just scoring and maybe reducing your chances of drawing that Q.
Yeah. But he's thinking about it. He's under 5 minutes now, so both players pretty low on time. Still some tiles left in the bag. I wonder why he's clutching the N and the E.
Wait, is he?
Interesting.
Hmm.
He must be going for something here, right? I
Yeah.
wonder what that's about.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking.
And this move was not on my radar at all, but it's
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and he did draw the S. Wow. That is. Let's see.
That's
That's
actually unfortunate, I think, because had he played joke, he might have had a better chance of
Mhm.
hitting something, but
Yeah.
huh.
Yeah.
That Q still lurking. I'm sure
But
Adam is well aware that that play of NE is never being made
yeah.
with
I
a
think
Q on
yeah,
hand.
the chat is noting that QUAI was available through that through the U and the I, um, which which might right. I was going to say there are not particularly any Q spots. There's the Q drop at the ion unitizes. They're really not that I'm seeing. There really don't seem to be any other Q spots. I guess if you have there is a T left, so QAT is available.
Yeah, there are some spots for the Q. It's not game over if you have it. Like you said, the QI to the ion unitizes. So I think if that was one of the reasons for George's play of NE, I think that was a little bit short-sighted potentially.
Mm-hmm.
But this also just I like this play because when there are situations with a lot of uncertainty where there's a Q unseen, there's
Mm-hmm.
potential for bingos. I think making a short play like this, keeping things tight, just leaving it up to your opponent to decide what to do can be a
Mm-hmm.
very good way to get ahead in the
Yeah.
position. But yeah, there are lots of spots for the Q. There's also QIN if you have the I to the N in
Yep.
ancients.
Yep.
So that's not going to stop Adam from using the Q. So what is he looking at here? Now he is probably paying very close attention to the unseen tiles and trying to see if there is something playable. On my end, at a first glance, I don't see in the top left out of those 10 tiles, I really don't see anything that is playable in this position.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I do see something. Skeleton to the N of ancients is
Oh.
possible.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, George is
And
only 1 tile off of it.
well, you know what? In the interest of seeing something else like Avo, just slotting that NON does block that. It
Oh, with the new AVI, yeah, this is a new word check for Adam. I don't think he's played so much in the new lexicon,
Mm-hmm.
but that would be a great way to block that spot. However, you have to be thinking, what happens when I draw the Q?
Right. And
So where is the Q gonna go if that QI spot is blocked?
yeah. Well, and yeah, if
It's
that QI
very complicated.
right. Yeah.
So maybe just a really short play here,
Yeah.
blocking skeleton, like you don't know what to do. And Adam's time very, very low under 3 minutes. He's the fastest person in the room, but
Mhm.
this is difficult for sure. I mean, he still has a 52-point advantage. We know that he's in fantastic shape, but he wants to maximize his chances here.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
I think he can probably also survive even if he does draw the Q. So that might also be something
yeah.
that he's thinking about. So
Right.
maybe just blocking skeleton. There's nothing else.
Wob. Oh, he could just play right. I think he's lined up Wob to block skeleton off of the G blank.
Oh,
Mhm.
interesting. And that will allow him to part with the Q if he draws it. That will leave QIN open as well as
Yes.
QI.
Yes.
So that's an interesting idea. Yeah, there's so many. This is I think, the most difficult position we've seen
Yeah.
in terms of complexity. In terms of chances, I think no matter what Adam does, as long as he blocks skeleton, he's going to win.
Yeah.
But we'll see how quickly he gets all of his plays off with under a minute and a half. This also blocks jokes. He plays Wob in that spot, which is another threat. Skeleton scoring around 70 points. Joke scores 45, and scores are pretty close. So you gotta be a little bit worried about those sorts of things as well. Sometimes you try too hard to block something, and you don't block something else, and you get punished for it. So
Yeah.
Boa now
Yeah.
is being considered that scores a lot more than Wob does, making GIB, EMO, and PA. 30 seconds left for Adam. I don't know if he's gonna make it without
Oh,
going into overtime.
you know, one thing,
Honestly,
skeleton is actually, I just realized skeleton doesn't fit.
oh,
Yeah, so we've been talking about that. Oops. But yeah, Boa
why
blocks.
did I think that fit? That's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Oop.
you know, I think we all have those double take moments where it's like, oh, I have this bingo, oh, it didn't fit. Or the opposite. Oh, I didn't think this bingo fit, but oh, actually, hey, look at it.
Yeah, let me go and take those skeletons out of my closet brain.
Uh-huh.
All right.
So
So Adam has 16 seconds left. He's drawn the cue. He's going to be able to play it. Will Adam Logan go overtime?
yeah,
Even if he does,
yeah,
he's
he's
still going to win this game, I think.
yeah, like J-O, yeah, okay, J-O-E for 34.
Yeah, so JOE, one of the better plays in the position, would have been slightly better to play JO
And yeah,
and go out with Sleek next turn.
mhm.
JO for 34. As
Yeah,
Adam quickly plays UI,
mhm.
his best play in the endgame.
Yep.
And George is going to go out with Lex somewhere, or Elks.
Else.
He has 3.5 minutes to find one of those outplays, and we're going to see a small but important victory for Adam Logan. I don't think he's going to need to make another play here. George, if he wanted to, could decide not to go out here and try to push Adam over time, but I wonder if he's gonna do that. Adam's gonna be able to get a play down, I think, within 4 seconds. If that's the case. But in any case, yeah, what a game! Very, very complicated.
Yeah,
Of course, Adam navigating through the positions tremendously well.
yeah. I think our heads
George
were
playing super well
probably,
as well.
yeah. I think our heads through the position with Boa, I think our heads were all exploding to a much greater extent than Adam's.
Yeah, which
But
is
yeah,
normally not the case. Normally, when you're on stream, you're the one
yeah,
freaking out. But
yep.
yeah, I was seeing ghosts, not seeing skeletons, but there was, yeah. I don't know if there was actually anything for Adam to worry about. Going back, I'm gonna go back and see actually. Yeah, nothing available for George in the unseen letters, as I originally thought.
Mhm.
Yeah. Elks for 15 points is
Yeah.
on tap here for George. Once again, Jason, this is it, right?
Yeah, for
Darn.
now.
Well, a very brief but powerful encounter here with Jason Keller, Jeopardy Scrabble champion extraordinaire. It's been a pleasure commentating with you.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna let you go super fast here. I'll let you I'll let you say a few things after this game, but let's listen to the overhead cam if either of these players have anything to say about the game. Happy to listen in.
You were flying there for a while. I can't believe I didn't see this. I first I said it stopped quick. Yeah. And then that's it. There's no place for escape. Oh yeah, you had an eye. Yeah, that's nice to see this. Really introduce a few questions. Well, the board wasn't very good. Until we made the board, it was just that line there. No, I knew there was PST, but from my point of view, if I could catch it, I mean, this one is almost impossible to use.
All right. That was what we could gather from the post-mortem conversation between George and Adam. Logan, Adam winning this game 429 to 406 in the 5th round of this year's Canadian Scrabble Classic held in Belleville, Ontario. So, after this, we have 2 more games before lunch. Jason is going to be unfortunately leaving us. Hopefully, I'll see you in the YouTube chat. Maybe you can call me out next time. I think something is available when it isn't.
I usually am a fly on the wall in these things. I see a lot going on chat. Sometimes I'm a little bashful about contributing. But yeah, yeah,
but it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah.
Jason, hopefully we see you commentating as well in the future. And I'll see you at a tournament as well.
And you know what? I have to say, I was watching last night. I heard you all talking about crossword puzzles and various other things that I grok, and I'm sad we didn't get to talk a little bit more about that. But hopefully, sometime sooner, anyone who wants to reach out to me to learn more,
feel free to promote anything in this YouTube chat. I mean, not anything.
No.
If people are interested in what Jason's up to and what's going on in his life, I'm sure a lot of people would love to hear from it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you know what? I kind of like there's some things that I'm like feeling nostalgic for. Like, I don't know, could we have a little Let's Play Scrabble tonight in the eve of NASPA tonight, as it used to be?
True, yeah. The first ever Scrabble podcast. That's some deep lore, some deep cuts there. But yeah, okay, Jason. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate your commentary. It's been a pleasure.
We're
going to take
and everyone who's watching, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to take a short break here. I will be joined after this by none other than Matt Canik. So get excited for that, everyone. And after this break, we'll be back with some more Scrabble.
Oh, I want to vowel says hi.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic. I am Josh Sokol here in Montreal, broadcasting from afar remotely into Belleville. Did I say that already? Belleville, Ontario. Yeah. What a place to be. What a tournament to withhold. We have some action in the CSW division this morning. First place is Sue Tremblay, but a bunch of people on her tail, including David Nwabor and Adam Logan, who we are featuring in this next matchup. I have a special guest to introduce to you guys. Say hello to my little friend, Matt Canik. How's
Little
it going,
friend,
man?
huh? Little friend. All right. Well, I guess compared to you, I am pretty little. You're 6'7", and I'm only 6'3", so little friend it is. Thanks for having me, Josh, and Josh Greenway on the back end. Super excited to be here, and I'll be taking you along with Josh from this game all the way to the end of the Canadian Scrabble Classic. But y'all aren't here to hear about me. Y'all are here to watch Scrabble. Should we watch some Scrabble, Josh?
We should, but y'all should get used to hearing our voices because, yes, it's me and Matt all the way through. I'm really excited, man. It's been a while since we commentated together. So let's go to the preview here. Adam Logan going first against David Nwabor. Adam being 4-1 in third place, and David in 8th place after losing a couple of games this morning, but he's still definitely in it. So without further ado, let's get started.
All right, let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
All right. David shaking the bag up for Adam, making sure there's no weird tiles stuck at the top. What did people say? The eyes are stuck at the top, the blanks in the eyes, because they're the lightest, right?
Oh, that's clever. I like that. I would love to scientifically test that theory over thousands and thousands of tile draws. Who wants to come on board with me and data scrape? All right, ERSL, great start here for Adam. Can he find what he's looking for? I don't think so. Josh, is there a bingo here?
I don't see one. And yeah, the engine tells me no, thank you. So I think this is going to be a pretty quick decision of just playing LOY here, I believe, for 12. Looks like a normal option here. I don't know. Maybe you could be a little bit more
LOY,
defensive,
very
play
standard.
Lori.
LOY, Lori, both good options, 12 or 14. If you want to play really long and cash it in, there is Solely, Solely for 26. I don't think you're looking to do that, right, Josh? Just stay in bingo range here?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't think I've ever seen the word solely played in Scrabble, so I kind of want that. But yeah, I think just the standard little play of Lloyd, it's not fantastic. You're only keeping one vowel, so you're going to rely on drawing another vowel to get a bingo down, but probably your best chance here. So David, on the other hand, already has a blank, and we've seen this. I don't know if you've been watching, Matt. The sideways blank strikes again.
I mean, I wonder how many opponents actually pick up on stuff like that. I'm neurotic about these blanks. I never put them sideways, but then there's the dot on the bottom half. It's really scary to have a blank on your rack. Anyway, LOY, as we expected from Adam, does come down. Big thumbs up from this commentator. Big thumbs up from Josh. And many bingos available here for David with that sideways blank. The highest scoring one, just 69 points, and only one plays for 69. I won't call it out yet. I'll let chat have some fun, or the viewers, or whoever.
But it looks like, all right, looks like Garroted coming down. That's what David saw firsthand. Oh, he's changed his mind. But if he does play Garroted underneath the LOY, that would score 68. The 69
It looks like he's
pointer.
starting with RO. I think he might try rogated, conflating garroted and rogation. That would be a huge misplay out of this rack. But okay, here comes something different.
No, I think it's just a stylistic choice of not playing your word in, I guess, first letter order. I see that a lot. Certain players like to sort of mix things up when placing down their bonuses and their bingos. So I think that was just David playing Scrabble like David likes to play Scrabble. So Garroted for 68 seems to be his decision, but before he hits the clock, he can still change his mind. But that's a
All
1.5
right,
minute
Garrett,
turn.
with the sideways blank, man, that's going to drive my OCD absolutely nuts for the rest of this game.
Well,
But you know
we'll
what
see
else
if
is going to
Adam
make my
fixes it.
OCD very happy? Is if Adam
Yeah,
just
I
plays,
knew
oh,
he
Adam
was gonna-
fixed it. MVP of the stream. Thank you, Adam. Anyway, Adam on his turn now, he's got double doubles available for 40 points. No bingos out of this nice rack. But I would love to see the double Loy to Loy. Just play it twice. It plays underneath Garrett right now. That's a really strong play, a really strong leave. What do you think, Josh? Are we going to get the double Loy? Would you look to double here, or kind of split the difference and play Toyer on top of Garrett to that triple word?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I would like to see Loy again, I think Adam is likely to take the points. I guess the argument for not playing Toyer is that you are sort of getting rid of a spot that you'd like to leave open. Like that E and that D and Garroted are good tiles to play an 8-letter word. However, I think taking out that triple that was just opened is probably worth taking 33 points and sacrificing a little bit of chances to draw bingo next turn.
Yeah,
Almost
these are tough.
brouhaha for David Nwabor. I guess not quite. Sort
Oh
of
man,
thinking.
Brew.
But yeah, we'll see what Adam decides. I mean, I think. Do you have any recollection of playing Scrabble with non-tournament players, Matt, and them having weird house rules such as you can't play the same word twice?
I hear that a lot. Yeah, actually, like anytime you're playing with novice players, that they seem to try to pull that one out, like grade school playground rules or something. That's definitely not a thing in real Scrabble, but I have heard that one before. I presume you have as well, if you're asking me about it, right?
Yeah, it's just always been such a weird thing for me because I mean I grew up with traditional Scrabble players. Lucky for me, in my parents, and there was never any rule like that, especially not on the box rules. But for some reason, it seems like this Mandela effect where everybody's just is under the same false pretense that you can't play the same word twice. That would be terrible. That would be a weird variant, maybe fun once to play in your lifetime, but not being able to play Loy again, why not? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, it just sounds like something somebody would make up when they're salty about losing, just like, Foursquare rules where all of a sudden there's new techniques allowed, but only by the person who is winning or something like that. Man, Adam's turn is fascinating. I love that he's spending a lot of time here too, because these are just completely stylistic approach differences. I don't know. I hate fishing, and yet LOI does feel pretty strong. It's hard for the whole board to get blocked up at once. You're setting up LAY to play sleigh bingos if everything else does actually get mucked up. But it scores so little. Toyer scores way better. I would be spending a lot of time on this turn, flipping between those two options. I think the double doubles are out of play. While they do score 40, all of them require you to cash in the S. There are 3 available: Erosely, Esotery, and Tersely. But I don't think cashing the S for 40 is the right thing to do when you can score 33 and hold on to it. Tough turn.
Yeah, I think keeping the S makes a lot of sense here. There isn't necessarily a great spot for it right now, but that could change very quickly. It's such a powerful tile, and for 7 extra points, I'm a fan of not doing that. I'm a fan. I agree with you. I think much of my experience in Scrabble is leading me to the conclusion that Hoyer or Loy are the 2 options here, and Genjin has them very, very close by. Hoyer with a very small edge over Loy and over the other double doubles. But here we go. Hoyer for 34, bringing Adam Logan to 45 to David's 68.
And we're
And
going to
David
see
got the
Dave
R he
now
wanted.
on test. Dave has one fantastic option this turn, but it is tough to spot. It was just made available by Adam's last play, and I'm not going to call it out yet.
Abu?
Test for Dave, test for Josh, test for everybody watching at home too. One play stands out 13 points above anything else.
Oh wow, I see it now. Well, I don't see it. I checked it, but that's incredible. Double through that TE. I don't know that I would see that.
I mean, I definitely know that I know the word, but I don't know that I'd see it. And yeah, he's not going to see it either. Dropping BRU here instead. AHOU, the leave, is likely to go south next turn, but this is a great way to control the board against a player as strong as Adam Logan. This is the decision we see from David.
Indeed, yeah, leaving some points on the table, but blocking that R is probably a pretty high priority, David being in the lead. So Brew comes down, and Adam's drawn the J.
Oh man, this is going to be a fun turn to watch too. I mean, standardly, you'd like to play something like Job underneath Garroted, making GO and LAB, but that just gets hit by counters so hard. So you have to wonder, well, maybe do I sacrifice points and do something else? PLEBBY, if Adam knows that word, and Adam definitely knows that word. That's a reasonable option as well. Hold on to the J, but just don't give nearly as much back to your opponent. What do you think, Josh? Would you just play the standard Job, or would you try to do something different out of this turn?
Yeah, I hate the idea of underlapping, putting that J right above that double word score, but it might just be too strong. It sets up slab for next turn. Hopefully Adam can draw into a bingo there. And yeah, the leave is just so much better than anything else. But Plebby, really cool option to that BY on the board. I wonder if he's going to spot it and consider it, because he could bide his time here, keep the J, try to score with it later in a more favorable situation. And this goes to show the play of Brew, how defensive it was. If David had simply played Habu in that spot, or even Auteur, both of those plays would have given Adam very nice counterplay. So Auteur, being the star play in the position last turn, would have given Adam JO, JA, and OU for 52. And Habu would have given that S hook for something like POLJES to score very well for Adam. So yeah, tough position, and of course David could have done better for himself, but he really did well to stop Adam from scoring.
Man, that AHOU leave for David is met by NST. He's got to be pretty happy to see that. Adam's got Job set up. This is such a cool turn. Another play worth considering is the quadruple overlap BOLE, making Yob, TO, Tel, and ODE. That scores 27 and holds JPS. The good thing about that play is it cuts Dave's next turn score down by 8 compared to Job. You're just not giving as much back. The downside is you're sacrificing 40% bingo percentage. After Job, Adam is set to bingo 41% of the time. After Bowl, he would bingo 1% of the time. So this is a tough play to make because it gives back so much, but this was winning a sim by about 3 points. And sometimes you just got to give up the spot. That's what we saw from Adam there.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel good, but it's a mature and measured decision by the champion. Adam, of course, renowned World Scrabble champion, multiple time Canadian Scrabble champion. And yeah, he knows what he's doing over the board. So back to David. He has some ways to underlap. He has the O for Joe, the A for JA. And he's probably just looking to see maybe there's some bingo available here. He does have pretty good and balanced letters. But I think the best option here for him would be something like unhat, making JA and got, or maybe something smaller like HAO or HOA underneath.
I think I'd actually be looking to play Tauon, Tauon, in this situation, making JO and GON. That SH combination is very synergistic. And Unhat just it cedes a lot of points to Adam. So maybe Tauon is an option. Unhat is definitely the more standard play here, but I'd be spooked about getting crushed after making that play.
Didn't realize, Matt, Unhat sets up Sunhat.
Oh man, Sunhat.
That adds a level of depth to that play. Of course, David does hold an S, but there are still 3 more to come. All right, Han is the choice, keeping out with an S. Good to keep those prefixes on your rack. I'm not a huge fan of this one, but yeah, it's what David seems to be choosing. But there are a lot of options, so he's taking his time. He hasn't hit his clock yet.
HAN has 3 front hooks in this lexicon, and David has 2 of them on his rack after this play. He has both the S and the T. The only other front hook is a K. So this sets himself up very well for next turn, but keeping that OU together for a second turn, that's tough to do. And you see Dave doesn't want to make this play. He hasn't hit his clock. He feels like there's got to be something better. And yeah, if you know the 6-letter CSW only Sun Hat, then Unhat is the slam dunk play here.
I really like your idea of Talon, keeping things tight, keeping that H to score with. That was not on my radar at all, and really, really cool option there, Matt. That's why you're here. Well, many others.
I hate vowels. I'm just here to tell you to play your vowels every single turn.
Yeah, you don't like vowels, do you? All right.
I do not like
Come on,
vowels.
not a word.
Oh boy.
That's probably what Dave was thinking, and he's doing this tactic. This is gamesmanship
Watch
here.
that.
He's putting a play on the board. He's looking at his opponent, seeing if there's any reaction there. Adam is stoic, stone-faced, not giving David anything to work with. So if there's any uncertainty with that play, Dave is going to take it back. THON now being considered. THAN. Lots of options here. Doing that thing, using the board as a workspace, technically against the rules, but one of those things that a lot of players do and doesn't usually.
Look at this. You decide to put the T out instead of set it up, and Adam's going to bingo through it now. Oh, he's going to kick himself.
A very unfortunate choice. Dave is going to, he's certainly going to be unhappy about what he just gave, but maybe some karma for just hesitating so much there. That's how I see it.
Use the board as a workspace and then end up playing like one of the only options that actually lets your opponent bingo. Maybe that is karma. But I use the board as a workspace more than anybody. You call me on that a lot, Josh. So I'm preaching to the choir here. Oh, what a draw. The Z is exactly what Dave needed to draw after epilates. Now he threatens 69 points as a counter. Huge draw. But how would you counter this, Josh? Would you play a 3-letter word starting with a C, C-A-Z, C-U-Z, or would you stack a Zoa here for 69?
I think I'd just play Azo, just a little bit more measured opening the 2 triples, so making ZE and OP, and not opening the 2-way triple word score, just for a 2-point sacrifice. That's probably what I'd end up doing here. Either or any of those options have downsides if you play Kaz or Cuz or something like that. Unfortunately, you are leaving yourself with those pesky vowels. And after Azo or Zoa, or even just Zo, I guess if you want to keep 2 A's for some reason, you're giving back a lot of play on the triple.
Yeah, in NWL brain, like I want to play ZOA here all day, but I just looked up how many front hooks AI has in CSW, and it's like 1,000. So you can't play ZOA leaving that AI exposed. It takes a J, a K, an R, an S, a T, and a W. You can't do that. I might actually play Cuz here, but I'm just tilted and sick of the U on my rack. He's going to play Kaz here. I think that's reasonable as well. Very defensive.
Yeah, had he played Zoa, the play that Adam made last game, Waj would have come down for a huge score making WAI. But yeah, preventing a huge score looks like a very good decision for David, and he's up by 45 points. Adam here to play probably one standout option here. 6-letter word.
He's set it up within 4 seconds too. And here it comes. This is easily Adam's best play on the turn, about 6 points ahead of anything else on valuation per the engine. 42 points for Adam Logan pushes him to within 3 of David Nwabor, 188 to 191.
And yeah, this is going to be an interesting turn for David. Is he going to use that W, play a vowel? He's going to play through that I of epilates. Does he think that triple is more dangerous? He could play something like voila. Or is he going to ignore everything and find the pretty cute Uvia through that second E of epilates, balancing his rack as best he can, scoring 26.
Man, Uvia is a really nice play. Uvia is a really nice play, but you want to knock out the triple
top water.
Whoa, what a draw. Okay, this is now a huge turn for Dave. You don't think you're going to get tripled through a W in the 4th spot too often, but you do know that if Adam draws it, Adam will find it. Oh man, what a decision. A vow on top feels very standard. And we're stopping the clock too.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Adam with a little bit of nerves. He's dropped another tile under the board. A little bit difficult with the stream setup to catch those tiles that slide under there. So they've just stopped the game for a couple of seconds. Get that E back on Adam's rack. Good thing it wasn't the blank.
I've done that so many times. I accidentally knocked the blank off my rack, and I'm just like, I really hope my opponent didn't see that. But also, I kind of hope they did see that because that's a big flex as well. Like, what are you going to do now? I'm going to bingo next turn.
Yeah. Any little advantage, right? I really like that. I like that gamesmanship. So a vow is being considered by David. This does look like a standard play. Score 30, get rid of the V, but like you said, that pesky U has been on David's rack since his post bingo draw from Garroted. Got rid of one of them with Brew, and he's kept the U ever since. So there might be something there and him wanting to just part with it, make some other play. But I don't know what reasonable plays you have with that U other than Uvia, which is really difficult to spot, honestly.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if we don't see a vow here. It just feels very easy, very standard, very appropriate. Wow, if Topwater does get blocked, Adam's next best bingo is a 9 down to the OR. We'll see if Adam spots, knows, and pulls the trigger on it. He's also got 9s through the RE, as that's his third best bingo. So Adam's got a really fun turn. All right, here it comes. A vow is going to knock out Topwater. We're not going to see the 140-point triple from Adam, but we are going to see a bingo, and I wonder how hard he's going to flex on us all here.
Yeah, I wonder. He's seen Overtreat. That's one of the 9s available through the RE. But there is one more playable 9 here, as you alluded to, that hits the top middle triple. And I mean, Adam, his word knowledge is pretty much unparred in North America. There are only a select few people that have studied the book as deeply and as consistently as he has. But this one, you have to see it. Second, you have to be sure it's a word. Tolerator is unfortunately a miss. A very rare miss by Adam Logan. Would have scored 3 more
Overtreat is still sick. There are so few players in the room who make this play. In fact, I think there might be one, and it's Adam.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Adam's been placed on hold here. Dave is going to challenge. Of course, he challenged this. There's no question.
Why would you not? 5 points for a 9 I've never seen before. Yeah, let's look that up.
All right, thanks again to Artmore for sponsoring the stream with his wordjudge.me. Really appreciate that. We got that beautiful challenge cam. And it's back over to David, who lost 5 points on the challenge, but he gets to play his move. And MULASIS seems pretty good. He has a 9.
He's got 3 bingos available this turn. I wonder if we're going to see any of them. My brain goes straight to front hooking ZEE. I got the M that I've been waiting for, and I'd love to play MIAUL in that spot, 36 points. But 3 bingos available, and the highest scoring is another 9. So, Adam, you're going to play a 9 on me. David has a chance to play a 9 right back in response. We'll see. A huge turn once again for David here.
Amazing. And a very good draw, I think, from Adam. Not sure if he's threatening anything immediately, but yeah, Adam being ahead 46 here, he's probably feeling pretty confident. But we'll see if David spots any of his 3 bingos. Dualisms fits from the D and Wedgie. That's his lowest scoring bingo, 63. Simulars to the R and Overtreat. That's a word I wouldn't necessarily be sure of. I know simular, but not sure if it takes an S. And simulates, the most common word available. But unfortunately, it looks like this is a miss from David, playing a little bit quickly, I think, with the time deficit. He's deciding to play his second S off as well with Mauls. This is a very good play, but much better options available.
Yeah, it's just the trap. When you see that MZEE spot, you get so excited. I drew the M. I've got to play there. I've got to play there. And then maybe you don't look at the rest of the board. Adam has been playing pretty fast since taking some time on his first 2 turns, and maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure as David, as he's missed the bingos on that turn. EHINRSU on Adam's rack. He is ahead by 10 and looks to accelerate that lead. He'll have to choose how to do it. UH in the top right corner on that triple word is 20 points, holds a great lead, EINRS. But when you get a small lead like this, you want to stack on points as fast as you can. There's a double-double through the TE. Once again, that TE has just been sitting there offering plays all game. It's double-double for 41. HEIR through the E and epilates in the bottom left side of this board also scores a boatload of points. Josh, walk us through your approach on this turn. Do you fish or do you score?
I'm fishing here for sure. The board is open. I can even play a second 9 through that TE. There's so many letters to play through. EINRS seems almost infallible as a 5-tile leave here. Over treats is available. Yeah, I'm playing UH for 20. Even if I see those high scoring options, score is close. I want to get that next bingo down stat.
Ooh, there's also the extension of avow to avowries for 42. And if you play UH and miss your bingo, you're guaranteed avowries for 42 next turn. So that makes it even stronger, I think. I'm generally pretty anti-fish here in the booth, and even I would play UH here. It feels kind of slam dunk to me.
But you have to check. I mean, if you're Adam, you're looking through all of those two tiles. You just played a 9. You want to play another one for sure. You're playing through that R of overtreat, that E from the DG of wedgie. Just looking for a lot of options here. That S of epilates is still open, so he wants to make sure that he's not missing anything, and so he's taking his time and making sure of that. So yeah, avowries being available as a fallback next turn is amazing. Is really, really helpful. I think we're eventually going to see UH come down, but not before Adam falls below David's time. So we know Adam is a very, very fast player. He's probably the most prolific Blitz Scrabble player in the world, but he knows when to take his time. He knows how to manage it. And UH would be really great in this position. He doesn't know it, but it would block David's best play, I think, of QI for 35 in that same spot.
The huge play for Adam here, and it's going to be a big swing in this game, winner if he pulls the trigger on UH. I would spend a lot of time here too. There seem to be a lot of scoring opportunities on this board. I want to make sure that I found all of the scoring options and that UH is definitively better than all of them. But here comes Adam. He's grabbed him. I think he's come to that conclusion.
It'd be really nice to be able to play this with LUL between the 2 L's of mauls and epilates, but LUL still not a word.
Somehow not a word. All right, UH comes down. Big draw for Adam. Terrible draw for Dave here. FQVIIOS. That is rough. And QI just got taken away from you. You've got to decide if you want to hold on to your Q, if you want to throw it all back. IFS plays for 41 next to Wedgie, making MZEES. But that holds IOQV. I'm not seeing any ways to set up the Q here either for next turn. Josh, I'm going to put you on the spot on a really tough turn. Tell us what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm going to play ifs here, I think, or just if. It's
If
interesting because if you play if for 23 and you sacrifice, 18 points, you are setting up QIS and GIS next turn. So that could be something worth considering. I think I might still just take the points. There's one U left, lots of I's left. There's lots of N's left. So I think the chances of drawing QIN in that same spot with that triple letter score on the top left after playing ifs is pretty high. So I think I'm taking the points here, taking a small lead and hoping for an N.
And Adam missed on everything. He doubled his I and his N on the draw. No playable bingos for him right now. That's huge. Looks like IFS is indeed the play. I think this is good. Score a ton of points. Keep pressure on Maybe something to be said for IF and Flab, as that guarantees 31 next turn for your QI, but that could also get snuffed out. So IFS, I feel like this is fine.
Yeah, and Adam's probably really upset with this draw. I mean, duplicating his eyes and his ends, I mean, there was likely lots of eyes left, lots of ends left, but the fact that he has nothing playable here, this is just the one problem with the play of UH, as you mentioned. If you miss, you're falling a little bit behind. And now here, if Adam decides to play a Valeries, he's suddenly keeping 2 ends and an eye, which is pretty ugly.
Yeah, just a terrible turn. And I mean, every time you fish, it is a calculated gamble. Fishing, when you hit, feels great, and when you miss, almost always feels bad because of how little your letters score. Feels really bad for Adam. Again, I don't think he made a mistake. I think he played it right. He just shouldn't have doubled up 2 of his tiles on that draw. It's going to be an interesting turn. The TE on the board once again makes double possibilities available. This time, the pretty appropriate Einstein plays through TE for 32, holds an R. Valeries is 42. But on a wide open board like this with a bunch of spots to bingo, over treats still available for a back hook, floating S and epilates, fishing still feels like the right line. You're looking to just put down IN here, right, Josh?
Yeah, but where is the question? Because I mean, your highest scoring spot for IN, 11 points under the TE of Garroted, that takes away over treats, which is pretty much your favorite spot on the board to play a bingo. So I think if you're going to play IN and you're going to fish again, which I agree is probably the right call, it feels really bad to fall behind, but I think you want to play elsewhere. I think you want to just play with NOH on the top right. It looks super weird, but I think that's the best play.
Yeah, I totally agree. If you're going to play IN, it's got to be IN and NOH. You've got to leave over treats available to try to hit that spot next turn. That's where I'm honed in to try to bingo. I wonder if kind of splitting the difference here, NINE as a quadruple overlap under Garroted, making Yon, TI, 10, and Ode. That is 23 points. I'm scared of drawing more I's and N's just looking at the unseen pool where there's a lot of I's and a lot of N's. I'm okay playing off the E because there's a lot of E's left. And I'd rather score 30 or 23 than 8. I'd rather put myself ahead on the scoreboard after this play. I might play 9 here. What do you think about that,
Yeah,
Josh?
I mean, it's not a bad play, and it's a good practical decision. Another thing worth considering is that Adam knows that he's the favorite in this game. He is, unfortunately, you must say it, the better player. So making less risky decisions like playing 9 does make a lot of sense. Just keeping a small lead, small tempo advantage. I don't think it's the optimal decision, but sometimes practical decisions are absolutely worth taking in these spots.
Oh, big miss. Dave drew the N he was looking for. He set up QIN, but he had 50 points available on this turn and he's whiffed it.
Wow, yes, Nwabor with TI on the bottom right was available for Dave. That is a big miss. It's hard to say no to 36. You drew what you wanted to draw, and the leave isn't terrible, but 50 points. That's huge. Yeah, that's a tough find.
Scrabble has this
Yeah,
killer
Adam.
way to set traps for you. The turn previously Dave misplayed of Malls, where he drew the M and had to play in that spot, MZs. And then when you draw the N after hoping you're going to, draw QIN and GIN, 2 traps now that he's fallen into by the tile bag. Mocks him, gives him what he thinks he wants, but there's something better on the board. This is a great play from Adam, 40 points, wasting no time, keeping clock pressure on the other side. I've got no additional analysis there unless you do, Josh.
Yeah, I think it was just between playing the extra constant, playing that S off for 7 more points, or keeping it for later. I totally understand wanting to keep it for the rest of the game, or until you draw something. And I think both those plays were correct, or were one of them was correct. I guess it's hard to say which one, but I think practically speaking, keeping that S makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. I would have done exactly what Adam did there. Even though you knocked out the overtreat spot, the S is still going to be very valuable for you in this game. So I'd hold on to it. It is the case S. Oh, no, it's not the case S. Yeah, it is. It is the case S. I would have done that. And it looks like view here, the play from Dave. AEMO as a leave, but 28 points. I think this is all right. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, this is a great play. Played very quickly as well. Time is of the essence. Taking the tempo advantage. Each player is going to be ahead on their turn. And yeah, making a play like view, shutting a few things down, keeping that M to go with those vowels seems very good here. I like this.
Now Adam has a bit of a puzzle here. I see one play that stands out pretty thoroughly as his best option, but it is a tricky one to spot, and it looks like Adam might rush this turn and not play it. He set up dads, which plays with over treats for about 1,000 points. It's actually just 36 points. But I actually prefer the play on top of ADDIO through the disconnected DI in wedgie and chin. That's 24. That sets up the case S for a back hook. That feels really strong, but it's hard to get outrun after this. What do you think, Josh?
Again, I think this is the practical choice for sure. It's taking the points, taking the board as it is. But yeah, Adio extremely strong, keeping that S for jacks, keeping that S for Adios, which is being set up. I think that's the word, right? I think Adio takes an S.
Yeah, it takes an S, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, a rare miss, another rare miss, Adam. But very, very similarly good play in dads.
It could be tactical as well. Like if you're Adam, you're thinking, what is the worst thing Dave can do to slam dunk this game? And outside of a bingo from a pretty inflexible bag, I'd be worried about sixes on the left or on the right side of over treats, playing down to that triple word, especially if there's an X in that word that plays down to the triple. That could be absolutely devastating. So Adam's play eliminates those threats. I agree. Maybe against a 2,000 rated player, you got to play Adio, but Adam has shown a willingness over and over to just take it to an end game and calculate the end game and win that way. And I think this is a great way to get to that point.
Yeah, like I said, practically speaking, taking the points, blocking some bad case scenarios, and just putting your opponent on the spot, I think might be the best way to win this game. So yeah, totally appreciate the choice that was made by Adam.
Yeah, AEGIMOT on David's rack. 8 minutes left. He trails by 24. He can take the lead again on this turn. Steam from the S in epilates, making hit and Jake is 31, but the leave, not so solid GIO. Now you got to think at this stage of a game, when you're looking at your leaves, you want to look at what you might draw. And I only see one more I, one more O, so I'm not super afraid. I also see 2 N's, which could synergize pretty nicely. Steam feels okay. The engine, for whatever reason, absolutely loves the play of Ego and Jake in this situation for 20 points. And I haven't figured out why yet. Maybe it's just that there's nothing else to do.
I like that idea. Ego and Jake not really opening anything in terms of scoring, but keeping AIMT with 3 E's unseen, 2 N's unseen. You're going to just bingo a lot after that play and end the game on the spot. So I think that's just it. I think it's just the combination of letters that you're keeping and what you're opening up for yourself is just the strongest thing you can do in this spot because you're down by 24. So I don't want to make something happen. But we see stem instead of steam, possibly missing David, that he can add that A in there for 7, or not 7, but 4 extra points. But also,
no, it's got to be tactical. Scared of the X. I think he really doesn't want XI to come down because that's basically a slam dunk game over. So defending against the X, holding on to an extra vowel, and he'll want to dodge vowels on this pull to have a flexible enough rack to win the game. What's he got? E, U, P. That's not going to do it for him. I think Adam's in the driver's seat on this game, but the X still lurking in the bag. I don't see really any strong possibilities for it. It's going to be kind of clunky for whoever ends up drawing it.
That's true. Yeah, totally forgot about the X there. Makes a lot of sense to play stem instead for that reason. Point taken for sure. And back to Adam, who's down 3 with 5 tiles in the bag. So even though he is behind, at least optically, he has the advantage. He's going to be able to make a play that doesn't empty the bag, score something, take a lead, and put David again in a tricky situation where he's going to have to make a play that he might not want to make to try and maximize his chances of winning. So this looks good for Adam, but it's definitely not over.
So if you're Adam here, you're looking to capitalize on the new spot that was just exposed with Jaker. Collins has Jaker, right, Josh?
Yes.
Okay, so Jaker, and then you've got to be defensive in the way you play this. A lot of people would be instinctively like, I'm going to play Rolf, R-O-L-F. I don't think you want to expose the triple there. I'd be looking to play R-O-C in that spot instead. I do it for two reasons. One, I'd rather leave 2 tiles in the bag than 1. That means I'm going to run out of tiles before my opponent more frequently. And 2, that C is great and defensive and doesn't allow big X plays. Here comes Adam right after I've explained why this is a good play. He's going to make it. And then get up and walk away from the table.
Okay. He probably has to use the restroom or something. He has followed proper procedure. If he does need to leave the table for any I guess emergency reason, he has to do so after making a play and without drawing his new tiles. So David questioning this, but this was proper procedure. And back to David, who's going to probably want to play quickly just because Adam's not at the table. Yeah, Rock, amazing play, perfect play, slam dunk play. David's going to do what he can to get the advantage with Adam still away from the board. So he's playing Opa.
I like the idea to go fast. I think I might have played Ope instead of Opa just because the A feels a little bit more flexible and there's 2 unseen E's, but it's picking at straws at this point. I think, again, the big thing is if your opponent's going to get up and walk away from the board in a tight game where he's kind of low on time, like, you probably want to go as fast as you can. But Adam, either the world's fastest bathroom break or maybe just got some water or something, I'm not sure, but he's back at the table already. He's going to draw 3 pivotal tiles, and that's going to mean David gets to draw the last 2. Is it the X? No, it is not. So David is going to draw the X out of the bag on his final draw. And Adam, with a 6-point lead, really just needs to find an out in 2 sequence, and I think the game is his. Engine saying there's 8 ways for Adam to win this game right now.
That's what I'm seeing too. There's probably more than that. But yeah, I think something relatively simple. I mean, I guess there isn't anything super simple here because David is threatening to use that X for points. But yeah, as long as you go out in 2, that's what you want to do here. And there's one way to do that, I guess, that's better than all the others, and that's playing 11 through the V.
You've just got to make sure there's not a major X play that your opponent threatens. And on this board, there are no major X plays. Once you see that, pretty much any out in 2 sequence is going to win this game for you. Dave threatens extending through 10 as a way to get rid of a bunch of his tiles, but that scores pretty poorly. As long as you go out in 2, if you're Adam, you're going to win this game. So something like 11 through the V holds IF, which is going to play out in a number of spots. QI and IF is a major spot to play out. Adam is a great end game player, a great calculator. He will find a sequence to win. 11 is his top one.
Yeah, lots of ways to win. Even if he plays if first and gives back Gox for 40, he'll still have enough to win after going out with 11. So yeah, it's just a matter of finding that out in 2, as we call it. And this should be a pretty summary but close win for Adam Logan. But what a fun game. Saw a 9-letter word, saw another 9-letter word available, some really sharp decision making from both players. But yeah, seems like unless Adam makes a huge mistake, potentially if he has not tracked letters properly or fails to see one of his winning options, which I would be extremely surprised at, is going to take this game by a little bit and move on to 5-1. But yeah, what a great game.
Boy, it's always such a treat to get to watch Adam Logan play. He's just so good at Scrabble, so good in the trenches, so good at the fundamentals, and just seldom, if ever, makes mistakes. It's always so humbling to watch, always such a treat. And he made a bunch of great decisions, and he's going to be able to squeak this one out by a narrow margin because of them.
How big of a treat is it? Is it an over treat?
I think we've been over-treated in this game for sure. And we'll get more over-treatment all weekend. Just some great players at the Canadian Scrabble Classic.
Yes, indeed. And so while we're waiting, Adam falling below 2 minutes, still confident he'll be okay here. While we're waiting to see what he does, I'd like to mention a couple of very fun events that are coming to Let's Play Scrabble and the North American East Coast. The first one, of course, I've mentioned it before, the Montreal Scrabble Classic over Memorial Day weekend. So that is May 23rd through 26th of this year. Up to 32 games are available to be played. There's going to be a main event and a couple of early birds. And you're in North America, you're probably in the United States. And if you're in the United States, the exchange rate is very favorable right now. So definitely a great option to come by and see this beautiful city that I live in. So I'm not biased. That's the first event. The next event is even huger. That is the 4th of July Scrabble tournament, sponsored by Robert Lynn, our friend Bob, being dubbed the Bob Lynn Superstars. So that's over the 4th of July weekend in Albany, New York. It's the largest ever CSW prize pool in North American history. We're going to have between a $50,000 to $100,000 donation into that pool. Tons of incentives.
As soon as that announcement came out, I threw my name on the list. Like, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard. You got to go to that. So everybody's got to go to that. Here comes Adam. 8 seconds on his clock. Has found a winning sequence. Faiella is going to do it. EIN goes out in a number of spots. And even if extending comes down, or Dave's other top option of Doxie, D-O-X-I-E, from the Dads, Adam's going to hang on and win this game. We knew, even with that bathroom break, that Adam was going to figure it out, solve this end game, and that's exactly what he's done. Fantastic.
Yeah, he has outplays everywhere. David might be holding this word and trying to see if he can win. If he can win with this still on the board, he's going to let it go. If he can't, he might opt to challenge in desperation. But this is a winning move for Adam. Played with 8 seconds left, and he just needs to make sure he makes his next move within 8 seconds, which is very, very possible as long as he doesn't drop a tile under the board again. In any case, What was I saying? Yeah, huge prize pool. You've thrown your name into the list. Tons of incentives for people that want to try playing in the International CSW Lexicon. I think $1,000 prizes per rating group. Tons of just cash incentives for new players. And also a sponsorship on the North American Lexicon side of $3,700 by the Word Game Players organization, which, of course, in comparison to $50,000 to $100,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but it is certainly a lot. So no matter what lexicon you're playing, you're going to have tons of options to win a lot of cash back and play Scrabble with some of the best players in North America. So I'm looking forward to that tournament. I'm glad that you've signed up, Matt. I think it's going to be a heck of an event. And of course, Let's Play Scrabble is behind all of it.
Yeah, any Let's Play Scrabble event is a great event, but that one shaping up to be just one of the greatest Scrabble tournaments of all time on North American soil. You need to get yourself there. And if you can't get there, you need to at least get yourself bookmarked on the stream, because I'm sure we're going to stream every single game of that. I've never streamed a tournament with so much money on the line. I just wonder if I'm going to be in the commentary booth or in one of those boxes trying to win it.
Now, what's interesting here is if Adam runs out of time, he's still going to win in this case. But after Doxie from the D, he would have tied with David. But yeah, in this case, XL comes down, Dine comes down immediately. Nix through the X would have been 1 more point, but doesn't matter. Game is over. Final score 446 to 436 in Adam Logan's favor. Very, very epic game. So let's listen to the post-mortem, see what these guys have to say.
Logan.
All right. Well, I hope you guys got a little bit of that, but yeah, great game. Adam winning by 10 over David Nwabor, telling him potentially into first place, depending on what happens in the other games. I think we're going to take a small break while we wait for the next pairing. What's up, Matt? Good to see you again. I really like that shirt, by the way. I didn't mention that the first time. Very colorful.
Thank you. I've been thrifting, and this was a $7 grab. So how could I not? I spent the last week in New Mexico, and these are the appropriate colors to wear when up there. I'm still just so happy with the way Adam played that game. Again, a great clinic on how to survive against someone a little bit lower rated, avoid the variance, and just try to win by 10 in a game where you don't draw super great. He did a great job there. We'll have plenty more Adam Logan this tournament. We won't have Adam Logan next round, but we will have one of my favorite players ever to watch on stream in Matthew Tunnicliffe playing against Jason Ubeika in the next round. So we'll take just a short break. I need just a little bit more coffee to get through this morning, and we'll be back with more Scrabble in just a couple minutes. Y'all don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic, held in Belleville, Ontario. I'm Josh Sokol here in Montreal, joined by Matt Canik. Matt, you are in Texas right now, right?
I'm in Texas. I got 2 more months before I'm moving out for good, but still in San Antonio for now. It is almost 80 degrees outside today for those of you up north. I'm just going to leave it with that and stop bragging now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to consider. I've been in winter weather pretty much this whole season, but it was crazy. I don't know if you were there yesterday. I was commentating with Jared Capel, and there was a humongous thunderclap in downtown Toronto. It's made like Reddit, lots of news about it. It was just completely out of nowhere, extremely loud, lightning turning into thunder. So that was that was hilarious. Lots of fun weather going on. I'm sure there's snow on the ground in Belleville. Might be a little bit warmer though. Still under freezing here. Any case, we're not here to talk about the weather. We're here to watch some Scrabble. We're just getting our next matchup set up between Matthew Tunnicliffe and Jason Ubeika. So tell me a little bit, Matt. You've played both these players. I've played both these players. Tell me your experience with playing your namesake, Tunnicliffe.
Matthew Tunnicliffe is a phenomenal Scrabble player. He is not afraid to make some unconventional plays. He's definitely not afraid to set traps, to play phonies. He's got just a whole laundry list of infamous phonies to try to capitalize on tricky situations. He's so creative. He's so clever. And he's great at the words, too. He's always a treat to watch in the booth. Jason's a pretty solid player himself. I haven't played him in years, maybe a decade even, but he always puts up consistently good results. He's played well at the CNSC several times. We'll see. It'll be a good game. I think we have standings. I think we're going to pivot over to standings for just a second to show how everybody stacks up through the first 6 games. And you can see Matthew Tunnicliffe 4-1 with a tie. Jason Ubeika 4-2. So a big game for both of these guys going into lunch break. I think Tunnicliffe, the slight favorite to win this game, but that's why you play. Anything can happen in Scrabble. Think we've got the players. No, I don't think we have the players ready. We have empty chairs. So we'll cover a little bit more time. Look at that point spread for Matthew Tunnicliffe. 483 points on average. 476 for Samuel as well. There are some points being scored here in Belleville. My goodness.
Yeah. And here he is sitting down, the man, the myth, the legend, 2015 North American Scrabble champion. What does it say? Deep Field. I like his hoodie there. Matthew Tunnicliffe, the scoring leader. I think he scored a 668 last night in one of his games, facing no one to sneeze at. Jason Ubeika can take out all the guns and go guns blazing in some of the games we've seen him play on stream, some of the games I've played against him. So he's no chump, and I think this is going to be a great matchup. So I'm really excited to see these guys hit the board running, as we call it. But yeah, thanks again to Let's Play Scrabble for sponsoring everything and running this stream. If you guys haven't liked this stream that is in progress right now, what are you doing? It's free. How many likes do we have? You said something like 30, Matt?
I show 29 right now. Let me get a refresh. 34 now. 125 of you watching. Every single like we get bumps us up the algorithm. So, as Josh said, it is free. Why don't you just click that thumbs up button for us if you haven't done it yet? And if you haven't subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble, you really ought to subscribe to the channel. There's no spam, nothing like that. Josh is just trying to get Scrabble on the internet and broadcast to you, so you don't have to doom scroll. You can just watch people spell words instead. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you like Scrabble. Make sure you thumbs up this video, bump us up the algorithm. I really want to build a lot of steam as we get to the afternoon session, and especially to tomorrow's finals. And to everybody watching, thank you. We wouldn't do this unless we had a bunch of people watching. To everybody keeping us entertained in chat, thanks for being here. We really do appreciate it. And with that, let's play Scrabble.
Let's do it. So Tunnicliffe going first. We know that it's somewhere between a 15, I think, and 20-point advantage be going first in a Scrabble game, similar to chess where white has a slight advantage. So yeah, the overdog going first. Definitely expecting Tunnicliffe to win most of these games, but it's Scrabble. Anything can happen. MPTTEEI, we see the classic fashion in which Matt organizes his racks. Consonants first, but alphabetical order.
Consonants and then vowels. I know players do vowels then consonants, but I guess he's about the only one who does consonants then vowels. I think we're going to see 5 or 6 of those tiles played on this turn. PETTI is a nice 5. TEMPI, another 5. I think we're going to see one of those two, perhaps petite, PETIT, or PETITE. Josh, how would you approach this first turn?
Yeah, I'd see those two options and debate whether I'd like to keep the ET or whether I'd like to play off both T's and keep that M for scoring. But yeah, both plays scoring 20 points. I think this one is probably slightly better. It'll allow Tunnicliffe to bingo a little bit more, but either would have been a very, very smart decision. So Tempe comes down, and back to Ubeika on his first move, and he's got some junk.
Yeah, junk indeed. This is going to be a tough turn for him. When I clicked on generate choices, exchange all of it actually popped up as an option, so that's how inflexible this rack is. But one, I think, just slam dunk play. You see a triple letter and you've got a J on the board, you're probably just going to do that. Jimp, JIMP, is 31. 2 major drawbacks to that play. 1, the leave is FGLW, and 2, Jimp takes a big Y back hook, which could be smashed for a gazillion, but nothing else here is good at all. This play 12 valuation points above anything else for Jason. Wonder how much time he spends figuring out that he must play Jimp here despite the warts.
Yeah, I mean, other options, what do you have? Something like flip or something making it and PE, like nothing looks great. It's definitely a little bit scary to swing that Y hook out into space on that triple letter score, but I think taking the 31 and living to see another rack, I think is what is merited here. But yeah, we'll see how long Jason takes. He's able to figure this one out. It looks like he's got Jimp set up, and there we go. Very nice.
There's our answer, 1 minute and 30 seconds plus 5 more to count the play. Jimp is how Jason starts this game. Jimp gets a thumbs up from both of us. AABEEIT, the rack for Matthew Tunnicliffe. This is going to be a tough turn for him, and one I expect to see several minutes of thought on. This is tricky. This is rough.
Yeah. This looks really weird. Like, just happens to be nowhere to score points, nowhere to keep good letters. Like, I'd like to get rid of Bae, BAE somewhere, maybe an extra I. There's just nothing great here. This play is being recommended here. Top one is Ape, making EA and PE, keeping ABEIT. I mean, that seems pretty mediocre and horrendous. So I don't really know.
Seems awful. Mediocre is nice, and yet it's crushing a sim and nothing else is good. What? This is so weird.
This is just one of those positions where, I mean, you look and you look and you find nothing, and you're just like, okay, well, let's just pass, I guess. Pass our turn and kind of just get rid of the 2 letters you don't want, the 2 duplicates. Don't give anything back to your opponent, and yeah, just wait. It's a waiting move. It's not a move that you want to play. The B is not a good tile, but there's really just nothing else. So yeah, I do expect to see some amount of time still being spent, because it just feels like maybe there's a 6-letter word through the T or some 5-letter word even. It's just not there.
Yeah, how are there no long words? Like, I almost would consider like TATIE down from the T. I just want to shed some of these crappy letters off my rack, but TATIE gets absolutely murdered by stacking plays on the left side. I don't think you want to see that. I'd also like to play PATE from the P in Jimp. If you know for certain the back hooks on that 4, then that's a play you might want to make just to get rid of another tile. I also kind of like playing a G or AJEE through the J and Jim for just 11, but to shed some of these vowels. I don't know. I hate everything on this turn, so I'm going to like a bunch of terrible options because nothing else makes you smile anyway. This is tough. I really wonder what Matthew's going to do.
Yeah, he lined up ape, and then he's gone back to it after searching through his other options, and I think eventually he's just gonna be like, okay, I guess. And this is probably like a play where you'd like to ask the audience or ask anybody analyzing right now, like, what am I supposed to do here? Obviously, he's not going to do that, but I think at the end of the game, that's going to be one of the top questions in his mind is like, what did I have on this turn? Was I supposed to do this? Was I supposed to get rid of the B, play a little bit longer? Yeah, I think he's just going to conclude that there's just nothing, and ape is the play.
My goodness. Yeah, like maybe you play beep to the P holding AAIT. That's abysmal, but everything sucks on this turn. And playing 2 tiles means everything's probably going to suck again next turn because you're going to have most of the same stuff on a very similar board. I want to play long here if I can, and there's just no good way to play long. I'd even be thinking about just exchanging here because every play is so bad. But I think ape is going to be what we end up seeing from Matthew with just a big confused head shake after wasting 5 minutes of his clock. This is a brutal turn.
Yeah, the biggest advantage to playing ape is just the defensive merit of it. You're not giving your opponent anything to work with. If you play bay because you hate the B on your rack, you play that with BI, you're giving back massive counterplay opportunities for Jason, who happens to have a killer Z play available if that was played. But yeah, ape comes down after around 3 or 4 minutes of thought. I think this was definitely a turn where Matt did his diligence and basically concluded that's all he's got.
So sad when you back yourself into that corner. I spent 5 minutes trying to find anything good, and all I got was ape. Man, is it me? Or is it just the board and the tiles I have? And yeah, we know, Matthew, that it's not you. There was just nothing. But those turns are psychologically brutal. He's got to shake that one off. Look at him crossing his arms with confidence. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Shake it off. Jason Ubeika, trailing by 2, has a big turn here. As Josh said, he's picked up the Z. I wonder if we're going to see him cash it in. There's one play that doesn't use the Z that kind of sets up the Z a little bit. That's through the EA. He could play Leafage for 24, but Peg and Glaze feels so standard for 41 that the WF leave is pretty rough. What do you think here, Josh? How would you look to approach this turn?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if I'm Jason, my opponent has just taken 4 minutes to play an A and an E off. So if I'm thinking about playing Glaze, the first thing that comes to mind is, wow, am I just going to be giving my opponent like a killer play through that E, or maybe setting up the S hook with pegs? It does not feel good. There's all the hooks, the R hook, the D hook, the S hook onto Glaze. It feels absolutely not what you want to do. But 41 points, you can't score anything near that amount. You're not going to be able to defend the board against every possible bingo that Matt can have. And so I would just very, very unfortunately come to the conclusion that, yeah, I just have to play Glaze and do what I can for myself here. Score 41, and yeah, hope that I don't get burned for it.
Glaze is a big sad play. It's like after I play Glaze, you're probably going to bingo for at least 85 or 90, and then I won't be able to counter well with my FW leave. But it is so good. It scores so much better. You have to. If you see Leafage, I actually think you play Leafage here, but it is tough to spot with Glaze set up on your rack. Glaze to play for 41 is what we see from Jason.
And this is exactly why the play of ape was the best play last turn. Basically, anything that Jason does in response is going to give something back. And this one, yeah, I mean, depending on what Matt drew, he could very well have bingoed through this play, but he did draw a K and another A. So the best he has, I think, is to score somewhere near 40 points with a number of possible underlaps.
Yeah, man, a lot of different overlaps play there. There's also the 6-letter libate down from the L to hit the triple triple for 33. So lots of options here. I think what Matthews set up is correct. Batik, B-A-T-I-K, that's 41. B-E-A-K, or the 6-letter Atabek, A-T-A-B-E-K. Those both play for 39, but Batik checks every box I'm looking to do here. I think we're going to see Matt play this pretty quick.
And like, no matter what Matt plays, look at Jason's rack. Terrible drop. UVW to go with his WF. Luckily, he has an S in store, so well, I don't know. You're probably going to see an exchange here, right? What else do you do if you're Jason?
Wow, yeah, that is absolutely devastating. Exchange UVWWF and then just move on. You decide if you want to keep the N or not, and that's kind of stylistic up to you, but that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. I might think about holding the F. It stacks really well underneath Batik, making IF next turn. Maybe FS. Maybe just NS. What do you think, Josh?
I think that's asking a little too much out of the position. I think here standard decision would be to exchange down to NS. Another interesting thing is that you can play SIF and glazes for 28, but that is just absolutely horrendous, keeping WWUFV. You think about what can I do next turn, they'll recognize very quickly that answer is next to nothing. So I like this decision. Okay, getting rid of the N as well. It is the first N, so you maybe don't want to duplicate it. And it's a little bit heavy on the consonants potentially to keep the 2, but I think I would have kept NS anyway.
Matthews hit the surrender cobra. I wonder if he's thinking about either the word glazin or maybe the bingos he has. Matthew has 100 points available this turn. And the fact that he hasn't played it immediately means I think he's thinking about the validity of one of the words required, but 2 different 100-point bingos available for Matthew Tunnicliffe on this turn.
Yeah, this is a big check. The word glazin, I think, is just a 6, right? I think it's just a past tense. Yeah, it means glazed. So it's a very deep word knowledge check. 6-letter words are pretty much the last thing on a top player's mind in terms of what to study. They don't come up that often. They're usually paired with a 7-letter word if there's a plural. And yeah, this is just, if Matt, I'm sure Matt has seen this word somewhere, but it's just so weird. The only way that you would like be familiar with this word over the board is if it's come up before. This glaze does get played from time to time. But
he's pulling the trigger though.
He is pulling the trigger. Wow, amazing. Amazing play. Davening for 100 points.
He is not hitting his clock yet. Now he looking for the tell from his opponent, not hitting the clock, thinking about it, and has confirmed Davening for 100 points. Big play for Matt. Passed his word knowledge check.
Yeah, awesome. And it's not only the word knowledge, it's also just like seeing that available through the hidden eye of Batik. I mean, just amazing play all around.
This is the Matthew Tunnicliffe we've come to expect. And look at that draw, ADELNRT. He could have a fun next turn as well. But we'll look at Jason exchanging down to his S, and he's found OOUBCE. One really standout play to me, BOUGE, through the G in davening. That's got to be what you do. It keeps this board good, open, and dynamic, strengthens the S that you've already got on your rack, scores okay, keeps you in bingo range. I think that's got to be your move here, right, Josh?
Yeah, it looks great. Still not in a great position. Ubeika down 100 points, but I think this is the best that he's got for sure. And he plays it without hesitation. Very nice.
All right, so he's played out of that turn quickly. Well done from Jason. ADELNRT does not bingo on this board for Tunnicliffe, so he's going to have to navigate these turns And again, I love when we get turns like this on stream. Bingo prone tiles, very strong player, no bingos available, because these are the turns where so many lower rated players struggle. It is so wonderful to get to learn from players like Matthew here. A lot of players would be tempted to fish for very low score here. I think Matthew's going to show us the right approach here. But there are a lot of lines of approach here to score points. Has anything jumped out to you initially, Josh? A play that looks better than anything else?
Well, if I'm approaching this position in a vacuum, I like playing Veld from the V davening. But the problem with that play is it opens that D up in space. You can hit a word ending in D, starting in D, hit that triple word score on the top or the bottom. And Jason's going to get the first crack at that. So being up 80 points, I'm definitely not in the mood to create that sort of possibility for my opponent. It might still be worth doing. It does inhibit plays on the column next to the DA of davening. 7-letter words will no longer fit there. But I'm looking probably for something a little bit more defensive now that the board is pretty much constricted to the top right. There are obviously options for Jason to bingo underneath the BO of Bouge, but that lane isn't very great. It would give back a lot of counterplay. So I'm trying to think about maybe something that I could play a little bit longer, maybe vertically next to the DA, but doesn't look like there's anything great. You could also just play off a D and fish like you talked about, but I think that's not right. So something a bit longer, less committal, like Advent, creating maybe slightly less of a problem along that vertical line on the right of the board.
Matthew had the right approach here. I think you play 5 tiles through the V if possible. I agree that Veld was not right. I would have played Advert over Advent simply because there's 5 R's unseen and only 3 N's, but that's splitting hairs. I like the idea. Score 30, keep scoring pressure on, do not get caught up fishing. Jason has schools on his rack, and it plays with pegs, but this play actually gives back an even higher scoring bingo if Jason knows it, and it looks like he does not, as schools coming down here.
Very nice play for 81 points, but yeah, apparently schools is valid with an E between the L and the S, which would have fit for 89 points through that E of Advent. Very difficult find, very cool play. This is certainly a mistake, but not a mistake anyone can blame Jason for. Yeah, beautiful.
Goodness, there's so many good plays now. Matthew's YUX combination is going to threaten all kinds of points all over this board. X-Rays plays down to the S in school. Xylans, XYLANS, also plays down to that. But just plunking YEX, YEX through the E in Advent is 51. What would you do, Josh? Would you block the X? Or I'm sorry, would you block the S? Or would you score a bunch of points and keep ALNRU as a leave?
Yeah, this is crazy. The X is so powerful. You almost don't even want to play it. You want to wait for something even more convincingly good than keeping a U with the X or keeping a U with X-rays, Xylans. I don't know. I really want to inhibit that S in schools now, but I'm only up 30 points, and how much would I be sacrificing to do that?
You could also just hold the X. It plays beneath Bouge. It plays alongside Advent. I wonder if you play like Ulans or something, unlays, and wait. Oh, this is hard. Just punching unlays in a sim, and it jumped all the way to the top, even though it's only 27. The X just so strong right now. Okay, now it's starting to sink down a bit. I don't know. This is a fascinating turn. I'm glad we've got Matt to figure it out because, yeah, this is tough. I think everybody is econ refused or confused in some capacity now. We'll see what those errors are and get them fixed.
Yeah. Is it the names? It's just the names, right?
I think
So weird.
connection. Yeah, the names, the data scrape in some capacity. I don't know. We're trying some new software on this one, and seems like maybe somebody tripped over a wire or something.
Yeah, that's a
Man,
really
look at
cool
my
idea.
face.
Sorry, I wanted to comment on your idea of unlays, just keeping the X. You have Rex guaranteed next turn in the spot that the X goes. You have the X underneath Bouge as well for something like Rax or Rex. But yeah, wow, so many crazy options here. Tunnicliffe, it's no wonder he's taking a long time, but already being at
Yeah,
around 11 minutes.
yes. I
So he's
love
trying
this.
you
There are
on.
so few players who will do this, who will leave the X on their rack, who will pass up on Xylands here. But I really like this approach. Just guarantee that you're going to score like 40 or 50 a bunch of turns in a row. You'll probably win this game. This is cool. I like it.
Yeah, this is a really awesome high level play. Maybe slightly better was Uranils being suggested in the chat because once again, tons of R's to draw and duplicate. So taking the 3 extra points maybe worth doing here, but Matt did not draw a second R, so good for him. Blank on
Right.
Jason's rack. Jason on the right with the black trunks. Okay, the black shirt. Just because we've lost the players' names temporarily, but we're working on that behind the scenes. No bingo here.
No bingo, but he has found that blank, and you have to feel great playing a natural bingo, picking up a blank. And I think he's looking to just play yet. Yeah, he'll obstruct this spot, score some points. Ella in the OT blank. Bingo's a lot next turn as well. So yet the play from Jason. Not a bad play. Octil through the C in schools might have been slightly stronger, but as long as you draw a bingo here, you're going to feel good about the play you've just made. Did I just jinx him? We'll find out. Nope.
You didn't. That looks good to me. At least clotting to the T. So back to Tunnicliffe, who's probably going to play.
It's got to be Rex.
Yeah, he's playing Hex. That's amazing. Yeah, beautiful decision here. Sacrificing 2 points over Hex under Bouge, but there's no way you're floating that H right above that triple word score.
I don't know. I might have played Rex underneath Bouge. There's only 3 E's unseen, and you're setting yourself up with 2 more in hand.
That's true. That's very, very interesting. Still don't know. Might still be risky. E is usually a tile that's one of the most likely to be kept on an opponent's rack after pretty much any play. So I do see the fact that there are only 3 left, but I feel like I don't need that volatility in my life still. But yeah, both plays extremely close on computer analysis. And
yeah, Sim's got them right next to each other.
With the lead, decides to not risk it for the biscuit.
It makes sense. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, Jason has 98 on this turn if he's able to spot it. It's a word he probably knows. He's looking at underlaps beneath Hex, but 98 if he can spot it. Otherwise, I expect to see him bingo for 79 in a different quadrant of the board. Jason with the big test here.
Matt with surf meat aligned on his rack. That is not a word. I had to check it though. Maybe he's just thinking of surf men. Is that a word? Surf men.
That should be good.
Yeah.
Or does it turfman only? Surfman's good.
Yes, sorry. Lino cut an amazing fit right under Hex, somehow fitting just perfectly for 98. But yeah, in terms of more likely to be found words, something like lection, the top left, making YONUN. Maybe also the new altcoin was mentioned under Bouge. But let's see if Jason's able to find this. It's probably just a matter of seeing it on his rack. He sees that he has Lino cut as an available play. Certainly looking to see if he can underlap that Hex, just in terms of being optimistic about chances. So yeah, I kind of wonder. I feel like there's a very good chance he's going to see this, but also pretty strong chance that he spots something different.
If you don't spot lino cut here, I think you actually don't bingo here. Just playing tonic underneath hex is still 42. It holds L blank, or CITO in the same spot, also 42, holds LN blank. Those feel really strong to me. And every bingo that you have gives back a bunch. Lection, YO, and UN in the B column gives back triple opportunities. If you do spot the anti-cold down to the D in Advent, that exposes a triple as well. I don't think I want to do that. I feel like I'm going to lose this game pretty often if I open this board. My bingo is still going to leave me down, and then I'm going to give my opponent 40 or 50 next turn. Like, Matt is still definitely in the driver's seat. So if I don't spot the 98-point lino cut, I'm not going to bingo at all on this turn.
Yeah, that's very true. That's so many points for keeping the blank, and because you're down by 90 points, it's a really good idea to just score as much as possible and keep that blank for later. So I like that a lot. Jason, time ticking down. He had a very big time advantage coming into this turn, but yeah, this is worth a lot of minutes. I don't know exactly how many minutes, but a lot of it.
Big turn, and this deserves the time. I mean, you've got to feel like there might be a huge opportunity on this board. Then you've just got to go through and try to find every 7 in your rack one at a time. Here, he's set up Lection, and he's going to put it down. All right, 79 for this.
Yeah, and that's going to put Jason within 10 points. So if he's able to get a good draw next, he'll be right back into this game. But yeah, this just gave, I think, Matt a very, very easy choice of Flume through that L for 39, keeping ERS. Beautiful leave. Again, though, still 5 Rs unseen. We have to keep seeing if Tunnicliffe's going to duplicate that R.
5 Rs, 5 Is, WW, and 4 Os. Jason could have a terrible draw here. This draw is absolutely huge. He needs to dodge the Drek. That's a good start. That's not a good start. Still no R's is good.
Boy.
There's
okay.
one. Okay.
Not the
Could have been
worst.
worse.
Yeah, not the worst, but not the best for Jason. He's going to be able to play QI somewhere next turn. Back to Tunnicliffe, who I'm surprised hasn't played Flume yet. I guess he was probably just seeing if he had an 8-letter word available to him through the tiles that were just opened up. But there we go.
Yeah,
9 minutes.
I presumed the Flume was going to get played in 1 second, but it took about, I think it was 58 seconds.
Which is a good amount of time. 1 minute per turn. But let's see.
It's still efficient.
Lots of weird stuff left. So there's that first R. So with an I, seems great. All right, that's not bad. Not bad. Jason probably just going to play QI somewhere and move on with his life.
I don't know about that, actually. I'm so worried about the stacks underneath Hex. That's like the one major spot to score without bingoing on this board. WORT plays for 42 right now. QI is going to bail out next turn with QI and ID at least, or QI and QI on top of Tempi. I think I'd take away the spot for Matt to score a lot of points right now. There's still bingo lines through the T and Advent, from the C or T and Lection, and underlapping Flume. This board's going to stay open. I like Wart here.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Totally spaced on that spot still being available. I think I was just dreaming of Jason having played Lino Cut last turn. Wart looks great to get rid of that R, but maybe just WO and hope you don't duplicate your R's and play QI next turn. And that seems a little bit more standard, but I definitely like adding the two consonants. Yeah, WO.
I would play 2 more tiles here. I would try to draw either the U or the blank. The U is going to give me a lot more flexibility. The blank obviously could win me the game. I would go for turnover, but this makes a lot of sense too. I think the big thing is you've got to pounce on that spot before Matthew gets there.
Yeah, now what do you do if you're Matthew? Your letters are decent, but you don't want to slow down and try to like fish off a W and an R. I don't even know where you would do that. I think you're going to want to score some points, but the best way to score points is underneath the BO of Bouge, opening up those 3 triple word scores on the bottom row. So I don't know. Maybe you play something like weird to the D in Advent, making id and ray. What are you thinking here, Matt?
Oh man, yeah, weird down to the D initially makes more sense to me. I don't want to play beneath Bouge unless I've got like a C or a V in my hand. I'm just scared of getting crushed. But that's what Matthew did.
He is not scared at all. I mean, the aggression, it's obviously not super easy to underlap that R. You need an E and another vowel if you want to go leftwards, and you need to overlap or underlap the BE / the OW. And it turns out that Jason has none of that available to him right now, and he's just going to have to leave the spot open.
No punish available at all, and he's forced to play QI in this spot instead. Big swing.
Yeah, still a close game. Jason now at 340. Matt's 359. Still a blank unseen. Matt has not drawn one of those remaining E's. What has he got? 1 bingo.
So he set up Cirsoid. Cirsoid is a valid 7. It does not take the back S. So Cirsoids, what Mac has set up on his rack, is not the bingo that plays right now. This could be a huge blunder if he pulls the trigger on it. There is a bingo available.
Oh, wow. I see now. Yes, Cirsoid. And those oid words, Matt, I mean, for me, I've looked at that list before, and there tends to be a good amount of logic behind what OID word takes an S and what doesn't. I think it happens to be, okay, wow. Just such a quick and amazing call to play Sistroid. Beautiful find. Super low probability. This is why Tunnicliffe is one of the best in the world.
But this is not game over. Jason has drawn into his own bingo, and as we mentioned, this board wide open. Jason's bingo going to play as well. Rorting, Rorting, the only playable bingo for Jason here, plays beneath Flume for 64. This one's not quite done. There are 14 unseen tiles right now, so Jason's bingo will empty the bag, and a really inflexible rack for Matthew makes this game interesting, but that seems to be flexible enough that he's probably going to be able to hold on and win. Rorting, though, coming down from Jason. We'll see. The blank is in the bag. Jason's going to draw it. We'll see what he can threaten.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, would have been just a shot in the dark to hopefully draw that blank with some flexible tiles. Fully emptying the bag here with Rorting, but Tunnicliffe is in a winning position. Jason's going to draw 1 too many vowels, and Matt's going to be able to go out in 2 and take this one. But he's obviously going to make sure that he's tracked correctly. Obviously going to make sure that there's no huge play that he's missing. But once again, there were lots of chances for Jason to threaten wins here. If he had just drawn one of those R's instead of that second A that he's just pulled, things would have gotten very, very interesting. So definitely have to bingo and empty the bag with Rorting, but not quite what Jason needed in this endgame.
Matthew is the player who studies. He's made like mnemonics and little stories up in his head to figure out which ing words take an S on the back. I think he has one for every letter, so he just picks the letter C and then has a little story about every 4 and 5 letter word that takes ing and then takes an S behind it. I'm sure he's got a similar system to keep those OIDS words straight. That was so smart of him. I'm putting in some racks, and Matthew could have lost this game if he drew a little bit worse. If he left the blank in the bag and did not draw both of those E's, I think he would have lost this game, but he's able to threaten ARVEE underneath Drew, and that's a slam dunk going to win the game. Different draw from Jason, though, and he could have stolen this one away late.
Yeah. again, just coming down to pretty much the final draw, just like the last game between Adam Logan and David Nwabor. Very close stuff in the end. Jason gave himself the best chance possible with Rorting. Just too little too late, though. Just a bunch of winning plays for Tunnicliffe, who's ahead already in this endgame. He just needs to make sure his tracking is correct, make sure there's nothing lurking. I'm going to run the numbers, actually. I'm going to run the numbers to see how likely it was for Jason to win this game. It's probably going to take a while, but after Rorting, we have the technology. Actually, no, we don't have the technology. Never mind. We don't have the technology. Forget I said anything. We're going to try to run the end games, but I'm thinking it was probably around like a 1 in 5 chance Jason winning there. In any case, Matt, another great game. Saw Tunnicliffe in action. We saw a beautiful 100-point davening. Some great plays on Jason's end. A couple of misses, but that's what makes the difference at this level. That's why Tunnicliffe is rated 2,100.
2,100,
winning
man.
pretty much every event he signs up for.
Just an absolute master of the game to be 2,100. It is so hard to get that high, but Matthew has shown exactly what you have to do. You have to know Glazin and be certain of it. You have to back out of Cersoids and play Sistroids instead. I think his play of Eulons was one of the coolest plays we're going to see on stream all tournament. Maybe Urinils, as you mentioned, but I love the idea to hold onto the X. Not many people are going to slow down, recognize the power of that tile on this board, and hold it back. That was Galaxy Brain for Matthew, and that small edge is probably going to be the difference in this game.
Yes, indeed. And this game 4 of the day, game 7 of the tournament, is going to take us into the lunch break. So we're going to have around an hour of a break between rounds after this. But we will be back. Same team, same peeps, me and Matt. We'll be back at 2:45 p.m. once this game concludes, once we once again ask you to please like and subscribe this video, this live stream. Visit letsplayscrabble.com for all upcoming tournament information and current tournament information. The standings are pinned to this chat as well. Thank you, everybody, for watching on YouTube. There's just way more to come. Tournament isn't even halfway over.
This afternoon, we will be bringing you action from the NWL division, 4 games, rounds 8, 9, 10, and 11. And tomorrow morning at 9:30, we'll continue with our coverage. It's going to be a mix. We'll go to wherever the exciting action is and the good matchups tomorrow. But it will be me and Josh the rest of the way, and hopefully you too. Hopefully we see you this afternoon and tomorrow morning for the culmination of the Canadian Scrabble Classic. Should be a good one.
Yeah, and I should check the weather out in beautiful Belleville, Ontario, where I am right now, Montreal. I don't know why I keep on talking about the weather, but that's just me. I love weather. I'm obsessed with it. Ubeika comes down. Still a wintry day here in Montreal, and probably similar down in Belleville. Maybe one day I'll get to visit if the Scrabble Classic stays there. So Juve leaving ERR in multiple spots. Not the absolute best play, but it gets the job done. Jason, his best option is to burn his blank, play a 4 and AG in the top right, and that'll bring him to 440 to 450 to get those scores updated.
I just checked the weather in Belleville. It's -9 Celsius with a low of -22. That's 16 Fahrenheit with a low of -7. And I'm sitting here in San Antonio where it's going to get to 84 Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius today. I don't know if I want to move up north anymore, man. It feels kind of crazy.
Really not that bad. The snow makes it warmer and more beautiful, and we get to hibernate. There we go. Sorry about that. Scores are updated now, 450 to 404. And Jason to make an endgame play that he knows is not going to be good enough. probably just making sure there isn't some 5-vowel, 8-letter word that's somewhere deep in his mind palace that would steal this game away from Matt Tunnicliffe.
Is there any way he could? I only see ERR in 2 spots. Is there a third out?
ERR plays
Oh yeah, up
under
at the top. Yeah, up at
underneath
the top.
RO rotating.
So yeah, if you can't stop Matthew from going out, you just got to play. This is his second best option. Faiella with a blank J is really hard to think of, but it plays underneath roaring. It's going to make it 4 points closer, but picking at nothing here. The game's done at this point.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't see that one. That's beautiful. That wouldn't actually have been the best play after RV, which was Tunnicliffe's best play in the end game last turn, because it would have given back UR for 18 points. Yeah, ERR here for 10, highest scoring outplay for Tunnicliffe. And final 464 to 440, so 2 very close games in the last 2 rounds between some of the strongest players in the field. And this was going to put Matt Tunnicliffe to 5-1-1. Let's have a listen to see if there's anything these guys have to say after this game.
Yeah. I mean, we had a bit of a lead going into our last 2 full rounds there, so yeah. I mean, I had high score plays here and here, but it wasn't enough.
You needed a higher scoring. This was nice, but if you hit something from the sea, it's an end game for sure.
Yeah. Didn't see anything else there.
This is questionable. Holding on the X on this turn. Could have done like X-rays or Xylans.
Exactly, yeah, Xylans.
The X was like worth 50 points in so many spots on this board.
Right, yeah.
I was like, no, I'm going to pull something out to you and just bank the X next turn.
Yeah.
I gave up like 30 points, so questionable.
Yeah, and still ended up hitting there, so
Yeah.
worked out, I guess.
Alrighty. That was Matt Tunnicliffe, Jason Ubeika having a little bit of a post-mortem conversation after this banger of a game. I think we are going to set Matt Tunnicliffe up for an interview here shortly before lunch, and then take a nice long break. Give everyone the chance to touch grass, breathe a little bit. I'm certainly gonna have some nice food. Don't worry, the temperatures don't prevent people from going outside and getting some food, Matt. If that's what you're worried about in the winter.
I'm not worried about food. I think some hot poutine right now would be exactly what these players need to warm up after all that abysmal cold. But I'm more excited to get Matthew Tunnicliffe on stream. Chat, if you have any questions you want us to ask, we got a small delay, so now's the time to drop them in. I know specifically I want to ask about the Ulan's turn, because I loved the way Matthew approached that. And I want to ask about Cirsoid, Cirsoids. Was he certain on that? Was he baiting us? Was he debating that turn a little bit? But any other questions you have for Matthew Tunnicliffe, drop them in chat. We'll try to get them in before we let everybody go for lunch break.
Yeah, I agree. There's so many interesting positions to ask Matt about. Jason played phenomenally as well this game. But yeah, Tunnicliffe was just a little bit more solid and I guess surgical in his decisions. So yeah, we love to see it. This is the sort of Scrabble that we've come to expect from players like Matt Tunnicliffe, Adam Logan, and I can't imagine that we're not going to see more of both of them. So before this interview, once again, love to thank the hosts of this live stream and this tournament, the Canadian Scrabble Classic. Let's Play Scrabble. Visit their website, letsplayscrabble.com, more information about the upcoming events, one of which is in my hometown of Montreal. Really excited for that one. And the second of which, Albany, New York, July 4th, potentially biggest North American prize pool ever, depending on how many people sign up for this tournament. I am absolutely going to study hard and look forward to this upcoming event. Sponsored by, of course, Bob Lynn and by WGPO. In any case, Matt, I don't know. Like, I'm really, really excited for the rest of the games. I'm glad to be back commentating. Usually, you'll find me playing and messing up a little bit, but great to be here in the hot seat and be able to mess up with no consequences. But yeah, we're
Being in
ready.
the booth
We're ready to
would be easier.
interview Tunnicliffe here.
And let's cut over to Matthew Tunnicliffe and ask him about the game. Again, surgical precision as we've come to expect from him. Matthew, this is Matt Canik, joined by Josh Sokol in the booth. Congrats on that big win. There were some really cool positions there, and we want to ask you about some of them. But first, can you just give us a general overview of how you felt that game?
Yeah, every turn it felt like I wasn't making the best play. A lot of turns just didn't have an obvious play available, so that's why my time got so low. But towards the end, I started to feel more confident.
Yeah, there were some really tough turns. We were all just baffled by that ape turn where you just played the A and the E. There was nothing better, and we're all like, there's nothing to do but what? And like Josh and I both agreed that's probably what you have to do, but that felt like such a surrender cobra turn. Talk to us about that one.
I mean, the best play is ape, but like 4 minutes sooner, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, frustrating. Couldn't see anything. I kept looking for a play to the T, even like a 16 pointers to get my B on one of these double letter scores. It wasn't there. Like I looked at Piba here, I looked at Beta here. Everything gave up a triple, and it's like, am I really opening up a triple for 16 or 18 points? So in the end, I guess I'm holding on to the B, which is never something I'm happy to do, but at least I limited the damage from his Z, which I guess would have destroyed me with a lot of my opening plays. So it worked out.
Yeah, next in line was that davening position. So maybe slightly better would have been advening. Not really a big deal there. But the fact that you found that 100-pointer with that weird N hook on Glaze. How quickly did you see that, and did you take some time to make sure you weren't making that up?
Didn't see it immediately, and then when I did see it, it was a bit of a, all right, that's too good to be true moment. So I thought about it for a good minute and a half. Again, like my time management was really poor, but for a critical position like that, I'm like, let me slow down and make sure I'm not making this up. Glazing is one of those words whenever I anagram, I always type in something else. So just wanted to make sure that that was not a fake word. And yeah, it didn't even occur to me to look for a better bingo, but I guess there was one.
I mean,
maybe nothing there.
But yeah, nothing to really fault you for there. We really like Advent, just not fishing, not playing a little bit shorter because you have the lead. We loved pretty much every play you made, but let's talk about that critical moment where you decided against cashing your X and played Ulans. What were you thinking, and why was it that you sacrificed so many points?
Yeah, that was a really tough one, and I knew that was going to be controversial. So the X is gold on this board. Like I had this spot here, spots parallel to davening, spots underneath schools. Like the X was guaranteed 50 points next turn. So I kind of didn't mind holding on to it. Like I saw Xylans and X-rays for a lot of points, but I'm keeping this U. I'm not really thrilled about that. And I'm like, well, I can kind of get some points with the U this turn with U lands, and the X is guaranteed scores next turn. Like if I could have done a little better to get the Y on this double letter, that would have been perfect. So I don't know. Maybe Xylans is what I'm supposed to do, but keeping U R with 5 R's in the bag didn't feel very good.
Yeah, that was the one downside of that play. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I don't know. This washed up has been thought that was fantastic. The X, as you said, so powerful on the board, and a lot of people blitz play X-ray or Xylans there, but I really feel like that's the play that won you this game more than anything else. I thought that was phenomenal Scrabble. We wanted to ask about one more. You baited us at first. From the C, you set up Cirsoids and then backed out of it and played Sistroids. Do you think that's a word? Was there any certainty, or were you trolling us in chat?
That was, as they say, some theatrics to keep your job interesting.
So you knew all along. You were just playing us. Sorry. That's
of
kind of what I
course.
suspected.
Yeah, of course.
Amazing. Yeah. That's what we come to expect from you. Really awesome job. Created some content. Really interesting game. You played absolutely like hands down amazingly. Yes, of course the time was a problem, but I think you used your time very well in the positions that mattered. I wouldn't be too worried. So yeah, congrats again on that win. I think you're close to being in first place. You've yet to play Adam. So what do you expect in the next few games after lunch?
Probably a scheduled loss against Adam, and then I'll try to win the other 3.
The confidence. We love it.
All right,
Well,
man. Thanks so much for talking
point
with us,
out to
and have a good lunch, and best of luck for the afternoon games.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that was the winner of this game, Matthew Tunnicliffe, who is now 5 wins, 1 loss, and 1 tie going into the afternoon games of the Canadian Scrabble Classic. I'm Josh Sokol, here with Matt Canik. We can look at the standings and then bid you farewell for around an hour while we reassess our, what was I trying to say? Just eat, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to put food in our body. So look at that. Matthew Tunnicliffe in first place now with the big win. Unfortunately, dropped his average score. He scored 468 in that last round win and decreased his average points. He is on fire. And Adam Logan at 5-2. Of course, Matthew just mentioned he's got a scheduled loss to Adam after lunch. This one's going to be interesting. Of course, we'll pivot away from this to NWL for the afternoon session, and I expect to show some more call-ins tomorrow as long as this thing is close at all. And boy, it's shaping up to be close. So there's CSW standings. We'll tease in the NWL standings before the next break. But this commentator, and I'm sure our other commentator, and especially Josh Greenway on the ground, are looking to eat some lunch. So we will pick up in NWL land right here after the break. I'm going to shut up, stop talking, and let you get away from your chairs now. Josh, any last words?
Yeah, well, we see the NWL standings. Thank you so much to the producer behind the scenes, as well as Josh Koff for creating these LPS advanced stats. Current leader in the NWL Division A is Hank Hees. Definitely been getting extremely good at Scrabble with the help of his coach, Mac Meller. And Ryan Chapita right behind, 9 points of spread between the two of them. Chris Sykes in third place with a huge spread advantage. So things are going to be interesting. Can't wait to see who we have paired up. But for now, this is me, Josh Sokol, joined by Matt Canik. We'll be back after the break. And have a good lunch, Matt. See you in a bit.
65 minutes. We'll see y'all there. Adios. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that lunch break. Hope you got some fresh air or the ability to touch grass or at least some nice food. Matt Canik and Josh Sokol back in the booth bringing you the remainder of this tournament, the Canadian Scrabble Classic from Belleville, Ontario. We're going to show all NWL this afternoon, 4 games from our NWL field. And let's go ahead and cut over to the standings just to get everybody caught up and see where we're at. But a lot of strong players in this field. Up top, Hank Hees at 6-1, Ryan Chapita also 6-1, just 9 spread points behind, and each of those two gentlemen have really taken their game to the next level over the last year or two. Josh, thanks for carrying the stream beginning to end. We really appreciate having you and all your wisdom here. Give us a little scouting report on Hank Hees.
Hank Hees, 6'4", something like 175. Sorry. He's a really tall guy. He's been moving up the ranks really quick. He's been getting lessons from none other than Mac Meller. So yeah, he's been learning from the best. He's gotten really good. He's been studying. He knows what's up. And I'm not surprised to see him in the lead so early.
And Hank, he's going to have a big task in his first game, but we're not going to show that one. We'll show Hank in the second round today. Our first game is going to feature Jason Lee and Chris Sykes. Jason Lee has been a top-level player for a decade, and Chris Sykes, we've seen from the Eye in the Sky, has been a beast on the words for a while, and his strategy has really started to come together over the last year or two. He's shown a lot of improvement. We saw Chris break the rating 2000 for the first time here on a Let's Play Scrabble stream a few months ago. He has been playing some rock solid Scrabble, but Jason is going to be a tough matchup. I am so stoked for this one. Look at that score for Chris Sykes, 456.9 in NWL play. Josh, tell the audience what that score means.
It means he's been killing it, and his losses have been very small. His wins humongous. So yeah, that's very, very impressive. We'll see if he can hold that up against the top seed in the division, Jason Lee, who's not had the greatest start. Still definitely very much in it at 4-3. He came so close in 2014 to winning the National Scrabble Championship, but lost to Conrad Bassett-Bouchard in the final round. And this is my mentor. This guy. I'm biased towards Jason. He has taught me pretty much everything I know, and I'm looking forward to see what he's got planned in this game. So if the players are ready, let's take it and show us the game.
Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Nice handshake. Chris with the advantage to go first. But I'm stoked for this game either way. Both of these players, so fun to watch. So good at the words, so good at the game. We're in for a treat.
All right, Chris first gets the advantage there. Slight advantage. Not as strong in the NWL lexicon, something like 15 points, but we see a blank. Are we going to see any vowels? No vowels.
Nope.
So this is going to be a very quick exchange.
What would you exchange down to here, Josh? I think some players would keep NRS, some just RS, and some just S to go with that blank. What would you hold?
RS blank, I think, is what makes the most sense here. I think it'll maximize the scores of the bingos that you draw into next turn without leaving too much room for drawing too many consonants. But NRS blank is what Chris chooses. He's going to need at least a vowel here to bingo next turn, but all of these options are extremely close. It's close. It's close enough that it's a stylistic choice.
And then Jason with the immediate counter exchange 7, GGOOTTQ. Absolutely should not play through with something like go-go. You've got to exchange. And I like just throwback 7, whatever. Here's Chris again. He picks up PEV to go with NRS blank. And this is kind of one of those drawbacks. If you only draw one vowel and your opponent doesn't give you a second vowel, you're not going to bingo very often this turn. It's rough. Chris going to be stuck between pervs or just perv. 26 versus 18. Josh, would you put the S down for 8 extra points?
I think so. Jason just exchanged 7 letters. That means his rack is close to random. I wouldn't be worried about floating that S. I'd be more interested in setting it up for myself. The problem with this play is there's also an O hook of Pervo, which Chris is giving Jason, and so he's not going to be able to necessarily use the hook himself next turn.
Yeah, generally I say never put that S on the star on the first turn unless it's a JQXZ that you're going to hit on the double letter score. But in this instance, I might have done so for exactly the reasons you said. Perv has the second back hook, even a Y as well. And I like putting the S on the star if I'm threatening to bingo next turn. I want that 80 pointer down to the S or down from the S, but very, very subtle. I wouldn't call this a mistake, just a stylistic decision. But Jason, after his exchange 7, has drawn not 1, not 2, but 3 of the O's he needs. And he's got to figure out whether he wants to play O-ball or Lobo. It looks like he's going with Lobo here. O-ball does have a number of back hooks, E, I, and S. So I like this play. What say you, Josh?
Not only that, but playing upwards is going to prevent plays with pervos. So I really like this decision. Jason knows that Chris exchanged 4 and then played perv, so he's probably somewhat strong. Likely that he has an S, so I really like this decision to move the play upwards and not give back so much.
All right, so Chris now threatens bingos on this turn, but I don't know that bingoing is actually correct. I'll go ahead and call him out here. I know people don't like when I spoil it, but for discussing the play, we're going to do it. Highest scoring bingos for Chris are 72. Play through the O in Lobo, things like manholes and handsome. But he has non-bingos available. Haven through that V is 38, holding MS blank. I think you passed the bingo here. What do you think, Josh?
I agree. I mean, the placement of menorahs is ridiculous. Floating that S in the triple lane. Manholes slightly better, but only 72 points. Same with handsome. I really like passing up the bingo here, taking some points, and Haven does a great job of setting that S up once again, threatening massive bingos next turn.
A third non-bingo option, there's Haven, there's Maven, which I think is just inferior in all ways, and then there's also HAMES as a quadruple overlap, making pervos. That's 44, holds N blank, but I don't think it does what you're looking to do to the board. So this is a tough turn for Chris. He's going to really need to test his word knowledge. He's going to look for stacks alongside Lobo. We've got the anagrammars, we've got the engines up. There are no bingos that smash that spot, but it certainly feels like there's one. Chris is going to spend some time here, but he's really good at the words. He's eventually correctly going to come to the conclusion that he's got none of the overlaps. I am curious if he pulls the trigger on a bingo or if he holds it back. Big turn.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, Chris is a very fast player normally. He likes to make quick snap decisions in a lot of circumstances, but this situation, when you have such good letters, it really just feels like you have something using the Pervo, hitting a triple, or just making Pervos. It really feels like there's much better than just an 8-letter word through the O. So I would take, I mean, personally, I'd take a long, long time here just making sure I'm not missing something. And I would not feel good with whatever conclusion I come to. I mean, sure, scoring 44 points with Hames is great, keeping N blank. Haven, I mean, the plays do a lot of good, but it just feels like there's a bigger killer blow here, and it just isn't there, just because of the placement of Logo.
Yeah, this is a killer turn. I mean, if I were in this situation, I'd have my score sheet out. I'd be writing down every single 7 I can find. There were 4 7s in that rack for Chris, if you want a little puzzle at home. But Chris is opting to play Hames. I do like the decision to pass the bingo, but I would have held on to the S and played a Haven there. Probably a small misplay from Chris, but we'll see. If he draws a bingo next turn, this is going to pay off, putting the points on the board now.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that this is wrong. I mean, it just does something a little bit different. It keeps the board really tight. And yeah, there's no need necessarily to be so aggressive. I would have played Haven myself, but I wouldn't call this a mistake. I mean, and very quickly as well. It was played by Chris Sykes. I'm very impressed with that. They're
The biggest thing I think is
here.
in 7 minutes. Go ahead, Josh.
Sorry, I said I think they're correcting the score. They've stopped the clocks. It's Jason's turn, and he has 1 Y too many here. So he's probably thinking about, is it worth just playing it? Yalm for 16? There's no bingos here. You need a couple of floating letters that aren't there. And yeah, I wonder what he's going to come up with here, because he can play a little bit longer, score a little bit more, play something like Toy alongside LA and H. But I don't know. Is it worth fishing here? I don't think so.
You want to think about the floaters available, and there's just not a lot of lines. A GINORT, most of the time you're going to draw bingo ending in ING, and I think those just get obstructed so frequently next turn. I'm not convinced by the 1 tile Y fish here. I think I'd be looking to play a little bit longer, and the question is, do I play Toy, making Ho and Lay, or do I play Goy? I think I'd actually play Toy. I like keeping the G only in this one instance. GINR feels okay. TINR also okay, but Goy, I believe, was put back in. Toy seems a little stronger to me, but it's splitting hairs.
Yep. Engine agrees it's extremely close. I think the one benefit to keeping INRT and playing Goy would be that the E in Pervos is fresh and open for business, and a lot of bingos that you draw will end in E. But yeah, keeping the ING together, I usually say don't do it, especially when there's no clear way to play an ING word, but very, very strong. RING is a great lead.
Yeah, we'll see. This is a big turn. A lot of people, I think, would play Yom here. I think you want to put a few more points on the board. I just see GINORT going wrong sometimes, pretty frequently on this board, actually.
Yeah, and regardless of what Jason does, I do not think that he's going to be blocking Rekindle, that E in Pervos. There might even be something better than that. But yeah, Chris is going to take a very nice lead, and we'll have to see what Jason draws if he's able to bounce back.
All right, so Toy, this is the kind of decision we expect from players like Jason. I like this play a lot. Keep the G only in this instance. The G is a pretty bad tile in Scrabble, but with that exact combination, it's actually pretty good. I like this, and I also like Chris's decision to bingo quickly here. You can't get caught up spending a lot of time. Rekindle, I believe, coming down from Chris. 1 of 5 89-point bingos available to him on this turn. Though some of them are the same word, just in different places. Rekindle the play.
Yeah, very nice, very quick. And interestingly, he makes the blank an R in a position which would normally be a little bit dangerous. Load an R up there, but Jason kept an R on his play, so that means he's not going to be able to hit one of those triples. He's going to have to play something like Souring making lays, but there's also grunions through the N of rekindle, which looks a little bit safer.
Souring and lays 69, grunions through the N and rekindle 80 or 68. Those are the only two bingos available for Jason. He'll look at that E, he'll look at the R, he'll make sure there's nothing better. And I'm actually pretty curious to see which one of these he chooses. They're very equivalent to me. You want to make absolutely certain you know the hook or the lack of hook on souring. I'd hate to put this floating potential nebulous S hook out there unless I know that sourings is no good. And I'll spoil it, sourings is no good. You don't have to look it up. But if there's any doubt at all on sourings, you got to play grunions here, I think.
And sweetings is good, right? So that's a little bit confusing. And saltings? I don't know about salting. I'll look those things up.
Is good. Sweetings is good. Saltings is good, but sourings is not. Scrabble dilemma is perpetual here. Souring does take an extra and wanted an extra layer of confusion on top of all of that too.
Yeah, sometimes the dictionary throws you a curveball. I think both players will not attempt sourings. It just doesn't look right. But I mean, I love sour foods. Why not? Why can't there be more than one souring?
Yeah, I mean, in Collins, there can be more than one souring, but in NWL, there can't. I think both of these players have dabbled in Collins, at least at some point in their tournament career. And I know Jason's the type of player who will take calculated risks. If he's down in this game and he feels he needs to try that word, he'll certainly pull the trigger on it. Some players are so ashamed to play phonies or so scared to play phonies. Jason's not one of those people. If he needs to roll the dice, he will.
Yeah, totally agree with that assessment. Very, very dynamic player. Jason always knows when to take those risks. Whether they pay off or not is a different story, but he's got a great sense of when to pull the trigger on something he's maybe unsure of or knows is not a word. Chris, same. I think Chris tends to phony a decent amount for the level that he plays at, but he really knows when to play words he's unsure of. So with the double challenge rule this morning, we were playing with the 5-point challenge rule, the double challenge rule. Very, very difficult to challenge words because you risk losing a turn. So you have to be pretty sure that your opponent's played a phony. As we see BAP choice by Chris, a little bit fishy.
Little bit fishy. I'd play apt in that same spot, but go down and hit TOM. Apt is 24, this just 17, and the B's not a great tile, but ABIL I feel like is not 7 points weaker than AILT. Although with an E and an R in space, AILT can go well frequently. Let's see what he draws. FW's not going to do it.
No, not quite. But yeah, the ABLE possibility to that E and rekindle, I think, definitely made the choice for me of playing apt instead. But yeah, if this is a mistake, it's not a huge one. Back to Jason here, who has drawn the Z. And I am saying Z, even though we're playing in the North American lexicon this time. But you know, you gotta be as Canadian as possible on this stream. You see all those
Canadian Scrabble Classic.
What do you do here, Matt? This is weird.
It's a brutal turn. Okay, so the engine has spoiled a cool option here for me. I'm not going to take credit for this idea, but engine has one play simming 2 points up, and that is the strange 18-point human to the N and souring. Josh, I'll let you tell everybody why that jumps to the top of a sim.
That's such a funny play because it's such an unhuman play to make. Opening a double-double, not keeping bingo tiles, keeping the Z. The reason you want to play human to that N and souring, because it sets up the Z. So that A will make za, and you already have the N for zin, and that's 43 points. Not guaranteed, but pretty close to it with a very nice S as the cherry on top if you hit your setup. So that's a crazy play. I love it. I wonder if he sees it. He's seen it.
Oh,
what a great find. This is the perfect dynamic play when you're down here.
One other sick option here that kind of does similar things in a different quadrant. To the K, he can play Unmask. That plays off 5 tiles, scores better. It's 26. He would need to draw an E, but he'll threaten ZEE to the E and rekindle for 60-something. So it's a little bit of a gamble to go up there. Human, you guaranteed hold Zin unless it gets blocked. Fun turn from Jason, but he's a creative player. He's the type who's going to spot those unhuman options. He's the type who's going to set himself up and not just ride that equity train. So I love watching Jason in the booth. This is a cool play.
Yeah, he's considering it. He's looking at the risks. I think the one thing is not liking the fact that souring can be overlapped. If Chris has an E, he can play something with RE. I think Jason's a little bit worried that his setup will be foiled by a play like that. But turns out, according to the computer, it's certainly worth doing.
I don't know. Unmask looks really strong too. You threaten plays from the double letter on the far right or far left side of the board, underneath it, or ZEE if you draw it next turn. So I mean, you got to draw the E, but there's 10 of them in the bag and just 60 unseen. You're probably going to get at least one. Unmask is cool. Human is cool. But I think a lot of players would look to play the Z in this instance, and I don't think that's the right course of approach. There are just not good Z options on this turn.
Yeah, and another thing, I mean, Human also sets up Humane. I think maybe Jason is looking at it again, but the upside is so high. Even if he doesn't get his setup, he's going to be able to score really well with the Z in most cases. And he can also draw huge plays like Sizier and Sizing, making Humans and GI. So I think that's why that play is performing best in a simulation, but it's very difficult to make.
Sozine, Sozine, also a possibility. There's lots of stuff he could draw for 90 next turn, and Zin feels like it's going to happen a lot of the time. Jason has pulled back from Human. He looked for something else.
Playing it in the wrong spot. This is mentioned in the chat. Maybe that's why he was so hesitant. I felt like had he seen it to the end and souring, he would have been a lot more willing to drop that on the board. But this one doesn't set up the Z as strongly. So yeah, maybe a little bit of a miss there.
Oh man. All right. Well, Human still sets up a lot of threats. I mean, if he draws an I or an E, he's got Zins or Zens above Human. He'll probably be able to catch that. Oh my goodness, he's definitely going to crush that. Oh, there's 2 Ns though. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's great.
Huge drop.
That's amazing. Yeah, he's certainly going to bingo next turn with something like Zinnia's making the blank an I. But back to Chris, who has a 34-point lead, probably feeling pretty good. And he's just going to want to, I think, get rid of the W and the F if he can. He's deciding to, I like this play a lot, play Wafting. He could also play Flawing, which might be a little bit better, keeping the T instead of the L. But both plays seem very, very good here. Flawing would actually have given Jason Za, so that's a good thing he chose this one.
Yeah, also 1 L unseen versus 4 T's unseen. I think you actually want to put the T on the board. I'd have played Witan above Human, Witan. That's 36, but it's very natural to try to play off WF together if you've got them both. I think this is reasonable from Chris as well.
Indeed, yeah. Witan looked pretty strong. Sort of a weird spot to play that word in, but I think I would have done that too. I like getting rid of both the clunkers. And so Jason's seen Zinnia's. He also has Zins for 56 making SH, but I think that's far too risky. I don't think you want to put that Z in the triple lane like that. There's also fanzines through the E and Rekindle, which looks pretty strong. That also opens a triple. What are you choosing here, Matt, and why?
Oh man, I'm choosing to spend time on this turn. If I know and see fanzines, that's a great play. 86, Zins is 56. And there's also one other potential non-bingo option. That's Nazi above Wafting for 38, holding NS blank. All of these feel great to me. And it's good to have an embarrassment of riches like this. The one thing I don't like about Zins for 56 is so often I get hit back for 45 plus through the Z that I've put out in space. And I don't want to give Chris a big counter unless his counter is going to give me a killer bingo score. That's unlikely to happen. So I think in this instance, I'm going to pull the trigger on one of the bingos, Zinnia's or fanzines, though which one is really hard to. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, fanzines is more defensive. Jason is going to be taking a small lead here, but I don't know. It gives a lot back. But Jason tends to opt for more defensive placements when he can, and this does score one more point. So, I mean, every point matters.
Every point matters, and you look at that triple word square exposed with the overlaps above fanzines, but I'm not actually super worried about that spot. There's a lot of opportunity to score on this board. I think it's going to stay open for a few more turns. I'm not worried about a cheap 30-pointer up there. Fine, play it. I'll play down from the W next turn or play on top of human. Lots of opportunity. Just grab the points. I do like this, and Chris wasting no time. This play 13.5 above any other option. He's played it in 32, 33 seconds. Efficient machine from Chris.
Yeah, very, very smart and quick play. I would have done the same. And yeah, we like this. Jason drawing almost into tuxedos. We saw the play of tuxedos in a previous streamed game, but Jason one letter off. But a nice draw.
Nice draw. It's going to give us an interesting turn. Lots of places to cash the X for a decent score on this board. XU beneath fanzines, making AX and NU is an option that feels okay until you consider Chris can drop pretty much any 3-letter word he wants above it for a good score next turn. And because of that, I'd be looking to play something different. TUX on top of human feels very solid as well. EOST with 2 floating Ds down in space beneath witty with the place for me to bingo with rekindles next turn. This feels very strong. I think Tux the play for Jason right as he sets it up on his rack. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, Tux seems great. No need to keep those duplicate Ts and set yourself up for an even bigger play getting hit above Axe. So I think Jason's just looking maybe for something longer, something that's hidden in the position. But I think he's going to choose Tux if he sees it. He's definitely already had it lined up. And he's going to have good chances to bingo underneath the P of Pervos next turn.
Big turn from Jason. Let's check that bingo percentage. If he plays Tux, he's estimated about a 31% chance to bingo next turn. That seems to optimize his bingo percentage while limiting the counter plays. Yeah, good play here from Jason. And a bad draw from Chris. CGJVU all together at the same time. Goodness. Luckily, the presence of the 5-letter Volgo, VULGO, means this turn won't be a complete loss for Chris. But I'm curious if he's going to look to shed the J now, if he's going to unclog this rack with the play of unclog through the N and wafting, which looks pretty good as well. Do you play Volgo here? This is a tough turn, Josh. How would you look to approach?
Yeah, I'd take a while here too. Like, I'd probably see Volgo eventually, but it just looks so weird to keep the J and the C together. And Juco was just blocked for over 50. That must not feel very good to have just a 19-point option as your backup plan. I don't like unclog, keeping the J and the V. The V is one of the worst tiles in the bag. But there are tons of vowels left, so I think something like Volgo is not going to run into too much trouble most of the time. It just feels weird. Maybe just jig through the I in wafting or something like that. I really don't know. There's probably some interesting ways to like go for something. Like if you play Vig, maybe you're close to like jounced, but there's only one N left. Yeah, I don't really know. There's probably something interesting here, and it's based on the fact that there are tons of E's left and A's and R's. Maybe you're looking to draw one of those and get a big J play down the line.
Yeah, potentially if you played just the J and the G, you got a chance to draw into vacuole. You have to draw one of the E's, and you'd have to draw an A to go with it. But maybe that's something to think about here. Volgo, though, just feels so reasonable. Play off a bunch of these terrible tiles all at once. Go digging into that bag. But the JC, I don't think is going to synergize well with the 3 E's you're about to draw. We'll see how Chris draws here. Interesting turn. I can't tell you this is right or wrong, but you got to dodge some terrible draws here, and you're going to instead pick up OOQI. Oh my goodness. He missed every E in the bag. There are still 9 E's. This
But
is
he
crazy.
is threatening coin for 48, so that can't be bad.
Galaxy brain.
Yeah, this is too bad. Grouters doesn't quite fit through that U of Volgo for Jason. He wants to play off GOR, but there's so many E's left. Maybe he's just better off scoring a little bit more. I mean, he could play Frog for 12, but I certainly prefer something like Goner through that N and wafting. That scores a nice 23, keeping RST with so many E's to come.
Yeah, I think you need to play an E this turn if you can, and you want to try to put some points on the board. You are up by 2 right now. You've got some good stuff, and if you look at the unseen pool, bingos are unlikely to happen. So I think you start to think at this point, if you're Jason, I've got RST on my rack. I'm likely to bingo at some point in this game, and I don't know that he's ever going to hit one. As long as I score decent, I don't get caught up in the fishing trap, and I eventually get a bingo down, I'm going to win this game. This is a great choice.
Yeah, love to see it. It's not like it's the worst thing in the world to have more than one E, but with so many remaining so late in the game, I think this is a very, very good decision not to try too hard to bingo with REST. And we'll see what he draws, as coin is going to come down instantaneously.
Yeah, Junko plays in the same spot for 4 fewer points, but you've got to shed the Q. It is such a terrible tile. No U's left either. You've got to play coin here, and Chris wastes absolutely no time. Jason with the big pull, but he's not going to let us see it. ERSTT and 2 other tiles. Get your paperwork done. Don't let your rack distract you, and then come back and focus if you're Jason.
I think he's going to bingo. I believe in it.
CC?
R-E.
Right,
wow,
nothing.
Holy mackerel. That is so unfortunate. What do you do
Wow.
now?
I mean, you can afford to be patient here if you're Jason. You don't have to bingo now. That R at the top of the board and rekindle is not going to go away, so you can continue gunning for something up there. You just got to put more points on the board. Don't obstruct the D and the Y at the bottom. Don't obstruct the R at the top. I think a pretty standard play of tire, T-I-R-E, through the I and wafting. It's only 17, but you're not scoring well. And ERST is a pretty solid leave. Even if you pick up a second E, you're in good shape next turn. What do you think, Josh? Tire or spend some more time?
Definitely would spend a little bit of time here, but Jason under 10 minutes. He's still probably feeling good. He is down 23 now after coin, but his letters compared to what's unseen seems so vastly better than the average rack that Chris could have. And with a play like coin, Chris could be keeping anything. He could be keeping, he couldn't be keeping, I guess, 3 E's because he'd play equine, but he could pretty much have anything in that pool, and it doesn't have to be very good. What we do know is Chris's rack is somewhat balanced. 3 constants, 4 vowels, with 10 vowels left to draw in the unseen pool and only 6 consonants. So yeah, it's a good position still for Jason, but he must not be feeling that great. There's still chances to bingo from the R and rekindle through the D and witty, or maybe even through that Y. But yeah, he might not even bingo. He might just end up scoring his way to victory here with some bad pulls by Chris. So yeah, tire looks great here.
That's another, reason that you want to play Goner last turn instead of something like Frog. You want to keep scoring pressure on. If you bingo, you're going to win this game most of the time. But if you don't bingo, you can still win the game often enough. I mean, that pool is so unwieldy, so bad. And you're likely to get some low-scoring turns from Chris at some point. Jason's found the C and the W together, not what he was looking to do. But again, he can stay patient. He's got most of the good tiles left, a bunch of junk in the bag. We'll pivot back over to Chris. He leads by 6 points now, 305 to 299. Cajoled to the D in witty. Shuts down a lot of options all at once. This seems like a very strong play from Chris. But JIAO or JOLE play on top of fanzines for 42. Josh, are you looking to obstruct the board, or are you not ahead by enough to do that yet?
I don't know. I'd be really worried about keeping a lone eye with those unseen vowels. I think that because there is still the R from rekindle, I think that I'm more interested in taking the balance, keeping 2 consonants on my rack, and scoring a few extra points. But it's true that Cajoled looks very good visually to shut a lot down, and Chris might be able to afford next turn to block that R if it doesn't get taken immediately. So very interesting. We'll have to see what direction Christopher Sykes goes in, and whether he spots Jiao, which is always a tougher 4-letter word to spot overlaps with. But he probably will see Joel eventually. We'll have to see what he decides to do.
Oh, this is such a hard turn. I would try to knock out a lane here, even if I'm not certain to win this game after blocking. I think I'd be looking to obstruct the D. There's good ways to do it. Cajoled is the highest scoring way, but I think because of the number of vowels left unseen, you don't want to get caught up in trouble. You don't want to keep the lone I. I think maybe Jedi or Ejido, Ejido, better options, though they yield high-scoring plays potentially underneath. You need to make a read inference on Jason's last play, and if he plays Tire in that spot, like ERT is very likely to be on his rack. That scares me. I'd be blocking here, but this play is hard to sneeze at as well. In terms of sheer equity, this is clearly on top, and he spotted it.
Yeah, and this is a really tough spot now for Jason, who still doesn't have a playable bingo and now has fallen behind by 50 with 9 tiles left. I kind of wonder if he's going to make somewhat of a gambit play here and try to put an S onto wafting, which is not valid in the North American lexicon, or if he's just going to try and fish now that he has the opportunity to leave 2 spots open, which again is the biggest problem with playing Xiao, is that D and Witty is still open and that R and Rekindle is still open. So Jason can play off a W, maybe play off a C as well, and gun for one of those 2 spots.
I wonder if on Jason's last turn, he had the potential to play Ret beneath fanzines, making FE and ATT. That would open another bingo line starting with an R. So if he draws an 8 beginning with an R, it's guaranteed to hit between Rekindle, that R, and the new R he'd put in space. Maybe that was an option, but I think putting points on the board with Tire was the right thing to do in that instance. Jason counting the bag.
God.
This is so important. Go for it, Josh.
Chris Sykes has drawn fiercely out of nowhere, which plays to the Y and Witty, and I don't know. The only reasonable play that Jason has that blocks that is Strahd to the D, which just looks so totally wrong in this position. I don't see Jason blocking this fiercely play, and if Chris Sykes sees it, it's a normal word, it's a common English word, it's just a question of realizing that it's there. This is going to be game over. There's no coming back from that. What a crazy pull out of CEL for Chris Sykes.
Goodness. I mean, this is the difference in Scrabble. A lot of players play Joel up top. They don't see a bunch of vowels coming. They're in trouble here. But Chris took his time, found the right play, and draws fantastically into CEL. What an absolutely pivotal swing in this game. Fiercely is a gazillion. What, 98?
Yeah, it's just crazy. I think it's 101.
101.
That's
Yeah,
ridiculous. Like,
That's
what do you
Scrabble,
do
baby.
with your Jason? I really cannot see him blocking this Y for any reason. I mean, Strahd does score 38 points, and it does leave 3 in the bag, and there's a lot of problematic tiles. 6 E's still remaining, so perhaps Jason might think, okay, my best chance here is to come close, come within 10 points, leave a few tiles in the bag, and hope that Chris's rack is unwieldy enough that I'll be able to outmaneuver him in the end of the game. But I really don't know. Unless his spidey senses are tingling, I cannot see him playing Strahd.
Yeah, you're far more likely to try to open something else for yourself in this situation rather than looking to block. I mean, Strahd with Chris's exact rack is clearly correct, but when you don't have Chris on fiercely, Strahd just feels so odd. I'd be shocked if Jason makes that play.
He's down to under 5 minutes, so he's going to have to make a decision somewhat soon. But this is looking very, 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 very bad for Jason and pretty unfortunate. I mean, I was not foreseeing Chris Sykes drawing into a bingo with those unseen letters, but that's Scrabble. You never know.
I just don't know what he's supposed to do here. I mean, Strahd feels bad, but everything feels bad. I think he set up Wast on his board, or on his rack, WAST, making coins. But that just feels very weak here. Man.
Just looking
Brutal
at Pressway a
he
couple
doesn't
of
have
times.
time.
Sorry, Matt.
No, go ahead.
But he was looking at Crestway a couple of times, which is not a valid word, but seems somewhat plausible. But that would not last on the board, I don't think.
No, Chris would not let that go, I don't think. Especially not if it blocks fiercely. I mean, that's game one way or the other.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, yeah, Chris Sykes played extremely well this game. Definitely a couple of decisions were questionable, but I don't think he made any blunders. So, I mean, it's not like he lucked into this. I mean, so he kind of did. It's crazy. Pow for 8 comes down, and we're gonna see
Fishing for
either an
retraces.
insane miss of Fiercely or just very, very quick find of Fiercely by Chris
He's
Sykes.
fishing for retraces. If he draws the E, he gets exactly what he's looking for, but you can't have expected this.
Yeah, crazy.
Watch Jason's face. Okay. Sure. That's fine. He hasn't even looked at his draw yet to avoid giving the tell, but the tell's not going to change anything. This one feels done.
Yeah,
There's the E. You got it.
There's even one tile left in the bag after this play. It's just a very unfortunate loss. Jason Lee is going to go down to 4-4 midway through this tournament, so he's going to need a lot of luck to finish in first place after this game. I can't imagine that he's going to be able to lose any other games in the next while and still win the tournament. So, yeah, what to say? Crazy ending to this game. Jason's going to draw an A, go out next turn, but it's not going to be nearly enough. So retraces does come down.
Man, yeah, that huge. I want to point out Jason's last play. He fished for retraces on top, but he also drew into castered, Castered, on the bottom, an adjective meaning having casters. So if he drew the E he expected to draw, he was guaranteed to bingo. It was a great play from Jason that just doesn't work out in this iteration, as Chris has had the miracle draw.
Indeed. So 448 for Chris Sykes, 389 for Jason Lee. And Jason's got one tile left, bunch of places to play it. So it's up to Chris Sykes to see if he can't find a high-scoring play here. There are a couple 30-point options, but he doesn't even have to make a play. He could pass his turn. He's still going to win this game.
Any valid play wins, and no valid play also wins. Great position to be in. Great game we saw from both of these players. Chris navigating some awkward racks. Chris passing bingos on the second turn correctly. He's going to come out and win this game.
And yeah, not a surprise. Both these players are tremendous competitors. Chris doing a little bit better in this tournament, but it's still somewhat early. Still a lot of poison in the next few games that might happen. You can lose a game, you can win a game. This is Scrabble, and looking forward to the next matchup. We might be mixing it up. I'm not quite sure. I think we are going to be seeing Hank Hees, who was the leader in the previous round, versus who was it? Oscar Freire. I think that's who we're going to be featuring.
That'd be cool.
Here.
Oscar was number one on the leaderboard of most rating gained, so we'll see exactly how good he's gotten recently. I think Hank Hees is the plan next. Can you find 7 points for Jason's A? That's his highest scoring out.
Yeah, that'd be really nice just to drop that A.
There it is.
There we go.
Got it.
Very nice. Beautiful find. And
And
that'll
that's
be
it
it.
for this one. Short and sweet. 402 for Jason Lee, but 479 for Chris Sykes, who keeps his scoring onslaught going. He's averaging about 470 points a game. We'll test out that overhead mic and see what the players have to say.
I'm checking out a word. I hope it's not good. Let's see. If it's good, then I might give it to Louise, obviously. She's nice. Yeah, I have zinnias too. It's for us. So I was looking. Alright, so I'm okay. Yeah, this was unexpected really well, but I was looking. Yeah. Could play control.
We need to watch.
Traditional channel.
Oh, okay. You're gonna play a G or something?
Could play control.
Oh, cajole.
It's like CEL.
Oh, I see.
I saw all the vowels in the back. It's probably better to
I see.
get rid of some vowels. It's kind of like a block one.
That was the other one. That's why I didn't lock any of them. I was like, well, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed twice. There's so many E's left. I was like, okay, this will be too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right. That was Jason Lee, Chris Sykes talking about the game. Jason mentioned Crestway. Could we get maybe an interview with Chris Sykes if the next matchup isn't quite ready? That might be a good idea. But otherwise, we might run into a break. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll wait to hear from our production crew. We're going to cut back to us in the booth for a little bit while we try to get headsets fitted on these guys. But it was a cool game, a fast game. Lots of stuff to talk about, though, anyway. And one more done, but several more yet to come from Belleville. We'll see if we can get Chris Sykes on the interview after this one. Josh, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think's going to win?
After that game, I'm betting on Sykes. Honestly, beating the top seed like that in pretty good fashion. He must be feeling good about that game. The momentum is so important in short tournaments like this. And we'll see. I don't know. Hank Hees might surprise all of us. Ryan Chapita is doing really, really well. Ari Sinki, who's I think the third seed in the A group, is not having the greatest of tournaments either. I think he's also at 4-4. So yeah, I'm gunning for Chris Sykes. How about you?
Yeah, like you said, momentum is infinite. If somebody draws fiercely into CEL out of a pool with like all vowels, that's just kind of the cosmics telling you it's their tournament to lose. So I would pick Chris Sykes early on in this. He's a fantastic player and has been just on fire all tournament. Played some surgical Scrabble there as well. Be hard to pick against him after what we just saw. But there's a lot of Scrabble yet to go, so we'll see what happens. Our production team is checking on the players for the next game first. So, Josh, we get to do a little bit of blathering. You want to talk about where people can find Scrabble to watch on the internet after this one's all done?
Well, first I wanted to ask, like, why did you tell me you were changing your shirt? I would have changed too. Like, I just feel like super boring. You had two really, really awesome shirts. I wonder what we're gonna have in store for tomorrow. We don't get to see much of the commentators, but I'm sure people noticed that. Where to find Scrabble on the internet? What do you mean? Right here, bro. Like, what does that mean? Right here. Let's play Scrabble. Like this video, subscribe. This is where the most live streams happen. Honestly, like 5-6 tournaments a year. Let's Play Scrabble runs, and they're all streamed right here on YouTube. Other than that, there are a couple sort of like niche streamers out there. I don't know, like dude,
like who?
Actor Typo, like that guy, like underneath my name tag. He's someone I guess I would promote if I was given the choice. But
when does Axer Typo stream?
He streams on Twitch. He did stream on YouTube a few times, but wasn't getting that much attention there, and it was costing a little bit too much the multi-stream. So yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm also streaming music these days on another channel. And if you guys can anagram Axer Typo to something sensible, maybe you'll be able to find my music channel. That's not something I'm going to promote here.
Ooh, there's an anagram challenge for everybody. Speaking of challenges, let's talk to Chris Sykes now. He's got the headset on after that big win. If you've got any questions for Chris in chat, go ahead and drop them now. But Chris, welcome to the booth. Matt Canik joined here by Josh Sokol. And just give us your quick overview of that game. How did it make you feel?
Feelings. The game was a good game. I looked into it fiercely at the end there, which was pretty much the game over. I got lucky with the coin play after Vulgo had a pretty awkward tile for Volgo and Widdy. So I think, yeah, it kind of worked out well for me. It could have gone the other way for sure.
Definitely
Yeah,
could have gone either way
definitely.
for sure, but we liked the way you played. Tell us about your second turn, HAMES. There were no good bingos available to you. The highest score just 72. So
Yeah,
you backed
yeah,
out of the bingos on purpose there, right?
yeah. There's like Manches, hooking the P and the E. Um, so yeah, I didn't see anything worth playing. Like 44, keeping the blank seemed better.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
we
love
liked
that
it. It
decision.
seemed ahead, and you crushed that blank the next turn with Rekindle. So I thought that was a heads-up play. Just wanted
Yeah.
your take on it. Josh, you got any questions for Chris?
Yeah. So I guess you're feeling pretty good about that. You beat the top seed in the tournament. Having a decent tournament here.
Yep.
But still a lot of games to be played. So what do you think going forward? Do you think this is gonna give you some momentum and some better chances to beat your next opponents? Yeah, we really
Well,
like the way you played that
I,
game.
yeah, I don't really follow the gambler's fallacy much. Each game is a new challenge, and it's an absorbing process. It's one at a time. See where you end up at the end.
Yeah, that was a little softball. I knew you'd say something like that. One question about the game.
Yeah.
When you played Zhao, it was right after Jason played Tyre. Were you
Hmm.
considering playing it cajoled to that D of Witty just to sort of try
I
and clamp down
I
a little bit on the
was
board?
I
Were you a
was the
little
problem.
scared of what he had?
The problem was there were two bingo lines. I didn't want to block one of them
Yeah,
because then
that makes
if you
perfect sense.
yeah. So and also I saw that there were lots of vowels in the bag. So JIAIO gets rid of some vowels preemptively.
Yeah, no, definitely a heads up choice there. I agreed with your play. It did set up situations like the one that you got into with Jason being able to fish one tile off, but yeah, fiercely put the game into a coffin. So nice job again. Really love the way you played. That was a clinic. So congrats and good luck in your next games, Chris.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We'll see plenty more of Chris Sykes on the stream, I expect, as he is in possession of first place. If Ryan Chapita had a huge win, he might drop into second. But solid Scrabble there from both of these players. More solid Scrabble to come. 3 more games today and 4 more tomorrow. We're going to take a little intermission while we get the next players set up. Y'all have some homework. If you have not yet, make sure you hit that like button beneath this video. Let's drive us up the algorithm. I want everybody to see this brand new tank top that I just bought in New Mexico. So hit that like button, share the link around to your Scrabble friends or Scrabble acquaintances. We'll be back with more Scrabble in just a few minutes. See y'all soon. Welcome back, folks. Round 9 from the Canadian Scrabble Classic in Bellevue, Ontario, about to begin. We're going to show the stream debut of crosstables.com's most improved player in the last year. I'm stoked for it. Josh, tell us what you're making that face for.
Let's back up. Belleville, Ontario, and this is not Oscar's stream debut. He was streamed yesterday.
Oops. Stream debut for me. I didn't watch yesterday. I was in a car for 12 hours.
But yeah, Oscar, super impressive improvements over the last year. They call him the O Train, right, at the Ottawa Club?
The O Train, indeed.
Yeah, that's what we're going to call him from now on, I think. Great nickname.
All right, we're going to cut over to standings to show you where the O Train and Hank Hees stack up. Hank Hees 6-2 in third place, Oscar at 5-3, but both of these players averaging over 400 points per game. That's a sign of a rock-solid Scrabble player. I am stoked to watch this one. We'll see how good the O Train has become. Oscar is just 16 years old, and he is already in 6th place in a Division 1 of a major tournament. That's awesome. And Hank Hees has not been playing for too long. He's come up fast as well. This is the next generation of Scrabble, the O Train and Dr. Hank Hees. Gonna be a good game. Let's not forestall this. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, I agree. Let's show this game. I would like to mention, normally we don't necessarily talk about people's ages. Yeah, Oscar is 16 years old. Hank is 69. Nice. Does not look 69. Nice. Very healthy looking man.
Very healthy looking 69. You'd expect no less from a physician, though. You know, you got to take care of yourself. Physicians see what happens when you don't. Hank underway. Hank to play first, and clocks are a-running. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. LTT. It's probably going to go south. LTTK. Ooh.
Nice job. Commentator curse. That was a pretty good draw. Not amazing, though. You'd like to go second here.
Tell me why you'd like to go second.
Oh, actually, that's not a word anymore. Or not anymore yet, right? They haven't added kettling? That's a thing.
Kettling is good.
Kettling is good? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, kettling would have been nice. For some reason, are you sure?
It shows up good in mine.
Okay, good. Maybe they added it. I think at some point Maybe it wasn't, or it's a noun now. Okay, that's why, because it is a tactic used by riot police, so it is a noun. Okay, I think that's what they added, kettlings. In any case, I'm not talking about riot police. We're talking about Scrabble. So what would you do here, Matt? I think Celt, which is lined up on Hank's rack, looks pretty legitimate here.
Yeah, you hate to hold on to GT together. There's some infamous anti-synergy between those two letters, but you have to. You can't play keg and hold LTT blank. You've got to play Celt. Hank opting to put the K in the double line, putting the T in that triple column. I think this is reasonable. Would you play it here, Josh?
No, I think this is wrong. Actually, I tend to teach my students. I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Mac Meller if he hasn't taught the strategy to Hank. Twofold. Two reasons why you wouldn't do this is you're giving your opponent a free double to work with, maybe even a double. Whereas if you put the E on the star, you're not doing that. Second reason is Hank is playing aggressively here. He has a blank. He wants to bingo next turn. Why not float that E out in space? Go for maybe an AGE word and set up that S hook. Even though you don't have an S, you have a blank. So I think for two reasons, I would have opted to move this over 2 spaces and maybe flip it vertical.
I definitely played vertical because we're both verties here in the booth. Oscar with the tough opening rack, DDDWWOT. He had some options to play through. DOW is 18 above Celt, holds DDTW. Loud or dowd through the E, keeps some pretty inflexible leaves. So Oscar just opting to throw all of it except a D back. That's reasonable too. I think you're splitting hairs between the plays, but Oscar opting not to play on this first move. And we're back to Hank, FGGORT blank, and Fogger is all he's got. No bingos available, but we might see
I
a
would
phone.
not be sure of Fogger. Is that a word you'd be confident enough to play, Matt?
I'd probably play egg because I'm on stream.
All right, we won't talk about that. But a very interesting decision, honestly. I want to talk more about what Oscar just did. He exchanged down to just a D. There are 2 reasons why he might do that. Normally, the T is a better tile than the D, but in this particular case, there's already a T on the board. So if Oscar's looking to bingo, doesn't necessarily want to duplicate that T. And second of all, he had 3 Ds. So keeping just one of them, the risk of duplication is slim to none. So I really like this decision. Very thinking outside the box. It's not a standard play. Could have exchanged all 7 as well, but I really like this choice by Oscar.
Yeah, no, I agree entirely. A lot of players would keep the T. That's the standard move. But given the context, keeping the D makes a lot of sense there. I like it from Oscar. I would have 100% already played a phony in this situation, and I'm not going to say what it is. There's a word that is valid with 1 G that is not valid with 2 Gs. That really looks like it should be valid with 2 Gs. But Hank is not falling for the bait. He's playing tag here. I think this is pretty solid.
Yeah, forget does not. Yeah, you can't spell forget with 2 Gs, right?
Yeah, that's the word. That's exactly
that's
right.
pretty-
Correct. You can't spell forget.
The tag comes down. We like this play. Yeah, Fogger. I really didn't think that was a word, but that would have been probably the best play. Tag keeping things tight with the blank looks very, very strong. It's going to be hard for Oscar to do anything about it.
He's drawn into conform. It doesn't play now, but Oscar's got a big turn. Oh, man, this is going to be a hard turn, too. Like the turn we saw a few hours ago with Matthew Tunnicliffe, every option sucks. You have to do something. Oh, man, I'd think really hard here. I don't like anything I see so far. Have you found anything that isn't absolutely abysmal yet, Josh?
Not yet. I'll just sit here if you want me to, but yeah, this does not look good at all. You want to get rid of that F, you want to get rid of that U, but bug for 7? There's no way I'm playing that. And that looks ridiculous. So I don't know. I might play something a bit longer. But what? No idea.
This is so sad. Oh my goodness.
Goes back to why tag is such a strong play. You need an S to hook it. You're taking away the triple letter scores. You're taking away overlaps. So hard to do anything.
The highest score available for Oscar this turn is the 6-letter feudal, FEUDAL, down to the L in Celt. but that gives up a ton of easy points to your opponent next turn. It's really hard to do that. When the board is nasty like this, you want to do what you can to keep it nasty. So I'm drawn to doing something weird like TAU from the T and Teg. That's only 9, but I think that limits my opponent's options next turn. If Hank doesn't have an S, he's going to have a hard time scoring. Fug kind of does the same thing. It's only 7. I might play Fig and KI just to score a few more points and keep the U. But this is a really brutal turn for Oscar no matter what. Oh,
The engine loves those words getting rid of the F. Big and Fug. They're neck and neck. It's such a weird position. And I mean, I would just be so uncomfortable. It's a very similar situation to what we had with Matthew Tunnicliffe before the break, right? Where his best play was 8 for 13, keeping a B. I mean, feels ridiculous. So we see another exchange by Oscar. I like this. Leave the board as is. Give your opponent the same problem that he gave you. I think this is a great decision.
yeah, when the board is crappy, you generally want to make it or keep it crappy if at all possible. So reasonable from Oscar. I might have tried to put some points on the board. Fig is 2 of the 3 letters you just exchanged, and I don't think the U is minus 13 compared to the rest of this. But keep the board tight. That makes sense. He'll draw well, and Hank is wasting no time dropping his bingo of comforts.
Yeah, the only playable bingo, a very nice find with some heavy tiles on the blank. And this is going to put him in great position. Oscar still with 0 points after 2 moves, after 2 exchanges.
But that's about to change. He's drawn 3 bingos on this turn, 2 through the O in comfort and 1 through the C in comforts. He'll choose probably the highest scoring of these, which is 74.
Yeah, if he's studied his high probability words, he knows anointed, anti-node, that's a good pair through that O, but confident he's going to find at least incanted here.
Oscar has gained 530 rating points in the last 12 months and looks to be picking up a lot more rating at this tournament as well. I just can't emphasize enough how impressive that is. Gaining 500 points in a year is nearly unheard of. We'll see how many more he picks up in this tournament. Anti-node is what he set up. Anti-node is the best play here for Oscar.
Yeah, it is going to create some danger. Putting that I above the triple letter score, but more below the triple letter score. More importantly, that E, look at that, just that open triple letter score to double word score. I don't think we necessarily have a word in North America for hitting 2 bonus squares at the same time, but I think in the rest of the world, there's some terminology. I know in French, I think some weird term, but if anybody in the chat knows how to describe hitting a triple letter score and a double word score at the same time, maybe we can put that into our vocabulary.
I generally just say triple letter, double word, but if there's a cooler word, like please let's get that going. We control the lingo here in the booth, but I'm not creative enough to come up with funny stuff. I need help from the chat. What do you call it? The triple letter double word spot.
And yeah, back to Hank here. I mean, Oscar's drawn the blank, but Hank has a really nice option. Avin.
Here it goes.
And he's found it. But there's some danger.
So Pavin, an alternate spelling of Pavan, P-A-V-A-N. This is a noun. It takes a back S. It also takes a back G for paving. And teach you one more word since we're here. It takes a front hook. It takes a front S. Spavin, also valid. Won't come up in this game, but hey, you learned some words. That's why you're here, right? AAABLO blank, the post bingo draw for Oscar. Gotta like seeing that blank here, but the 3 A's and the B together means this is a word knowledge check. Does Oscar know the 5s with the K and 3 A's? Because if he does, Ubeika, A-B-A-K-A, through the K and kelp, looks like a really solid play for him. But you got to know that word. B-A-A is also reasonable at the top. Just knock out the triple word right now. I think either one of those plays makes sense. Anything else you're seeing here, Josh?
No, that's what I'm seeing too, and that's what Oscar's looking at. Ba, eliminating the danger. He is behind, but he has a blank, so he's probably feeling decently about his chances of coming back. We like this play. Ubeika, 27 points, maybe slightly better, but we're splitting hairs. This is a great decision and made pretty quickly by the youngster.
Yeah, you got to keep some time on the board. BAA, if you don't know, Ubeika is the best option here. Drawing the Q was not a good decision, but at least the QI ejection for 31 is likely to stay in play. AEIITTU, he doesn't have the floater in space he needs to hit an 8 on this rack, and instead it's going to be a challenging turn here for Hank. If you want to eject all of it, vitiate down from the V is 22, but it keeps the worst tile on your rack, the U, and it blows this board wide open when you've got a lead. Josh, would you pull the trigger on vitiate anyway and try to get out, or would you try to play somewhere else and keep things a little bit tighter here?
Funny, like the one thing I would want to draw after vitiate is the Q, as it would set me up for QU plays. But yeah, I mean, it's the only way to score over 20. Just keeping that U seems horrendous, though, with 3 more to come. I think I'm more inclined to play something like Etui underneath Antinode, or maybe Auntie do that N.
Yeah, I concur with all of that. At this game state, I think Etui makes a whole lot of sense. I'd probably eventually play it. Vitiate it just doesn't do what I want to do to the board. When you're ahead, you want to construct things in the right way. So Etui feels like the play. Maybe, as you said, Auntie, but I don't like how that opens a bingo lane to the left side of Auntie through the N and Antinode. So Etui, vitiate, Auntie, all good options. There's also, if he sees it, a Tigis through the G and Teg. Holds the U as well, but kind of mucks up the board as you're looking to do. Tough turn. Lots of options. Nothing clearly correct either.
Yeah, Tigis would be amazing. Great find through that G and that blank S. That would be very, very high level. He's looking at Etui now. Yeah, it feels like the best out of a bunch of mediocre options, but he's playing it on the wrong side of Antinode, which ends up working in his favor, blocking QI for 31. Some spidey senses, the tinkling.
Whoa. Maybe he thought, QX both unseen, like I want to take it away, but just kind of feels like a blunder that's going to work out, leaving 2 points on the table, but crushing your opponent's hopes and dreams on accident in the process. Look at Oscar, he's sad.
Yeah, question for Oscar. Is he going to spot and consider burning his blank here? He can play Kadi underneath the A and the N of Antinode, doubling that Q, doubling the word. That's 54. It seems like it's worth it.
The second best play, according to the engine, is Exchange Q after Kadi for 54. That's nuts. There are doubles available if he burns the blank. Damn Fool, DAMFOOL, is 48 as well. But yeah, I think you're either burning the blank to play Kadi. Exchanging it just feels crazy. Otherwise, you're playing modal or bimodal if you see them. Like, the longer you look at this turn, the more it almost feels like you have to play Kadi. This is rough.
Yeah, and I find, for me at least, considering plays that burn the blank with the Q, those are some of the hardest plays to even come up with. Because when you have a blank, like why would you play it for anything short of a bingo? But oftentimes a 45, 55, even 60 point play, using up the blank just to get rid of the worst tile in the game, the Q, is worth considering. But instead we see Damn. Bid, very strong option as well, keeping the Q for at least one more turn. And we'll see if Oscar's going to be able to get rid of it.
Hank has set up Iterate on his rack. I wonder if he's already noticed the spot where it plays for 86 on this board. I might have rushed this turn and played Federita from the F for 50 or 72, but 86 available if he spots the 4 overlap in the top left of this board.
Wow. Now that is some interesting timing, playing Etui and setting up this extremely hidden lane for a 7-letter word. I mean, how many 7-letter words are actually going to fit up there? It just seems so completely impossible. But yeah, this is what will separate top players from the rest of the bunch. I think we're among the most optimistic when it comes to finding spots for our bingo. We'll look everywhere Just wherever there's 7 squares available, we're looking there. So I think iterate might come down with SI, the blank S in comfort, or if he knows Federita and sees it, that's also a difficult find. But yeah, if he finds the 4-way overlap on the top left, that would be incredible.
Okay, he has not found the spot. This is going to be a huge swing in the game as Oscar has a great rack and now has a lot of board to work with. Iterate coming down for just 61. Oscar has set up lickers on his rack, but it doesn't fit anywhere on this wide open board. The E in space does not give him any bingos back at all. It's a brutal swing for Oscar. I think we're going to see BD and QI at the top of this board, and then he's going to get punished on that triple at the bottom. Just an unfortunate swing for Oscar.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, a great draw to that Q rack, but this is the exact sort of play that makes the Q such a terrible tile to have on your rack when you just have to play QI and it's better than anything else, and you have to leave just a humongous spot open. It's just how unwieldy this Q is, and I can't see anything else than, yeah, just dumping it for 29. Oscar did do a good job at setting up that hook, though, the I hook on bid. I wasn't aware that was maybe part of his plan, but yeah, if Hank uses that triple next turn, he's going to have a very good advantage. But if he leaves it open, Oscar has a huge chance to draw a triple.
Yeah, there's no way after you see your opponent think for a while and then play QI, like you just can't leave that triple open. You've got the X to smash the spot. It'd be a cool line of approach for Oscar. Hope that it stays open and triple next turn, but more likely you're going to play QI and BD, know that the E gets blocked, and try to bingo down from the M and Dam instead. Or hey, maybe you'll also draw a bingo on top of a 2E. Who knows?
And yeah, if you don't see the I hook on bid, I guess you're playing QIS and tags, which also feels really, really weak here.
Ooh, I don't know. If you play QIS and tags and your opponent has an I think they're going to play QI underneath a lot and leave the triple open. That might actually be smart.
That's true. A little bit of a devious distraction plan might be in order here. We'll see. He's looking at it.
I think if he were down just a little bit more, you want to leave the triple in play however possible, but I think the S is going to provide a lot of value and increase your bingo odds a lot. I think you unfortunately just have to play QI and BD once you realize there's no bingos here.
We have a suggestion of playing LOR, AL, TO, and ER next to iterate, sort of blocking the worst of that triple and maybe hoping for some triple action or some big Q play. I mean, is it ever worth just covering that huge spot and keeping the Q with 3 U's left unseen? I don't think so, but it's very possible. Okay, so QIS, that is so cool with bids now. Same idea, setting up a huge overlap for an I. But in this case, if Oscar draws a U and another vowel, he might be able to double from that Q.
Whoa. Be liquor? No, it's got to start with the Q. Oh, terrible. Okay. Well, we'll go back and look at that in a minute. We'll look at Hank now. AERROSX, the post bingo draw. You've got to be pretty scared of that E in the triple line with this lead. A play of Oxer or something like that makes sense, but Oxer throws open another bingo line. Would you consider playing Rex over Oxer here, Josh?
Rex for 30. I mean, I'd have to look at how many O's are left, how many vowels are left. And once I see 22 vowels, 25 consonants, I really don't like keeping that third vowel. I think I'd just go for the aggressive approach. You're setting up 2 lanes. You're setting up the second to bottom low on the left, as well as the S hook on Oxer. Good thing is that you have an S. So I think Hank has really good chances here of just putting the game away next turn if he can draw just one more bingo here.
But putting the O out in front of Oxer does give up a bingo line, and Oscar has the bingo that slots in that line. He has just one playable bingo on this turn, but he should find it. think he's setting it up right. Nope, not quite.
Roomily, yeah. It's tough, those ILY words. How do you know if they're valid in Scrabble? Especially if, you're on the younger side. I remember when I was a kid, so many words were played on me that I'd challenge, and my opponent would be like, "That's a normal word. Why did you challenge that word?" And it's just because you've been in this world so much longer than me. Like, I don't know if Oscar is certain that you can be somewhat in a roomy manner. I'm not sure. I mean, but he has to try something here. He's down 90 points, I think.
Yeah, the deeper the deficit gets, the more desperate you ought to play. And if you're even 50-50 on Roomily, like just do it. Make your opponent decide to challenge. Roomily is also really hard to challenge. It puts an R in a triple line. If you challenge and lose and get crushed, you're going to hate yourself. So even if you're 50-50 on it, it seems like the kind of word you ought to pull the dice on, or pull the trigger on, roll the dice on, whatever the metaphor is.
Yeah, that's crazy because Hank is sitting on erasers. He's going to be able to play that in a multitude of spots. And Oscar, he really needs to find some bingo here. It doesn't have to even be a word because, like you said, it's so hard to challenge in Hank's position. If he's wrong, he's behind. And if he's right, he's up by a bingo. So, yeah, this is an extremely important pivotal move for Oscar. Let's see what he comes up with.
He's got the ILY set up on the back. I'd be looking through the T and iterate a lot here as well. All right, he's going to cash in the I that he just drew. OI and QI, put some points on the board. If you're not going to bingo, this is what to do. Maybe you just backed out of the word. Those ILY, as Josh said, so hard to figure out which ones are good and which ones aren't.
Not a great draw of VG for Oscar, as erasers is going to come down, put Hank up by 140 points. I'm not seeing a way out for Oscar at this point.
At this point, I know Grovey was added recently. I'd play Grovely in 1 second, lose a turn, and just start griefing this game probably. But Grovely is invalid. No playable bingos here once again for Oscar. Just a huge, rough swing for him.
And honestly, I did say I think it's over, but I mean, if we look at this board, that M and Dam still open. There's so much space left on the bottom left. There's still some small chances, some small hope for Oscar to eventually claw his way back into it. The problem is that there are no more blanks out, only one S and a bunch of not so great stuff left. So you're Oscar, you're going to need a lot of things to go your way to be able to come back into this game. And bravely through the A and the E on the bottom of the board looks very, very good. The problem with that is it blocks that lane.
Yeah, you don't want to take out the O in Oxers if you can, but you just don't really have many other choices this turn. You could play through the O in Comfort, something like LOGY or GORY. I play LOGY, try to keep ORV together and pick up one of the E's for over bingos. But yeah, Gravely is a good play in a vacuum, but not a good play in this game at this score, even if you see it. God, there's so many cool 8s, virology and stuff, but just nothing here for Oscar.
Yeah, really not a great draw of VG, but that just goes to show sometimes you miss something and just miss your chance at winning a game. So LOGY, a great choice here by Oscar to leave everything open, score some points. Back to Hank with ADEHIPU. That's pretty balanced as far as post-bingo draws go. He's going to have a variety of ways to try and sink his teeth even further into this game. What are you looking to do in this sort of position, Matt, up 111?
I'd probably be looking to knock out the highest scoring bingo line on the board, and other than the 4 overlap on top of Etui, which seems impossible to hit, I'd be looking at the M, and if I can block the M, I would. That would require, though, that I know a word that I don't actually know in Mudpie, MUDPIE. If Hank knows that word, that to me feels like the slam dunk play. 36 points, knock out the highest scoring bingo line. It's very hard to lose after that. If you don't know the word Mudpie, this turn becomes a lot harder. You've got to decide if you want to score points, if you want to balance your rack, or if you want to block, and you can't do all of those effectively. So Mud Pie, if you know it, spend 6 minutes if you don't, is my approach to this turn. What do you see, Josh?
6 minutes. Pushing it there, but yeah, Hank does have the time advantage. Still 32 unseen tiles, that means 25 on the bag, in the bag, and 7 on Oscar's rack, hopefully. That's what we see on the camera. But Hank, I think, was looking up top because that triple's been open ever since Etui blocked QI so many turns ago. There are high-scoring options, high-scoring overlaps up there. A bunch of people saw HAED, APED, AHED for 44 points is a tremendous play in its own right, but the PIU leave is the only problem with that. So, I mean, so many ways to score, so many ways to do good things. If you're Hank, I think you're feeling pretty good. You just want to find a good score and try and keep a balance so that you can continue stabbing your way to victory.
Yeah, AHED, like it goes south if you draw bad, but I see only 2 eyes unseen. The 2 U's give me a little bit of pause, but 44 points is really hard to sneeze at in this situation. Even if Oscar gets 2 bingos down, you're probably going to hang on and win this game. And I don't really see 2 great bingo lines. You'd have to get lucky, hit the M, and then I'd have to like not block Oxers for some crazy reason. I see AHED winning this game almost all the time. So if I spot the overlap, I'm just going to play there.
Question for you, Matt. Do you think, and it doesn't quite fit, shadow boxers? Do you think that's a valid word in Scrabble?
Shadow boxers. I would challenge that.
All right, in chat, without looking, tell us. 1's in chat if you think shadow boxer is a word, and 2's in chat if you think that's a phony. So what's going on here? I think we've lost a couple tiles once again.
Oh, Rack Cam strikes again. We've lost tiles. At least we got to stop the clock and figure this all out. That's nice. Using a pen to fish him out from under the board.
This is a nice tactic by Hank to give himself more time. Just kidding.
If you ever need more time in a game, just throw your tiles somewhere random, act like it was an accident, pause your clock, and then you get 30 extra seconds. Don't actually do that, by the way. I know people have a hard time detecting sarcasm. We know Hank was not trying to gain any advantage. It's just Rack Cam. All right, Hup. He's going to knock out the scary line. He's going to score 27. He's going to keep a flexible leave. It's hard to lose after this play as well.
Yeah, Hup, great play. Keeps the rack balanced. Scores a little bit less than he could have, but I mean, Hank is in a tremendous position. It's going to have to. A lot of things are going to have to go Oscar's way here, and he's looking at vows. Is he thinking of playing that? He was probably thinking of playing that with TAW and UNS, but that was now blocked by Hup. If he plays vows and eggs, he is setting up an A hook that's hard to deal with unless Hank.
I fish the W. I just plunk the W for 36 right now. Kind of extend the game, only draw 1, keep yourself in great bingo prone range. Whoop. WHUP is 36. I think you got to do that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think either player has any idea that Hup has set up a beautiful W hook. That's one of the ones I struggle with myself. I don't think I ever would have seen that unless I was thinking on my opponent's time when he puts down the PUH, oh no, is he going to play whoop there? I don't know, but that would be amazing. A really good way to slow the game down and try to bingo next turn. But yeah, Oscar's going to need to sort of think outside the box or almost outside the box to the very top left of the box.
Yeah, VIORS blank hits with an A and a B and a C and a D and an E. Does it hit with an F? Yes. It hits with like almost everything except the J and the Z and the W. So you're going to bingo so often, but just seeing the W plunk for 36 is tough.
And to answer the question I posed, shadow boxer, not a valid word. However, in the North American lexicon, shadow boxings is definitely valid. So hopefully you play that in your next game. I'm sure you'll be able to. I take full credit though.
You can write Josh a thank you letter after you play shadow boxings in an NWL game. I'll share his address with you if you get it down. Send me a picture.
Hey, we didn't talk about that.
Oh, man, if you don't see whoop, this turn is hard. I think his initial thought of vows and tegs is actually probably right. Just throw something out in space with 2 unseen A's. You can take a gamble that Hank doesn't have one. You're losing by so much anyway. You need to be taking calculated gambles at this point. This is a tough turn if you don't see whoop.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar doing a great job keeping the board open. There's still some chances for him. But if he does miss whoop and plays vows, it's going to give Hank a really nice way to clamp down on the bottom left of the board. I'll give him the word that he has lined up on his rack, adieu, with a vows, shutting down the A hook and the second to bottom horizontal bingo lane next to Oxer's in the same blow. So that would be pretty bad for Oscar's chances.
He's got Vrows set up now, so maybe he thinks if Hank has an A on his rack, I'm just dead after vows, so put something else in space. Ooh, okay. He's going to play waiver, set up the S.
Beautiful idea. Oh, this is so creative from the young player here. That is, I love it. What's so good about this play, Matt?
Well, you need a bingo for 100 to get back in this game, and now it's possible on a board where it was otherwise not possible to bingo for 100. Hank can't really block this and block the M at the same time, so as long as you draw good, you threaten major points next turn. You complicate the game. When you're down a lot, you just got to complicate, create opportunities, and hope that the tiles fall correctly. Cool idea from Oscar. I would have played wavered immediately, just put down ED and tilt my opponent, but Hank is going to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible just to extend with wavered onto the double word score. The highest scoring move for Hank is the obscure 6-letter word media with an E at the end from the M and dam. If he spots that, that will block probably what Oscar is hoping for, which is modifies from that M. So if Hank knows this word and spots it, I think that'll probably be the end for Oscar, unless he somehow pulls ossifier out of his lexicon. Oh my goodness, he's set it up on his rack. Are you kidding me?
The O train is in business. He's got ossifier set up, but modifies is a higher score. Do you play modifies now? Or do you play ossifier in the tough to fit spot and leave 2 bingo lines open, one on the bottom and one on the top?
That is incredible from Oscar. I did not think he would come anywhere close to finding this word. How wrong am I to judge the highest rising star in North America? I mean, I don't care if he doesn't play modifies here. That's just a flex and a half. Oh, no. Did he just have it lined up by chance? Oh, that is so unfortunate.
The O-Train teases.
Oh, I'm heartbroken, chat. Oh, no. Well, at least it was exciting for a moment.
Oh, this is still exciting.
He's gonna be so
A-E-I-O-U.
upset when he realizes that he mismodified, so feel for the guy. I mean, yeah, Hank still has like the worst tiles imaginable. So there's still some stuff going on here, but that's I'm so sorry. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, that's on you, Josh.
Boy. All right, back to Hank here. 364 to 219. He's definitely in the driver's seat. He could exchange if he wanted it, but I think you're gonna try and claw through this rack a little bit, but I'm not sure with what. What are you looking at here, Matt?
I mean, if you want to score points, Y-O-R-E to the R-E on the board and waver and teared, keeps A-E-I-U-U, which is utterly abysmal. But if you're looking at this unseen pool, like, I'm all right keeping some of these vowels. There's not a bunch left. EAU makes some sense too as well if you want to fight through. God, IOUY as a leave, but got to do something. That seems fine.
And Oscar has the
What?
has the opportunity to play a brand new NWL 2023 lexicon word from that M and damn. It's been spotted in the chat. I'm gonna look up what this is, but if he studied the new words, I would not be surprised if he finds this.
I've never seen this word before in my life, so it's validating that this is new. That's why I don't know it. But my God, down from the M, that is disgusting.
That's
And
really
the
big.
definition is also new.
Oof. Yeah, Gnetum, Melinjo. I don't really know. Not sure from what language we're loaning that word, but he sees joiners, rejoins slightly better probably for score and position. So Oscar for sure gonna bingo here. Question is he gonna run out of time? He's down to 3.5 minutes, still 10 tiles in the bag.
He's set up joiners now, rejoins its anagram, also plays for a little bit more, but gives back mammoth plays like 0 through the R. Joiners is also going to give back JO and OH for 1,000 points underneath it. But at least you're going to get the bingo down if you're Oscar, and that's got to feel good. A little psychological victory in a game that's been really tough otherwise.
Indeed. And yeah, regardless of the play that Oscar makes, if it is not Melinjo's, it's definitely over. But I mean, you can't expect someone to find such an insane word. All right, he's looking at just joiner. He doesn't want to open anything. For Hank, he wants to try and draw something huge, maybe from the M, drawing into the Z. But yeah, it's going to be, I think, a little bit too late for a comeback at this point.
I think Oscar's gambit now, pass the bingos on purpose, try to bingo out for 100 and catch Hank with like 40 on his rack. That's about the only shot you have. It's either that or bingo bango now. And a bingo bango with this unseen pool is just so unlikely. He's found some nice tiles, condors and a bunch of other stuff.
Macondo!
Macondo shout out.
That's hilarious. So is he thinking of making that blank an R or maybe an M? Yeah, he sees it.
Sideways
And
blank.
he has the sideways blank. Oh my god!
Sideways blank again. Why are we doing this? Okay, Hank has 60 points on this turn. Hank could just absolutely slam the door on this one too. Now, Hank, with the test, will you find the 60-point play?
I mean, this is just insanely high level. If he finds this play from that S of erasers, I mean, yeah, I feel like even if you've been playing Scrabble for 20 years, like you and I, Matt, it's really hard find still. Swayu's crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. Sideways blank has been rectified. All is good in the world, and Macondo is still lined up to play. Josh, tell us what Macondo is and why it's important to Scrabble players.
Well, first of all, I wonder if he's going to play it, because it isn't actually Scrabble valid. But Macondo is the latest and greatest in Scrabble computer technology. It's the strongest engine we've ever developed in North America, and currently only runs on a command line, but soon enough it's going to merge with another project by the name of Magpie. That's going to be available server side on woogles.io, and it's going to revolutionize Scrabble analysis eventually. But there are so few people working on this project. They're all brilliant, but if anybody is watching this and has any interest whatsoever in promoting Scrabble, bringing it to the next level, basically contributing just a little bit of code, if that's something you're into, yeah, let me know. Let me know, because there's so much work to be done in our game, but so many very, very enthusiastic people behind the scenes, making things like Macondo happen.
Yeah, Macondo, a game-changing engine, but not valid. Quackle, not valid in NWL. Macondo, not valid in NWL. All is sad in NWL land. But alas, CDNOOS blank the rack for Oscar. His bingo's above Oxer's blocked. Macondo's not valid. There are actually no bingos available here for Oscar, but the fact that he just circled a blank slip means we're going to see Macondo's come down.
Oh, yes. Does Hank know this is just... He's holding. No.
Can
no
Hank challenge? Hank might not be able to challenge. He needs to do math first.
I think he can challenge. We have to do the math, though. It's very important.
BW is what Oscar will draw out of the bag. Do those go out? I don't think so.
Yeah, he can certainly afford to challenge if he's tracked properly and he recognizes that Oscar cannot go out with his next 2 tiles, then it is safe. But this would bring the score to 361,408. So with 20 points on Hank's rack, had Oscar drawn into a 28-point outplay, that would have been GG. So Oscar just 1 letter off of being able to get away with this phony, but oh man, love to see it. Honestly, I think this was the right choice for Oscar. Unfortunately, it's going to come off the board.
I did not know Macondo was invalid. I absolutely would have played this in this situation, and if I was Hank, I would not have challenged it either, because I would have assumed Cesar picked a valid word to name his engine off of, but alas.
Great catch by, I think, Oscar realizing the wrong lexicon was being displayed. The North American School Scrabble list instead of the North American lexicon. Yeah, well spotted there. It's a good thing it's color-coded thanks to Art Moore and WordJudge.me. And this unfortunate phony come off the board. Very, very sad.
Right, well, I maybe I'll never see Macondo's played again now that I know that it's invalid, but I'm glad I was able to see it played once.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this has someone clip that. Like that's Scrabble history right there. Someone send that to Cesar, who works tirelessly on the engine of Macondo. That's hilarious. That's the best promotion he's gonna get.
Jeez, you can't do it better than that, man. We didn't pay Oscar to play that, I promise.
All right, sideways blank is back. Let's go. Everyone with
now that your
OCD.
opponent knows you have it, go ahead and put it sideways. Do it.
Man. All right, back to Hank. He's got the game in the bag, of course. He now knows exactly what's unseen, though. So this is now a chess game. He can probably figure out... Well, he can try and figure out what the best option is here. If he plays Mulligan, his highest scoring play for 30, drawing BW out of the bag. Not going to do anything with that. So this is a little bit tricky if you really want to get this right, which Hank doesn't necessarily need that. He doesn't need to spend so much energy on this position. But I actually wonder what the absolute best play is with perfect information.
Yeah, if you know you're going to pick up WB, I think it actually might be right to play Mullen anyway with the I, because you're going to cash the W for whoop next turn, 36. So even though you can't go out no matter what you do. Score a bunch now, score 36 next turn, and just you're probably fine. That's got to be the best line.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, whoop strikes again. I mean, if Hank ends up seeing this, that'd be amazing. I feel like you don't necessarily play Hup in the position that he played it in if you're thinking about the 2 W's left.
Yeah, Hope was a weird play, but it did set up whoop possibilities, so it gave us some content. Hank showing off that nice word knowledge he's got. Mullen coming down 30 points. Gotta be the right line.
Yeah, and this is I think a type of flower / plant. I think you see it in some health food shops. People will consume it as an infusion, as a tea, but does it look like Oscar is holding? No, it doesn't look like it, so he knows it too. He's just going to play Cuz, his by far his highest scoring play for 37, and leave Hank to commiserate in the draw he knew he was going to get, and see if he spots Whoop.
Does he spot Whoop? This is the last moment of suspense we're going to get in this game, so I'm going to hype it up. Come on, Oscar. Whoop us.
Well, it's Hank, right?
Or sorry, come on, Hank. Whoop us.
Hank is whooping Oscar right now. But yeah, what an interesting game. Honestly, we saw some really, really interesting decisions, some very high level understanding with that opening exchange for Oscar, some great word knowledge. Yeah, really, really high level stuff. Really glad to have seen these two duke it out. But this one's going to Hank.
This is the future of Scrabble, as we said. Hank and Oscar, each players who have increased their rating a ton over the last little while. So I expect to see more high-level Scrabble from these dudes. I expect more stream appearances from these dudes. I played Hank almost 2 years ago, and he said he didn't feel like he belonged in Division 1, and then he beat Mac Meller, and I was like, Hank, what are you talking about? Of course you belong in Division 1. Don't let me ever hear you say that crap again. And here he is, crushing this field, derailing the O train.
Indeed, yeah. But we'll see more of Oscar for sure in coming months, maybe years. He's really on a very good path to become one of the top players if he keeps it up. So HE and HEW for Hank, that's going to score 14 points, and Oscar is probably just going to go out here with something like nosed, udons, pawns, something next to Mullion.
He can score 30 if he makes the blank a W and plays whoops, but he should go out here. Actually, he shouldn't. He should play whoops. That's the best endgame.
Okay. It's the best play by 5 points because Hank has the exact tiles that Oscar would have drawn had Macondo stayed on the board. That's so hilarious.
Scrabble's fun.
Scrabble's funny. Is that what you just said? Did we just say the same thing?
Scrabble's fun? I guess we agree.
I said funny. Darn.
Oh, I said fun. Almost. We'll work
Anyway,
on it, Josh.
who's next? Are we going to want to interview Hank here? We could. We could also have
this game was
turnaround.
Slow. Let's cut overhead, Mike. Let's see what we catch first.
43. How far back do you want to go?
376.
373.
The race is 319.
Okay, so that's my mistake. That was 319. Yeah. So then I had 27 for, so that would be 346.
Yeah.
Okay, and then 18 for 364.
Yep.
12 for 3. Oh, I did some more mistakes here. So 12 for 376.
Yep.
23.
32.
32. Yeah, 32. Okay. So 40. Well, 408.
Yeah.
30.
Yeah.
438. 14. 450. Thank you. 452. 336.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Is this good? Seems good.
I don't know.
Is this good? You played it, Hank.
Yeah.
Mullion, yeah.
I'm sure that you got to enter it on your knee. That was a great try with Macondas.
Yeah.
I know that's it. I mean, I was tempted to let it go because I would have won anyway, I think, but I thought, oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, we're all done.
All right. Well, not much of a post-mortem as that game lacked drama in the second half. Not much to talk about there. But we're going to keep things rolling, unlike the O-Train, who was just derailed. We're going to continue with more Scrabble. Chris Sykes and Ari Sinki, the next game coming. Ari didn't have the best start to this tournament, but he is a very strong player. If anybody stands a chance to knock off Chris Sykes right now, it's got to be Ari. So we're going to cut back to us in the booth because we don't want to watch these players square the tiles. But I don't think we're even going to cut to a break, Josh. I think we're just going to go through. How's that sound for you?
Sounds good to me. I am ready for more Scrabble. How many more games?
2 more today.
2 more, yeah? Oh, yeah, I can do that. What about you?
I can do 2 more games. Yeah, I got all of yesterday off and the first 2 today off. I'm itching. I want to do friggin' 50 of these. I love casting Scrabble. I haven't been here in a minute. I love showing off my new tank tops too. So give me the spotlight. I want all of it. While we're paused, let's give a homework assignment to the class. If you haven't yet, hit that like button. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. And if you haven't yet, open up twitchtv.com or twitch.tv/axertypo and make sure you subscribe to Josh. Get some notifications when he comes on and streams. If you like the nuggets of wisdom he's dropping now, there will be a lot more of them on his Twitch channel. And perhaps you can even go digging for his music channel if you're an expert anagrammer and can figure out what axertypo anagrams to. Make sure we all do our homework. Make sure we hit that like button. I'm checking on everybody right now. Look at that. We're up to 65. We were at 29 last time I asked. Great job, class. Extra credit for everybody. Extra credit for you too, Josh.
Yay. And you're the teacher, right? So you don't get any of it.
No, I just give it.
So I had a question for chat. So Belleville, Ontario, this mysterious place hosting the 2025 Canadian Scrabble Classic. There are 3, I think this is true, 3 First Nation communities that are on the land that exist within the area of Belleville, Ontario. If you can name one of those in chat, history buff, because I mean, there's just so many First Nation tribes all across the Great White North of Canada, and it's important to recognize where they lay their land. So that was my question. Yeah, you've done your research.
I don't want to make.
I don't think it was one of the trivia questions.
You know the answers already, Josh?
Yes, I do. I can give one of them. The Anishinaabe, very, very prominent First Nations tribe. So that's one of them. There are 2 more.
I have another trivia question about Belleville since we're here. What important name in the Scrabble community was born in Belleville, Ontario?
No idea. Wow, that's a good one too.
Well, there's a lot of unsolved trivia out there. We'll spoil these later. I hear players and stats and standings are all ready. Let's cut over to our standings, see how we stack up through the first 9 games. Boy, Ryan Chapita at 8-1, Hank Hees 7-2, Chris Sykes at 6-3, Agnes Kramer at 6-3 as well. There are some very solid players atop this field, but Ari with the chance to play a little bit spoiler here. And if Ari wins out, he wins this tournament. So still got a very big game coming your way between Ari and Chris Sykes coming up next. Chris Sykes plus 833 despite just a 6-3 record. That is absolutely ludicrous too. My goodness. All right, let's cut over to the board. Let's preview these players. Chris Sykes, no stranger to the stream. Did y'all stream Ari yesterday, Josh?
No, we haven't.
Have not streamed Ari yet. Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about him, can you?
Oh, well, here we go. Same story with Hank, but even more so with Ari. Ari is a gigantic man, coming in at 6'7". You might be able to tell based on how much of his body is taking up that camera. But yeah, what a sight to withhold. I love seeing Ari get to talk to each other eye to eye. You know, we just get to like jog down the street together, stuff like that. You know, it's a nice bromance going on here.
Yeah, not many people in the Scrabble scene are taller than me. I come in at 6'3", but Ari towers above me like nobody. Ari's also a very nice guy. If you ever get the chance to meet him, a very gracious opponent, win or lose, and very much a student of the game. I'm very excited to watch this one. Let's roll. Let's play Scrabble. Ari Sinki, Chris Sykes. Let's do it.
Yeah, I guess mentioning someone's personality being extremely positive is a little bit more important than the height. So I'm glad you added that. Ari, incredibly nice guy. Chris as well. I mean, these guys are Canadians, though. What do you expect?
I expect politeness and courtesy from the Canadians. That's why I try to play most of my tournaments up in Canada, because they're just nicer, win, lose, or draw. Speaking of nice, Ari's first rack is anything but the C-U-G combination, some double R's here as well. Josh, are you playing or are you trading?
I'm playing here. I'll just play rug, I think, for 8 points. Not happy with it, but it's defensive enough, and the leave is pretty good. I think that's what I'm doing.
Would you play Cirrus, C-I-R-R-U-S?
Are you serious? No.
All of these plays are sad, but you got to do one of them. Would you play Uric, U-R-I-C? Any merit to that? Or
you would I play Matt? What's wrong with rug?
What about Kerr, C-U-R-R for 12?
He's playing Uric. He wants to be even more defensive, setting up no hooks, except maybe he's overlooked the one. A hook.
Yeah.
I don't like
Yeah,
this.
if you're going to play Uric, does set up that A. But it's a calculated gamble, and it's one that's not going to work out. Though he's drawn pretty well. One more Val, Ari, and you're in striking range. Or you can do that. Janglers, though. Is that good? Janglers is good.
Janglers is a word. I don't think it's going to play. We'll see.
All right, well, yeah. I think we're going to see Chris capitalize on that A hook. Veni or Vena, V-E-N-A-E or V-E-E-N-A look to be his options through it. If he wants to get aggressive, he can play Very through the R in Uric, setting up his E in front, but it's so likely that Ari also has an E. I don't think you can make that sacrifice. What do you think, Josh? Is this a pretty standard play Vena and move on, or is there a reason to slow down here?
I mean, it's not standard at all. Keeping the T and the Y together feels like you can do something better with that A hook, but maybe Very. I feel like a lot of the time, if Ari had an E, he would have played Curie, C-U-R-I-E. That is a word, right? I haven't made that up.
Yes, yeah.
So it's possible that setting up that E for every, if you play Very, is worth doing. But Veni setting up the... Okay, he's keeping the E. This makes a lot of sense. I was worried he was going to set up that lane. I like this.
This is so tight. Yeah, it just makes it so hard for Ari to score points next turn. You got to keep the E off. I like that decision from Chris. He's really worked on his tactics, and it's showing.
And yeah, the E just not in the right spot for Ari, unless he's okay with 31 points. I think we're going to see Jaeger come down pretty quickly.
Yeah, Jaeger, very, very standard in this situation. No reason to play Jane in the same spot for an inferior leave of GLRS. Jaeger's a slam dunk here. Boy toy, is that valid?
Boy toy? Oh my god, sorry, I was just confused. I didn't see that J on Ari's rack. Was he sort of threatening to exchange it? I don't know if that's right.
Jaeger coming down for Ari. B-E-O-O-T-Y-Y, the rack for Chris.
Having some fun here.
Definitely having some fun here. I'm trying to behave myself a little bit.
Oh, he's got a cool play. Boney through
Yeah.
that N. I didn't use the engine. Boney through the N of Vena, setting up ABY for next move. I love that.
Oh, Boney for 28, making Ryu. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Toyon, though, in the same spot, T-O-Y-O-N, also looks very nice. But I like how Boney sets up the Y, as you called out. You get a bye next turn, and this board is brutal after Boney. Unless he's got an E, and then he can play JE words with Ebony. But then you're going to crush that triple word back. Boney looks really awesome here. Well spotted, Josh.
Yeah, you got to spot that really tricky Y between the R and the U. Relatively new word. But yeah, simulation is liking it. So, hey, if I was playing this tournament, maybe I'd be doing okay. But I'm not. I'm here with Matt. I mean, this is... I haven't commented in so long. Why don't I do this more? So much fun.
Let's do some numbers here. If you play boy, making JO and AY, as a lot of people would do in this situation, your opponent averages 40 points next turn. If you play Boney, as Josh recommended, your opponent scores 28 next turn. The defense is nuts after a play like Boney because of this tight board. But Sykes opting to do what Sim's second best, unless you're Galaxy Brain like Josh Sokol, and set up your Y with Boney. Toyon is a very good play from Chris.
And unfortunately for Ari, that draw after Jaeger with the double duplicates, he is not in a great position here. We might see nil for 4 through that I and Auric setting up the S. I don't know. I don't think I could stomach just playing nils and Jaegers here. What else is there?
I'd play inlay before I play nil. I'd just try to score some points. If you see it to the AY, I'd also consider NILL and Venal before any of that. It makes the board tight again, but we're still in a close game, so you don't mind a tight board. It's only when you're losing that you can't close things down. NILL and Venal looks like a very good play here.
I agree, yeah. Ari only down 11 points. There's definitely no real need for him to go all out on trying to bingo soon. And by playing inlay, the good thing about that is it inhibits certain plays underlapping Toyon. Inlay does not take the E hook, whereas AY does. So there's a little bit of defensive merit to that as well. And playing nil and venal also doing a great job defending against certain underlaps. So I think you're right, Matt. In this situation, just keep things tight. Don't worry about anything.
Yeah, playing on closed boards is so hard to do because, like, you want to open because you can't do anything, but you don't want to open because then your opponent gets to do things. So you want to keep things tight, and they get into these dueling matches of like, well, somebody's got to do it, but in general, it's better not to be the one to open the board, especially not when your rack is as inflexible as Ari's right now. He's got Dill set up. Okay, he's playing nil. Good play. Good choice.
Yeah, this looks like the best play, and it blocks AYE for like 40 points. So definitely, I mean, almost 50 points actually. 24, 30, yeah. Anyways, I can't do math. I don't need to do math. I'm not playing Scrabble. But nil, beautiful. Leaving the vowel open, potentially some chances of drawing a bingo through that I of Auric as well. So yeah, good choice.
Interesting pull from Ari SSZ now on his rack. We'll look over at Chris. ABEEMTY. His easy top play just knocked out. He's got to find something else to do. Mbae plays down to the AY, where Ari could have played inlay last turn. AETY is not a great leave, but there's really not much else to do. If you finally cave and open this board, you can play Lamby, LAMBY. He's doing it right on cue. I wouldn't open. I'd prefer Mbae here, but this is fine.
Yeah, definitely. I think a stylistic thing here. I don't know if Chris considered Mbae to keep that Y, sets it up a little bit as well. But keeping TEE, just trying to be first to bingo, is definitely something you want to try to do early in a game. But at what cost? I mean, Lammy opens the board a lot. Score is close.
What a great pull. We saw iterate last game. Now we're going to see iterated down from the I and Auric probably. Huge pull from Chris Sykes on that last turn. God, what is Ari going to do? He can play Zayn through the Y in Lammy. He can play Zins right here. This is a lot of points. It sets up his S for stacks on the other side next turn. This is cool. I like it.
Yeah, setting up the A, you mean? Yeah, that's really nice.
The A, apologies. Yep.
I like this choice.
Cool.
It was played relatively quickly. There were some other options, but I like this a lot.
Oh, he's going to double. Not iterated, but mattered. Way better.
Yeah.
And he's got my name on the board, too. Sweet.
Yeah, that's...
All right. If you guys want to puzzle at home, there is actually a 9 available this turn for Chris. It plays for 76. I'll say nothing else because it is not the best play. 90-point double is. But there's your puzzle.
I see it. Yeah, mattered coming down. That E just not in the right spot for Safari'd Faraday's. Nice little high probability pair for Ari Sinki. So he's not bingoing here, and he hasn't hit his spot either. He hasn't hit a 4-letter word that scores anything next to that ZI. So not in a great spot. He's going to probably have to just play FA for 29, right above the ED of mattered, and move on. But he's going to look for a bit, probably, see if there's not some bingo available. And second blank immediately.
Oh, God. And 3 O's and 2 E's. Would you play FA above mattered, or would you go further and play Farad, F-A-R-A-D, set up that S?
Yeah, it's a good point. There are only 2 S's left. I'm not sure. I feel like with this situation, I don't know. That's a good point. That is really strong. I think I'd still go with Fa.
I would take the points here and play Farad. I love how it puts pressure on my opponent, and it seems really hard for my opponent to effectively block that S hook and score points at the same time. I like Farad, but they're both very solid plays. We'll see what Ari does. I don't know his styles too well. Does he fish a lot? Does he play a little longer? Does he set himself up? We'll see.
I think Ari's kind of a risk-averse player, if I remember his style correctly. So he doesn't necessarily like plays that give opponents like easy snapbacks some amount of the time. So I feel like his style might be more inclined towards Fa, but on the other hand, top players, like you said before, we're very averse to making short plays when we can score a little bit more and accomplish a little bit more, just depending on that tile pool to come and save us. So we see Farad here. Very nice calculated risk. Both plays are neck and neck in according to the engine simulation. So we like this play a lot. And Chris is going to be like, what do I do now? Look at that draw.
I really wonder what Chris is going to do. I mean, your snap judgment says play ooze through that Z, open up bingo lines because I've got a blank. But then when you consider you've got a decent lead in this game, you don't really want to do that. And with Ari setting up this hook, OLEO plays above Farad and blocks a whole lot of stuff. That's the play I'd like to see Chris make. There are some players out there who would look to get it as far out of this rack as possible and play DOOLEE. If I've got the second blank, why not open the triple, baby? So what do you think, Josh? Would you block with Oleo? Would you take equity with Ooze? Or would you go all out, try to give us content and play Dooley?
Dooley seems amazing, but I feel like for Chris, there's no guarantee that Ari has the other S, but based on the play of Zins and Farad, there's a pretty good chance of it. Still, I think it's more his style not to worry about that, just work on what he has going for him. Get rid of those 2 O's and that E, so unduplicating, untriplicating, and trying to bingo next turn. So I like this play a lot. It looks a bit crazy, but I think it's the best he has. Sykes is going to come down instantly.
Yeah, Sykes is going to come down instantly. After Ooze, Chris averages 69 points per turn and bingos 73% of the time. That is far better than any other option, including Dooley, which I thought he'd score more with the triple open, but I think his opponent just snaps there most of the time. All right, Ooze a good play, Sykes a good play. We're back on Chris, who has a much better rack this turn.
And yet, this looks great, but there's no bingo here. You can believe that. And Chris is going to be looking a while. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, how does ear holes, arsehole, like none of that plays through the A. There's no sevens. That's unbelievable that there's nothing here. I'm glad we have the anagrammer because I would die on this turn. Once Chris finally comes to the conclusion that I can't find a bingo, he's still got a puzzle because there's a really good play available, but it's hard to spot.
I'd also be looking through that AD, some head word, maybe a 9-letter word available there. And now this board, I mean, Sykes came down and got rid of a lot of the problems for Chris, but now he's down 7 points. There's a huge spot that he just opened above the 2 O's and U's. That triple is still open next to the Z, down to the E. That triple through the E and mattered is open. And so he probably is just going to have some overload here and look for bingos and then just make any play that he sees that does decent stuff for him. But there's a lot going on here. And he is trying a phony. Oh, he thought he had Beholder, I think.
Ooh, he just flashed the blank. All right. Well, that's fun.
This is a huge plot twist. Sorry to interrupt you. Wow.
No. A huge swing. Interesting. I like watching Ari's face. Then I went back and watched it on replay too. That was fun.
This is so tilting.
Ari giggled a little bit too. Best play for Chris here is sneaky. You just drop 2 tiles, either EH or OH, below Toyon, making TE or TO and John. That is tough. Even for top players, I feel like sneaking the H right there is just not something you would think to do. And now Chris is going to be in his own head after flashing that blank. He's like, I really have to bingo now. Ari knows I have it, but he can't.
That's so crazy. Yeah. Oh man. I mean, when you have a rack like this, you're already thinking, oh, I have to have something. I have to have a bingo. You look for 7s, you look for 8s, you look for 9s. But then when you think you have something, you start putting it on the board. Your opponent sees that you have a blank, and then you realize, I don't have the letters I thought I had. Oh my goodness. Now you feel so much like you're inclined to play a bingo and that you have to find something. And for Chris, who's such a fast player, I wonder how long he's going to be in the tank here.
Just a brutal turn. Like, as soon as I saw the rack, I'm like, all right, Chris has great plays. And then you punched it in the machine, and then I punched it in the machine, and Chris doesn't have great plays, actually. There's no bingos. And yeah, you got to get out of your own head first, and then you got to refocus on the turn. I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't have the mental fortitude. What's
really funny, though, is, you know, the saying, it's more scared of you than you are of it, in reference to, you know, like wasps and like animals that kids are scared of. I mean, this is a similar situation. Ari now knows Chris has the blank. He's more scared of Chris than Chris is of missing a bingo, I think. Now, like, Ari's going to have to wonder if he's just going to get hit next turn, and he knows he can't draw that blank anymore. The only thing that would make this even funnier is if Chris makes a play and overdraws and loses his blank.
Please make it happen. You just manifested it, Josh. That'd be hilarious.
He's looking at hero, underlapping mattered. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that H going in between the JO and the N, really, really tough stuff. I don't think I'd see that. So hero, a nice overlap. Ari's just like, okay, you got a blank. What am I to do? I don't think there's anything I can do. Hero for 31, and Ari with some stuff to work through here.
Yeah, he's got 48 points available right now through the E and O's. You can just play beef. And when you got 48 on a terrible board, you probably ought to just do that, right?
I agree. I mean, the only problem is I'm not sure exactly what letters Ari saw, but if he knows that Chris has a blank, opening a lane to a triple is something you don't necessarily want to do, but I think it's just too strong. I think it's too much better than anything else. You really got to work on yourself before thinking about others in this position. A little bit of self-love, kind of important here.
self-love always important in any context. But yeah, when your opponent's got a blank, you got to do something. Another cool play for Ari is Firebug through the eye in Zins. That is 36, holds a T. And I would love the idea of Firebug go digging for that blank, except you know that the blank is not in the bag. You know that it's on Chris Sykes' rack. So the turnover effect, not so enticing anymore. I think you just have to score 48, play beef. Ari says the same thing with his actions.
But that's crazy though, because Firebug is so defensive. Knowing that Chris has the blank, that play might have stopped him from bingoing a decent amount of the time. So it's super interesting. I think you still have to play beef, but yeah, one of the more counterintuitive things when you know your opponent has a blank is how aggressively do you play? Do you try to play defense? You can't. You really can't defend against a blank. You have to just work on what you've got going on for you and keep things open, I think.
Oh man, Chris has one bingo from the B, but it's hard to spot. Oh yeah, chat's already given it away. The blank is a Q. I'd miss it.
Wow. That's ridiculous. If Chris finds this and he has every capacity to do so, that's probably going to be the highlight reel play so far in this tournament. Bed quilt.
Funnily enough, his second highest scoring bingo is like-weighted through the A in fair ads, which also makes the blank a Q. So maybe that will give him a little bit of a clue. I don't know. But bed quilt for 83 would be killer. That's the kind of play we've come to expect from Chris Sykes, but we'll see if he can put his money where his mouth is one more time.
Yeah, I remember so many awesome finds he's made. I can think of at least Lost Mary in a previous, I think in an Albany tournament. But yeah, he's going to play Dutiable, another 70-point play. Would have been available through the B of Beef as well. But yeah, if he notices he had bed quilt, he's going to be a little bit sad, I guess, missing that. But this puts Chris in great position.
Yeah, great position. I mean, the game's not over. Ari only down 50 and on turn with some inflexible stuff in the bag that could muck up either one of these players' racks. But now Ari's got to figure out, do I keep things tight or do I need to make a really aggressive opening in this situation? I don't think you need to be crazy aggressive. It's not crunch time, do or die time, but I do think you need to try to get another lane on the board. Gayal through the Y and Lambie does some pretty cool stuff to the board, and I think keeps your long-term chances open a lot. How would you approach this turn, Josh?
Yeah, I like that. There's no way to score well on this turn, so you're probably looking to bingo eventually. There's some threats still on the second to top row next to those two O's of ooze. So it looks like you're losing the scoring game here. So you want to keep lanes open. Gayal opens that sneaky little second to bottom row or yourself later on. RUT leaf sucks, but I like what this does to the board. That's a very heads up play if we see it come down.
The standard play is probably the 5-letter gulped, G-A-U-L-T, above ooze, but there's really just one lane on the board playing from the B in beef. Maybe you can draw a bingo ending in O-N and make Doc and Uni at some point in this game. That's a Hail Mary shot, but I'd be looking to try to make something else happen without giving too much back. Some players would make a play like natural down from the N in nil, just to put that L in space. But you get punched in the face so often in the spot you created that I think that's a little too aggressive for this stage. You want to open, but you want to open soft, and you want to open bingo lines and not scoring lines.
Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed to the standard galt here, but yeah, something like natural. Even if you get a bingo down after that, you're giving your opponent so much opportunity to increase their lead, and already down 46 points. That's close to a bingo deficit. So yeah, I like Gayal here. I like Galt, just biding your time a little bit, hoping for a good draw, but this is a tough position. And Gayal comes down. Very nice decision by Ari. Very aware of what's going on the board. We love to see it.
Yeah, this is what makes Ari good. He's just a smart player. He's willing to adjust his game to the circumstances, to the board, and to what he needs to make happen. Not a lot of players would make that play, but I think this maximizes your win percentage long term. I like it.
I'm laughing at the alignment on Chris's rack.
Yeah.
So back to Chris Sykes here. I'm not sure where to start here. I'd be looking at those double O's, trying to see if there's some way to overlap and score well. But yeah, lots of clunky tiles for Chris. Is there anything you're seeing here?
This is a turn where you got to slow down a lot, I think. I mean, there are still the John plays available, but chat has pointed out a desire to keep like GH or PH together to try to stack above Ooze next turn. I like that idea quite a bit, but you need to make sure you're scoring some on this turn. I'd love to block if I can. I just don't see a great way to do that. At most of my scoring options knock out the line above Ooze that I'm trying to hit for next turn. I don't know what you do here. I would go slow though. I know that. Jeez. It was great analysis.
I don't know that Chris will be going slow. He's seen Whip. He's okay with it, but sets himself up for next turn to overlap and continue scoring his way to victory. Also Wop in the same spot and Gowd one spot to the right, which I think would have been my choice, GOWD, keeping the flexible scoring tiles behind. But yeah, Whip looks quite good as well.
Oh man, with the K and the X still out, I don't know that I would play Whip. I agree, Gowd or Wop, probably better options, but he's not going to get punished for that. I wonder if Ari's going to play GUV here. Looking at the unseen pool, it's hard for Chris to do much through that V. There's no A's. There's not the best, most flexible vowels, and he's probably going to have to make a sacrifice. But instead, he's going to play VAU on top. That's a great play too. A lot of equity.
Yeah, the one setback is that was the last A, and when you have the last of a tile like the A, it's important to consider keeping it. Just because there are certain things you might have access to in terms of overlaps that your opponent might not. And it's just good for balance. You're never going to duplicate it. But I think taking the 28, taking away that scoring spot with so much scary stuff, you might even be thinking Chris is trying to set himself up with such an aggressive play as Whip. So yeah, I like this, keeping options open and leaving some nice tiles.
Back over to Chris, DEGMNOX on his rack. I mean, your standard equity says play Gox underneath GAY, or underneath the GA in that word. But with 4 unseen E's and a decent sized lead, you're not going to set up that line where Ari could bingo for 100 and win the game, right?
I'm not. I mean, Chris might. He's no stranger to being aggressive, but yeah, it just seems so counterproductive to set that up, set AXE up. Something like Gnome overlapping the DUT of Dutiable might be warranted here. Keep the X for later, shut down a marginal part of the board, and continue to pad your lead. What do you think about that play?
I like it. With a bunch of vowels unseen, I like actually playing off both of my vowels. I like playing longer here too. Give Ari probably 1 fewer turn to actually hit the bingo he's going to need to win the game. Gnome makes a good amount of sense, or even just Gox in the same spot, making OD and XU. Like, you're going to win the game a whole lot of the time after you play Gox, and you're going to have a flexible enough lead that if Ari actually does bingo beneath GAYAL, you're probably going to smack him back hard with the counter. I think either one of those plays is okay. The one thing you can't do is play underneath GAYAL and make an axe.
All right. Well, hopefully this isn't a commentator's curse, and hopefully Chris, some part of him is listening to that instinct of yours. I totally agree that it seems crazy to open that up at this stage of the game. But Gnome, He's deciding to play it even further up, maximizing defense, setting up XED. What a great idea by Chris
This is
Sykes.
sick.
Point sacrifice, but full on defense. I'm sure you loved it.
It's so hard to lose. Now he can't bingo from the B. Now you get to smash your X next turn. Man, Chris Sykes has gotten good.
Yeah, that's a great high level there. When to sacrifice so many points, just when it works. I mean, this just looks so good for his chances of winning. He's up 47 points. He's holding a huge scoring tile in the X. And now there's only one line underneath the A and the L of Gayal. And if that line is ever hit, I mean, Chris is just bouncing back into the game with one of those triples.
Yeah, you've got like poked or you've got X plays. You're going to smash any bingo back with a huge counter. Oh, man, that was a phenomenal play from Chris.
Love it. So now I think Ari's only option is to open that marginal 7-letter lane 2 to the left of that G of gnome. There are 7 spaces there to potentially fit a bingo, but you have to make specific play to open that up. And the reason I'm saying this is because now all Chris needs to do next turn is get rid of that lane underneath the AL that Gayal opened up, and then there's nowhere left to go for Ari. So unless he has some plan of scoring a bunch of points in the next couple of turns, I think he's going to need to go a little bit desperado here.
Yeah, you have to score enough points that if you do get a bingo, you still win the game. But with all 1-pointers and you wanting to play kind of short here, it's impossible to do all of the things that you want to do on this turn. I don't see anything, at least at first sight, that like lets Ari win this game. I think a lot of people play ONE through the N for 6. Like that makes some sense. But even if you get your sad 62-point bingo next turn, you're just going to lose the game. This is rough.
Yeah, it really is. He needs more than just that for sure. He can play Eco through the Sea of Auric, set up that lane as well. But it's he might have to spend another turn if Chris doesn't block anything, like he elected to do in the previous game, leave both lanes open and decide to go for scoring. Ari's maybe going to have to hold back one more turn and decide to bingo, and it's a little bit more advantageous because with 8 tiles in the bag, he plays 2 off. Chris plays a couple tiles, and yeah, Ari's going to draw a bunch of tiles from the bag and probably not have anywhere to go out on the next move. So he's got to be thinking long term. Things are looking very, very bad, for sure.
Ari is drawn very poorly like this entire game. Every time he sets himself up to do something cool, he like doesn't hit the draw that he needs. And he has fought hard to be in this game, but none of his actions mattered when it was all said and done.
Yeah, every single one of Ari's plays we liked, except for that one opening play of Uric. I feel like it goes all the way back to that. He set himself up for exactly what happened in this game. Not exactly, but I mean, things in Scrabble can just snowball. You make one tiny inaccuracy on your first move, and everything that happens after that is fair game. So sometimes it's brutal like that. I mean, just a small mistake to start things off, and he did not get the game he needed here.
One thing that's crazy, we see it, but Ari doesn't. There are 2 S's unseen to him, and they're both in the bag. So if he makes a play like ORE to the right side of dutiable, making LO and ER, just tries to set up an S, it could actually work. He's still going to get smacked pretty hard, but I don't know. 2 S's in the bag. I'm trying to find something interesting to say here.
Yes, it's really tough. I mean, can you ever just hope Chris can't block that last lane? Or maybe he'll elect not to because it's not so huge of a threat. Do you play like for points here, hope to draw another I or O with like OI, making TO and join? What do you play, like TOR whipped and RIF just to score some points and bide your time? I mean, I'm not liking anything here.
You're just kind of dead. I thought we might see something kind of like this, a little bit of points, but to bingo alongside this, you need to go in and draw that last O now. I would have just played NE and held on to the O if I'm going to play in that spot, but you're going to lose this game most of the time. And yet, what has he pulled? Ooh, sweatier. Did they take that out, or is that still good?
They did. That is no longer a word. Doesn't fit. But yeah, suetier, I think, no longer valid in the North American lexicon.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get the chance to try it out. But I think this is it. I think this is curtains for Ari. He doesn't have any way to score or even set up maybe more space on this board. So yeah, it's hard for me to see a path for him at this point with 5 in the bag.
Unseen Pool is very interesting. EEIIRRSSTTUW. So basically, Ari's exact rack is in the bag. If he had been able to draw a bingo, he might have drawn exactly the same bingo again next turn. That would have been sick, but not quite.
So if you're Chris here, it isn't over. You don't know what Ari has. That line underneath the AL, once again, is a threat or a bingo. So you want to try and create a situation where you can withstand that. I'm thinking something like PIED up top, or just some block like FERE, EE, and rep. So now Ari needs both S's to be able to underlap that play. So, yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's very hard to lose after this play. I was running through, if he just plays Oxid, OXID, alongside Dutiable, strings the D in the triple line, can he get hit? And there's only one bingo that actually hurts him. That's Wittered, WITTERED. I think he'd outrun that anyway. So you can do almost anything you want here, but you want to stop your opponent from bingoing to salvage spread, and that's what Chris has done.
Yeah, and now we thought about desperation for Ari last turn. Things are even more desperate now with all of his bingo lanes blocked, but top players can find that little drop of water in any stone if it's there. Ari's ability to iterate and find the weirdest possible placement of an out bingo. I mean, he's so good at that. So if there is something there, he's probably going to look for it and see if he can find just an insane possible fit. With 3 in the bag, he can play up to 3 tiles. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying it might be there. There's still some space open on this board. But yeah, I don't really know. Can you set up like... Okay, so he's trying to set up the S, which unfortunately Chris just drew. But this play makes a whole lot of sense. Might be kind of...
If you draw the S, you could win.
Yeah, this play looks very good. Looks like the best fighting chance.
But alas, he does not draw the S, and he's got to know at this point he's mostly sunk. The S could be in the bag, but he's not going to bingo, not with this rack.
Yeah, he could have drawn into Wiriest, but Chris would have blocked that anyway. So a good attempt for sure, but we now know that Ari Sinki is not going to be able to pull off a miraculous comeback here, and Chris Sykes going up to 7-3 after this pretty low scoring game. He's probably going to get in the low 400s, but compared to his average score of 460 or whatever it was, this was a barn burner.
Yeah, we have a runaway train in this tournament. It's not the O train, it's the Chris train. He has just been throwing down points. Ari put on his best defensive clinic, but it's hard to hold Chris back. He's playing so well.
Yes, indeed. So once again, you're watching, you're enjoying this. I'm certainly enjoying commentating with Matt. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, turn on your notifications while you're at it for more streams like this. So many fun events are going to happen in 2025. This is just the the beginning or letsplayscrabble.com. So May, Memorial Day weekend. Hope to see a bunch of you come visit Montreal, maybe for the first time for the third annual, I guess, Montreal Scrabble Fest. So yeah, save the date, Memorial Day weekend, up to 32 games of Scrabble available and a beautiful city at your fingertips. I'm not biased. Are you going to be able to make it up, Matt?
I have a job interview next week. I have no idea what my future looks like until I know how the job interview goes. So we'll see. I was signed up to play Montreal last year. I was so stoked, and then I got extremely sick a day before the tournament and had to sit it all out. At least there was nice coverage on Let's Play Scrabble, and I was able to watch most of it. But I really want to make it up if at all possible. SOX coming down 35 makes perfect sense. Stop Wiryist from killing you. All you have to do is block Wiryist and you win the game. And Ari doesn't even have it anyway. You're about to draw that W.
Yes, indeed. So pretty sad end of the game for Ari, who played this game so well. Kind of maybe the story of his tournament being 5-4 in this field. Probably been having a lot of games like this one. I've never seen Ari play a very, very weak game of Scrabble. Of course, everyone makes mistakes, but Ari is one of the most consistently good players in North America. So something's going wrong. Either his opponent is playing tremendously well, which in this case, Chris Sykes played phenomenally, or also struggling really hard with those draws. So a combination of those two things, and Ari's not even going to hit 350, I don't think, this game. Maybe he will. Maybe he can play a couple of moves, go out in two, and edge closer to that 400 mark, which is not even his average score. I think Ari averages something like 420 points a game.
That sounds about right for his rating. I know my fun Ari Sinki stat is I thought I was the player who had the longest streak of games where I scored over 300 points. I did it like 290 something in a row. I just always broke 300 for a span. And then I found Ari's page and he did it way, way longer. Just always scored over 300. Never had a score that started with a 2. I think for his entire career for like years and years and years. So consistent, at least, able to put points on the board no matter what. He doesn't seem to have those meltdown games that other people have.
Oh, yeah. I'm one of those players for sure. I feel like I have a 200 game every tournament. So it's extremely impressive to see players as consistent as you and Ari, and just, giving up when you're supposed to give up and just getting to that 300 mark. So yeah.
Well, now I'm the king of 200. I'm a washed up has-been, and I score 200 once a tournament or so, but that's just because I'm bad. Now I lose 3 turns a game because I don't know any of the words.
Fair enough. So yeah, Montreal Scrabble Fest in May. What about July 4th? Bob Lynn Extraordinaire. 50 to 100,000 US dollar donation to the CSW prize pool. Tell me what you think about that, Matt.
Bro, there's going to be 200 people at this tournament. That's my prediction. That's my bold call right now. But God, if Bob Lynn is going to pay for some of your hotel and your entry fee as long as you try Collins, I think a lot of people who might not otherwise come to the tournament will be like, yeah, I'll spend Canada Day and July 4th playing Scrabble for free. And holy God, there's over $50,000 of prize money to be won, distributed across both high and low rated players. I very much expect 150 to 200. This is going to be one of the biggest Scrabble tournaments we've ever seen.
What?
Mixing up Ribier, maybe? R-I-B-I-E-R.
Wow, when we thought the twists and turns of this game were over, see a phony word played. Phony 5-letter word, R-I-B-E-R.
Well, Ari's already over 300, so he's achieved his goal. He doesn't have to score any more points.
He doesn't go over time. So yeah, unfortunate phony there by Ari. Of course, it didn't change the result of the game. A little bit surprised by that, but yeah, everybody. I mean, these players are so good at Scrabble, So when they make a small mistake like that, it's just all the more surprising. But yeah, like you said, it didn't matter. But Chris is gonna maybe go out first now after playing Wonk.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think Ari's probably gonna play Riser, but now he might be unsure of that after playing Rybert. He also still has that cool bit in of Tor through the O of Ooze, making Whipped and Riff. But time ticking down. Got enough time to figure this out. Cover from that. But yeah, this game was all Chris Sykes. I feel like he does extremely well on stream. Is that just me? Or he just does extremely well in general, right?
I think he just does well. I think he's just a good player who plays well. But I'll go back and watch every single Chris Sykes game that's ever happened, and I'll have a better opinion of if he plays better on stream or not.
All right, so to answer the question earlier, acknowledging the First Nations communities that live in or around Belleville, the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, and Haudenosaunee people. Those are the three First Nations that live in this area of Belleville. Still mysterious to me. I've never been to Belleville, but seems like a fun place.
Maybe next year you and I can both play the Canadian Scrabble Classic instead of commentating it. I'll be close.
It's true, yeah. You'll be on the East Coast. Maybe I'll be somewhere else though. Probably not. I'm probably still gonna be here in Montreal, favorite city. So is Chris thinking of challenging Riser? Probably not, right?
I don't know what he's doing. Is he going to try Feared, F-E-R-E-D?
So he's playing Todd.
Going to do this.
Okay. He just wants to score as much as possible. He was not happy with his 407 or 420, whatever he would have had. He wants 435. Fair enough.
Well, that's how you have the highest average score in the field. You punt spread to get your score higher.
Yeah.
All right, Joint is Ari's highest scoring out. We're done with this one, 344 to 435 in favor of Chris Sykes, who moves up to 7-3 in this one.
Yeah, so I mean, what to say about this game? Both players played so well. Ari with that opening play a little bit. Maybe he didn't see the A-hook on Orc. Let's listen in on what they're saying over the board.
I would agree. All right, good game.
Yeah, expose my blank, thinking I had the golden.
Oh, yeah. Did you have more time off?
That they are.
Yeah.
I had read golden. Look at the results.
I think Chris is going to see that he did not miss a bingo on the hero turn.
Yeah, that's when you want to check out. It's been haunting you in the back of your brain the entire second half of the game. Looks like he's actually putting the score in. So we're not getting much of a post-mortem here. We do have one more game today. I want to remind everybody that we are back tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern time with the final 4 games from the Canadian Scrabble Classic. Again, tomorrow is a plan to just bring you the drama. We can't get to one lexicon or the other. We want to show the most fun and exciting action. One more game today. We're going to cut to a little break while we wrangle those players and while I get a little bit more water. But y'all don't go anywhere. Make sure you do your homework. If you haven't yet, click those buttons. And Matt and Josh will be back in a few short minutes. See you soon. Well, all right, folks, one more game of Scrabble today from NWL land. Let's cut over to the standings with 5 games to go. Let's see how the NWL field looks. 9-1, Ryan Chapita. He has dodged the stream so far, but he will be dodging it no more. We're finally going to feature this guy. Josh, give us a little bit of info about Ryan Chapita.
Well, once again, he was featured yesterday, but yes, he is the current leader, only player with only 1 defeat. Ryan is an Ottawan. He's among a group of Ottawa players that started getting good together, playing each other all the time on lunch breaks. I think works at Stats Canada, or did at the time that I have this information from. And he's always been pretty strong. But lately, I mean, he's been kicking it into high gear. He's been playing a lot of tournaments. He says that he's in a good place in his life, that he's loving Scrabble. So yeah, playing a lot of games against Annette Oberstad probably helps. And that's the best way to get better, in my opinion. Just play someone that's near your skill level and improve together.
Yeah, you just got to play, and grow better. You got to find yourself a rival or two and spar with them as much as possible. That's how you get good at Scrabble. That's how Ryan Chapita has already taken down a Division 1 earlier, a few months ago, and looks to be taking down another one. We'll cut to the preview. Ryan, Ari does not fit in our camera, but that's fine. No worries. Ryan at 9-1 has a tough task and a 2,000 rated player, Ari Sinki. This will be a good game. Man, look at those last 5 games for Ryan. Win, 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 win. This dude is on fire. Let's see if he can make it 6 in a row. Let's play Scrabble.
All he does is win, 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 no matter what. We got the handshake there. Ryan going first. And let's see if he can continue his very nice streak here. He just finished 2nd place at the Van Rand Phoenix tournament just a week or 2 ago. And yeah, doing really well. Once again, he finished in 1st place, the Madison Major, back in November. I bore witness to that first. And so let's see what he's up to in this game. A, B, C, E, E, G, T.
Oh, geez. Begat or beget, or would you look to go shorter with beg?
Good question. I like begat here, but beg seems pretty interesting as well. So it's a 10-point sacrifice to reduce your leave to CE instead of CATE. CATE has a lot of synergy. And so I think it's between those two, begat or beg. And I think it really just depends on how frisky Ryan's feeling. Is he going to bingo next turn? He's got a good chance of it.
If you play beg and you miss, you're sad. But if you play begat and then your opponent stacks on top or underneath for 30, you're also sad. So you're going to be sad in a lot of cases, but he's found a J. He'll threaten some points next turn. Kind of weird turn, actually. But we'll look at Ari, Q, U together on the first rec. If you're going to draw the Q, you want to get the U with it. Q, U, A, Y, and B, Y jumps out immediately to me. You could consider Moray in the same spot and keep the Q, U together. But Josh, you got to shed the Q here, right?
Yeah, you could consider Moray for around a second until you realize it opens a huge triple spot. Whereas Quay does not. There's no word that ends in Q and it's 2 letters long. No IQ. I know a lot of you have tried that as a word, but yeah, Quay for sure, or key, however you want to pronounce this. The play by far here for Ari. Doesn't hesitate.
All right, so we're off to the races, 12-31. Back to Ryan, who found the J after keeping a CET along with another T and an I to go with it. AJI for 26 down from the A and key looks to be the play, at least at first. Oh man, that's going to give back XU. We're going to have just a junk board again. Is there any reason not to play AJI? Like, would you look to play Jute through the U and Quay instead here, Josh?
I mean, the reason not to play AJI is that you might be scared of the duplicate T's. That is one of those rules of thumb when you're getting into Scrabble, trying to improve. People tell you to not keep duplicate letters. But in this situation, the leave of ACETT, you're going to draw a lot of bingos to that E and beg, and you're giving not that much back to Ari. So I like AJI for 26. I think Jute is a little bit too much of an overreaction to those duplicated T's. Although, once again, CAIT, that works really well for that E as well.
Let me throw one more out there for you. What about Cite, C-I-T-E, beneath Quay, making Chi, Ut, and A-E? That's surprisingly defensive the longer you look at it.
Yeah, love that idea. Yeah, that's one of your better ones, Matt. Cite for 25, completely destroying the board on the left side. But here we see Jute, more simple approach. The board isn't going to be completely dead yet.
Man, after AJI or Jute, your opponent averages about 38 points. After Cite, you knock that all the way down to 31. 7 points of defense. Of course, you're going to score poorer on average after closing the board, but big decision there. Jute, what he opts for, and hasn't quite met the criteria he needs for a bingo. I'll be here all
Very
week.
nice. I see what you did there. Back to Ari. He's drawn another U, and he's drawn the X. So he does have one playable word from that Q. Quoin, which kind of sets up the X. If you draw a U or an I, you can play XIXU for 31. And scoring 32 points. That's his top play by equity. A lot of other things to consider in this position. What are you looking to do?
Jumping out at the top of the sim is ROUX and ER for 29 points. And as the longer you look at it, the more it starts to feel like that's a great option here. The board is still very junky, and without an S to play begs, there's not much to do, and this doesn't give much back. Also, a lot of the time when your opponent does play, your opponent's going to expose a triple word square for you next turn, and you can drop that M on it. So ROUX is actually simming 5 points ahead of every other option on this turn. It feels a little bit weird. If you see coin, I mean, you want to play coin right away, but Rue looks really powerful here.
Yeah, Rue, beautiful play. Really doesn't give much back to the opponent at all, unless these players get a bit confused with the new pluralizations and think that RUX is valid, which it isn't. But there is a similar word that was added to the NWL dictionary. RUX looks fantastic. You're keeping the IN for the G and beg. Mux, on the other hand, giving back a lot with that X.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It just gives back so many points on a board where there's nowhere to get points. I don't know that I'm a fan of this one, but it was the play that was made, and we're back to Ryan. ACEIIRT. I was not gonna be able to do much this turn at all. I think he might just play Ixia through the X. You seeing anything better than that, Josh?
Ixia, Axite, something kind of sad. You kind of want to play off just an I or an AI, but really nowhere to do that. You can't play AI and AX. That's just way too dangerous. So yeah, I think you want to take out that spot that was just open with the X, which isn't that dangerous, considering the U and Mux makes it harder to overlap. I think Ari just didn't see RUX as an option there. I think he would have played it otherwise, but Mux, not a terrible play by any means. So yeah, Ixia, Axite, something like that looks pretty good here.
I guess Mux doesn't get hit with as many overlaps as it looks at first. It's hard to get in front of that U. You need like an N or an M to do it, and Ari actually held an N back. So I should be slower to criticize a play. It's actually a lot tougher to punish this than it first looks. And Ryan's not going to be able to punish it almost at all. I don't think you can play Axite here just because of the front T-hook. Taxite, I think you've got to do Ixia if you're going to play through the X. And I don't think you can play AI and AX here. That's just silly.
Yeah, I agree. So maybe Taxi instead for 22 as an option. Yeah, Ryan's going to take his time here, look through the options. Curious to see what he ends up doing. Ari, on the other hand, sitting steady with Genitor, which does not have a spot. And I don't think he's going to get a spot with this play of Tix either, keeping things a little bit tight.
I like this. This keeps things very tight. Cool play. I like it. We didn't consider it here in the booth, but I do think this is a good play.
Not a great draw. AO, the draw for Ryan. And yeah, both players have sort of similar almost bingo racks with the score within 5 points. So another doozy of a game. We've seen a lot of close games this stream. I don't want to jinx things for the rest of the tournament. I know sometimes things are really, really far from close. I've been loving the competition in every game we've had so far.
Yeah, we've had some good ones. I feel for Ari, though, a lot. 2 games in a row, like, he's gotten a bunch of tilt-inducing situations. When you draw into Janitor, you're supposed to get a bingo down, and instead he's got a frustrating turn. He's had a number of frustrating turns, but Ari really keeps his composure well. He's an upbeat guy, keeps a good demeanor no matter what, and we'll see if he's able to shake off a little bit of tilt in this game and hang on. God, I have no idea what he's supposed to do. Go B to the BY?
Something like that. Yeah, maybe you drop an O. Where it's a really tough turn. Maybe Toby in the same spot, keep the ing together. Really not a great position for Ari. And like you said, I mean, he's been through a lot, as we've seen on stream, and looking at his record being the 3rd seed and his spread means that he's had a lot of close losses this tournament. But his composure, he has such good composure. I remember he lost something like 7 games in a row at a Lake George tournament, and he was just still upbeat, still talking to people, still hanging out, going to lunch, and yeah, it was very impressive to see. So I don't think he's one to get so far down in the dumps where he's just making really, really bad plays. So let's see what he comes up with here.
Ari's such a nice guy, they even added his name to the lexicon with the last update.
You were waiting for that one, weren't you?
No, it just popped into my head and I said it compulsively. Man, I hate this turn. I just want Ari to do something so I don't have to look at it anymore. It's making me frown.
Yeah, if he plays Gobi or Toby, I'm still trying to figure out what Ryan's gonna do. I guess Coati, he has it lined up, looks pretty good through that T of ticks, so that's probably the answer to that question.
It's gonna make Ryan hold back on that for a second. A play like Gobi, I feel like there's an S in play pretty often. It doesn't make a ton of sense to fish without an S on this board, but with Ari's rack, it does make sense to fish without an S, just because you can't do anything else.
Yeah, I agree. You can't even do something. I mean, I guess you could do something like Tret from the T and Jude if you want to score some points and keep the ing. But he's just going to go ahead and not deal with this rack any longer. I also like this decision, just metering, take the points. Your rack isn't that good that you can be just happy with a fish. So yeah, I like this. Very good practical decision.
Just get out of it. Bingos don't hit on this board very often, and an S is so important in this game with Beg sitting there begging to take an S. There it is. And Ari drew it, 4th tile out of the bag because he played off 6 tiles. An S well deserved, and we'll see what he's able to do with it. Back to Ryan, AACEIOR. I think this is just going to be COATI. You can't play Couture instead. That's just crazy, and every other option is so much worse. It's got to be Cody, right, Josh?
Yeah, I think Ryan's just looking through that R and metering. Triple's been opened. You got to look at that. There is no good play there in comparison to Coati. You can play Oris, ORRICE, but that keeps 2 A's. So yeah, just doing a little bit of checking. What these top experts are known for. Taking the right amount of time to check on what's going on the board, what changed.
All right, this is going to be an interesting turn for Ari. Not the draw he was looking for. I kept an O and picked up IOPSVW. He can score 30 on this turn. WOOPIES plays through the E and beg, making quays. Holds a V, which you don't want to do, but scores 30, which you do. Otherwise, I really don't see much for him to do. His rack is so inflexible. He can just play Whoopee to the same E for 12. Might as well cash in the S. You can play Vrow, V-R-O-W, through the R and metering. Do you see anything good, Josh?
It might just be Vrow. Take away that triple, set up your S in a second spot, keep somewhat balanced letters of IOPS. This position, just like the last one, just so weird for Ari. Like nothing great comes to mind, but I think Vrow does most of what he wants to do here.
IOPS as a leave makes me feel so sad. Scoring 11 makes me feel sad. But what else do? You can play the same tiles for fewer points. You can play Wove to the E and Beg. This turn just sucks.
Yeah,
I feel like I say
know.
that turn.
I wouldn't play Whoopies here. I feel like the S is too powerful. I think Vrow. Honestly, I'm not super sad about that play. I mean, you seem to be, but the S is so powerful, like you said. The S hook on Coati, new S hook on Vrow, S hook on Begs, and like once you take out that R, it's really hard to imagine a high-scoring play anywhere on the board.
And Vrow sims 4 points above everything else. That's how terrible this turn is for Ari. She's trying to look at the details and figure out exactly why. Next turn we scored 30, or we bingo 34% of the time and score 46, whereas after most other things we score 28 to 33. So I guess just that S really is, as you said, so powerful. But Ari's going to cash it in here with Wives holding Poo. 28 points for that. What do you think, Josh?
I understand. He wants to keep scoring. He wants to keep going.
Oh, sorry.
But...
Is Kale Wives, right? Yeah, Kale Wives for 60 is there. My goodness. Of course. Of course.
Oh.
I didn't even use the engine for that one. I just saw it.
Wow.
He's also got
amazing options for Ryan. Crawler through
Yeah.
the W, double, and Kale Wives. What an insane find that would be from Ryan Chapita, extending the play that was just made. Oh, that would be brilliant.
Crawler is such a good play. If you see it, you want to play it instantly for 48, but when you find a good play, look for a better one. Kale Wives for 60. Give us the content, Ryan. I know that he knows this word.
You could also play Alewives, set up the K for next turn.
No way.
That's my sort of play. Actually, a simulation thinks it's neck and neck between those two plays. Then I'm putting
Alewives no inference at all.
Putting Alewives in, it's winning a simulation by 7 points, Matt.
It's winning mine by 3.5, but that's still just utterly incredible. I bet if the leave was anything better than CKRR, like if there were an A in place of one of those R's, this would crush a sim. Incredible. Not Kale Wives for 60, not Crawler for 48, but just Alewives for 15, winning the sim. No fun for us, though. We get Rick for 20.
Oh, that's sad. I was hoping at least that Ryan would be able to spot Crawler there. And yeah, I mean, the play of Alewives, sure, if it's the computer's best choice, it means it's a good play. But I feel like at this level, if someone plays Alewives like that, don't you think they're holding the K 100% of the time?
I mean, then you think, well, they'd be an idiot. They can put the K down for 45, but then you'd start to count how much they're going to get if they even play just KOA or something next turn, and you're like, good God. I don't know, man. That was content opportunity missed. I'm sad now. I'm depressed, but it is what it is. This is going to give back APO and Prick, or OPA and Prick. Very standard, very correct. And Ari's not going to waste time there.
Gloria for Ryan Chapita. Nowhere to play it.
Yeah, no playable bingos here. You miss Kale Wives or Alewives epic setup, and you're punished with a non-go. I wonder how Ryan's going to approach this turn. Just nothing good at all. geez, Riper down from the R is like a terrible option. Roper scores points. If you want to get caught up keeping the board tight, like just VIA from the V and Wives makes some sense. Keep things tight. What do you see here, Josh?
Yeah, I'm imagining something like Roper eventually. I mean, this rack looks pretty good, but you don't have an S, you don't have a blank. Scores are still pretty close, but you're down at this point. So opening the board, maybe trying to draw one of those S's seems like a good idea. Roper does eliminate the Coates hook from being bingo prone, but I think at this point of the game, you're definitely behind, and you kind of want to open things up a little bit. I don't see where your leave is going if you play via for 20.
Yeah, this is not a board you want to fish on. This is a board where you want to play as many tiles as you can and get an S or a blank. So I'd be looking to score points. I think Roper, if you're sure of it, Riper, if you're not, is probably the move. Chat recommending maybe VIAL from the V and Wives. I think I'd hold the L back just to avoid 5-letter plays over to that triple word. What do you think about that, Josh? Vial, or something else completely?
I think Vial would be more thematic for the same reasons of you're down, you want this board to be opened up a little bit. Sure, you're running the risk of getting hit hard. Sometimes you're just running the risk of getting hit soft on that triple underneath the L, but at least that'll give you 3 floaters to work with. So yeah, I think I would prefer playing Vial despite the risk associated with it.
You wouldn't go further and play VOILE, right? That just gives back far too much.
Right. Yeah, that's a bridge too far for sure. Putting that E right above the double letter score, no way.
Yeah, I concur. I just like to play devil's advocate and teach everybody. Winning a sim right now is VIAL, but I'm early in the sim, only 400 iterations in, and sims are never God.
Yeah, but really fascinating position. So many options for Ryan. These are the sorts of positions that the top players, they know how to handle it. Ryan, he's getting up there. He's eclipsing, I think, the 1800 rating. I don't know if he has yet, but it'll really show his understanding of the game, depending on what he plays here. Plays something small and fishy or something not so defensive scoring wise. I think I'll chalk it up to not really knowing what to do. He makes a play like Vial or like Roper. It feels like there's a good chance that he's aware of the situation. So PI comes down, keeping things tight. Not really. I guess it's blocking more than anything. I'm confused as to why not PO though. Maybe he has something in mind.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. If I'm going to play a little bit shorter there, I'd play OPA and OK on top of Prick, set up my back L. That was a weird turn. As we said, these turns are really challenging, figuring out how to approach them. I don't think that was the right line of approach for Ryan, but he'll learn. He'll learn from that play.
Absolutely. And
not the right line of approach either. Jeez. Go ahead, Josh.
A good thing about the play of PI is, he played it. He has 14 minutes left. You could sit in a position like that for far more time than Ryan sat there. So he knows at the very least he needs to just make a decision at some point. So at least he has that clock, that internal clock. That is
important. You can't spend the entire game trying to optimize a little decision like that for sure. We'll see how much time he spends here. OLLA plays as a quadruple overlap to the left side of Noob. I really like that, but playing just LOO in the same spot feels very standard and keeps the AELR leave. Josh, are you scoring more points with Allah, or are you going to try to keep your leave nice?
Yeah, I like Allah here. Just optically speaking, the problem is there's a hook, and 2 of them actually. And you could get hit really hard with an H. But I think taking the points and just playing 1 extra tile here makes the most sense.
Yeah, I mean, Ari didn't hold an H last turn, but he had 4 chances to draw 1. Now you're getting 4 chances to draw 1. I would never play LOO. you don't fish on this board, not without an S. You don't fish on this board. So even though it sets up the H, the dangerous spot, I don't care. I'm doing it. I like that play from Ryan. EGILLNO on Ari's rack. He leads by 22, and he can extend on that lead, but he's got to figure out how much to groom the rack. Just play off LO makes a lot of sense. EGILN is very standard, or very solid as a leave. He can score points, extending prick to prickling for 22. Josh, what do you think here? There's a lot of options, nothing stellar though.
Prickling is really, really cool. It's kind of not necessarily what Ari wants to do, just creating those floaters on the right side of the board, but it scores well, adds up the lead a little bit. And once again, this is a very similar position to the metering situation where, I mean, Ari's rack was a little bit better, but there's nowhere for this ING to go. There's really no future for these 1-point bingo tiles on a board such as this one. So I'm not too much of a fan of playing a couple tiles here. I think more importantly, trying to draw a blank, trying to draw an S, trying to keep scoring points would be my approach here. And if I saw prickling, I would wonder if it took an S.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it doesn't, but are you 100% sure? You willing to gamble the game on it, or would you rather just pick a different play? That's a tough question. Sim is recommending just playing OLE off in one of two spots, either with OK or beneath metering, making TOEL and RE. Those feel fine. They're underwhelming, but GILN is pretty synergistic. Can just play prickling next turn if everything else goes south, but I don't know. I'd be looking to try to hold something for a different wives extension too. There's got to be more than Kale wives, right?
Maybe in Collins, I feel like
There's three more, four total. There's Kale wives, farm wives,
Farm
good
Wives is
wives,
a good name to go.
fish
Okay.
wives. Farm wives, good wives, and fish wives. We'll see if any of those come into play later on. I think they're all possible still. Yeah. Sick.
That's
And prickling
crazy.
does come down. I love it. Did Ryan
Oh, this is
hold?
on hold. Okay, accepted.
I'm gonna accept it. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
they're all
AAE. Go ahead.
no, all yours. Sorry about that.
AAEORTW, the rack for Ryan. He'll have another one of these turns where he can score low and keep AERT, or he can score a lot better but blow up the rack. He's got rower or RAR down from the R in metering. AWOL, just AWOL, plays to the L in prickling. Do those feel good to you, Josh, or would you be looking to do something a little bit different?
Nothing feels good for either of the players here, except for the fact that Ari just drew S blank. I think AWOL makes sense. Now there's a little bit more space to work with for 8-letter words. But I might have just gone with RAR here just to score a little bit more. But this keeps very well.
It does keep very well. Not a lot of bingo lines on the board, but Ari threatening to bingo on this turn. He's got a number of playable bingos. One scores 5 better than everything else. Highest scoring bingo for Ari scores 73 on this turn. I don't know if it's the one that I'd play, but I think it is.
Yeah, this is just again a situation where you want to be optimistic and look for the best spots for your 7-letter words. And here we go. Very quickly, Ari spotting Etoiles fitting right underneath the RING. Highest scoring bingo. And this is putting him up by 100. So this is very, very good for Ari. And we'll have to see if Ryan can bounce back.
Yeah, he spotted his highest scoring bingo. He spotted it quickly. These are the things we expect from top players. 254 to 151. And Ryan has missed his bingo yet again, but he's very much still in this game. He's got a bunch of cool options. I like A-Tony, A-T-O-N-Y, through the O-N at the top. I mean, just playing Y-E in a few spots makes sense too, holding a great lead. Y-A-R-E, playing to the right side of A-Wall. hitting that double letter, double word is 34 points and opens a new quadrant. How are you looking to approach this turn, Josh?
Yeah, I just feel like Ryan's getting ground down this game by Ari. And I wonder if he's feeling the same thing. I'm not really sure how to approach this board now, since a lot of the space has been sort of used up. There's a bunch of room between some of the floating tiles. But yeah, keeping something like AENRT on this board and playing YE, I just don't really see the merit to that. I know that those are the best letters I can keep, but yeah, I like this idea of Atney and trying to open something a little bit and scoring a bit more. It just feels like it's still gonna end up working in Ari's favor, opening that triple for him.
One other option that made some sense was Yester, Yester, through the S. Now, you have to know Yester, and I didn't know that word. I had to use the anagrammer for it. But, maybe you convince your opponent to play in one of those spots. You take the other one. Maybe your opponent has just an abysmal rack and can't do much. But I think that might be just a little bit too desperate. I like how this opens the top in a cool way. And I like this play from Ryan. ADFISTV on Ari's rack. He now threatens plays through the same S in Etoile's Vista, sets up his S behind it too, with one S and one blank unseen in a lead. It's a little bit scary, but if this does work out, it's essentially slam dunk, game over. Josh, would you play Vista or would you play Avid up top?
I'd play Avid without hesitation. Ari's up a bingo. He's going to be up 100 again after this, taking out the biggest spot on the board, keeping his S, not setting anything dangerous up. I think this is by far the best play.
All right, well, Avid up top does not block the mammoth plays that Ryan just drew through the S in Etoile. He's got either Zested or Zester. And, but Zested is 72, a bingo score without getting a bingo down, and it opens the board up. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Ryan Chapita.
Yeah, this is exactly what Ryan needed. A high-scoring play that opens the board up, leaves some space on the top, and Ari's going to be a little bit freaked out after this play of Zested, holding 2 Ds himself. Is he going to have to play Feds and get rid of that triple with a blank still out? This is actually a little bit annoying now.
Oh, man. All right.
You play Zested.
Yeah, one vowel was rough. Feed. I think you play feed.
Yeah, that's what I just saw as well. You can score a little bit better with those same tiles with DEFI through the I and prickling, but I think addressing that D, that open D and that open E in Zested seems like a good plan for Ari. But yeah, no longer is he in such a dominant position. This was a very, very good case scenario for Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan did a great job staying patient and waiting for his opportunity to pounce in this game. Eventually, the bag is going to give you something. You just can't get in your own head before it does. I wonder how Ari's going to block. It's got to be feed. But I wonder if he's just going to play FE in the corner. Some players would do that. Ari's smarter than that.
You could also just be completely stone cold and play drafted through the A of AWOL, eliminate all of that space, and keep just a lone S, dig for the blank, and say, all right, what do you got for me, Ryan? But I really like this option. Very defensive, keeps decently, just need a couple vowels with the vowel-heavy pool. And Ryan now is going to struggle hard with this draw.
Yeah, the super duper full house, AANNRR and an S. He's got the A's that he needs to play alongside Zested, making ZA. No good words there. You would love to play off AANR in some capacity, but to do that, you're going to have to burn the S. Saran, S-A-R-A-N, is 32. Non is 29 in AAN, but that holds RRS. I don't think you want to keep 2 R's here, especially with 2 more in the bag. So I don't know, Josh. You've also got the last two A's in the game, and that's pretty important. What would you do?
Yeah, I think it's really important for Ryan to take that triple. I know Ari can't have a Za play unless he uses the blank, but I think scoring points here down 56 incredibly important. If Ryan plays Saran for his highest score, draws the blank, and Ari's struggling, Ryan might not even need the bingo to win. We still have that tension with the H hook. Both H's still unseen to both players. There is a possibility of just drawing a play there. So maybe actually you do keep the A. A lot of the plays ending in H will contain an A, but yeah, I'm not actually sure if that spot's really accessible anymore. It's a really fascinating
Shaw.
position.
I think if you hold AS together, Shaw, SHAH, is like 58 right now, but I'm not seeing much else that hits it. I don't know. I like the option of re-ran here for Ryan just from the RE. You hold 1A to hit the ZA spot. You open another bingo line, and even though it's not a great one, like that's exactly where Ari's attention is going to go. I don't know that I would play Non or Saran. I feel like I'm going to lose most of the time after that. I think I'd play re-ran for 15, but I'm not sure. It's really hard turn.
Yeah, totally understand the inclination to do something like that. We look at the board, whatever's left in terms of spots to bingo, it's just either very specific, like through the N of prickling, the N needs to be in 6th, 5th, 4th position, and that is it. You can play a 9-letter word maybe through the DE on the bottom right. You could play an 8-letter word through the A of Atney. But all of these spots are very marginal. So for me, creating another marginal spot, I mean, it just adds to the fun. But I feel like by playing 5 tiles and trying to get that blank, Ryan's creating a lot of play. But reran looks very good. And it's not something I considered. So, and he finds it. Very nice play.
All right, DFRSTUU on Ari's rack. Obstruction, absolutely the MO for him now. You don't want to get bingoed on. And fraud through the A and A wall knocks out 2 of those big lines at once. It knocks out the A, and it knocks out the N and G in prickling. So Ari's counting the tiles now, but fraud does a whole bunch of the things you want to do all at the same time. It'll leave 5 tiles in the bag. That feels like a slam dunk play to me, but maybe somebody would think about playing fraud at the bottom of this board instead and knocking out the re-ran spot. Do you see anything other than fraud for 26 worth doing here, Josh?
No, I think you take the 26 here. You can still withstand a bingo through that N and re-ran. You're up by 41 right now. Fraud would put you up 67. So most of the bingos through that N won't even take the lead. So I think I like this decision, taking out the higher scoring bingo spots. Yeah, it seems like a slam dunk, like you said. And will Ari draw that blank? That would probably solidify him winning this game if he does.
We will see. If he draws an H, that's also huge. R N E I. All right, no blank, but a great pull nonetheless for Ari.
He's threatening.
Taurine plays through the A and Atney now.
Indeed, yeah, that looks very good. If Ryan doesn't do something about that right now, which is not in his interest to do, being down a bingo, blocking a bingo lane, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Oh, Ari's got bingos in both lines. He's got Taurines and Runniest at the bottom of the board. Runniest through the N and re-ran, so Ari's guaranteed to bingo next turn. Ouch. Ouch for
That's
Ryan.
the game. Wow. That's the game for sure. So, all right, I guess it doesn't matter what Ryan does, but he's considering just playing when. Okay, interesting. Instead of playing wham, I think this might be a reaction to the unseen E's in the pool, wanting to keep the M for scores. But very quick play, very quick turnaround. I'm wondering if Ryan didn't spend enough time in this turn, but as we know, it does not matter.
Yeah, that turn was the game, I felt, from Ryan's perspective. You've got to do everything you can to maximize that. He can't know Ari has a bingo that plays in both quadrants of the board, but that felt like a time where you want to slow down just a bit. He's drawn harems too, but it's too little, too late, and it doesn't fit.
Yeah, a good point in the chat that keeping the A again, the case A for Za, gives Ryan some chances of outscoring in the end game, but he is down 34 here. So Ari, I think he's just gonna make sure that there isn't some crazy bingo available somewhere on this board. But yeah, playing runniest and taking out the openest of lanes makes the most sense, and that's what he chooses to do at a 1-point sacrifice over Taurines. And that'll be it for this game. So Ari, a much needed victory.
Watch Ari's face. He's about to draw the blank. I think he just peeked at it and smirked. Oh, you didn't have it? Okay.
I don't think he reacted at all. Sorry.
No. Some players react. Not Ari. Not so much.
Sorry, Sinki over here. Yeah. So I think they're talking about it now, but Ari definitely very respectful of his opponent's time. Also doesn't necessarily like to distract. But yeah, probably a little bit of surprise drawing that blank. It happens more often than not. I guess it doesn't happen more often. But it feels like it does.
If Ryan had draw the blank, he could actually threaten a bingo out. If you take the E off of his rack and replace it with a blank, there's one that would play through the A, but it still wouldn't have won the game. Runniest put Ari ahead by too much.
Indeed.
That's going to be it for this.
That is it. So Ari is going to get the win here. It'll bring him up to 6-5. Probably his only chance still of winning the tournament. I do feel like, though, his loss to Chris Sykes last round pretty much convinced me that Ari was not going to finish in first place. There will be 4 more games tomorrow, so many things will have to go Ari's way to get that podium still. But yeah, taking a win off of the leader in Ryan Chapita, very good, at least for the rest of the contenders in the tournament.
It gives us more drama in NWL land, so I'm here for it. Nothing against Ryan. He's a nice guy and a good player, but I do prefer the drama in these tournaments when I'm in the overhead booth. So drama we will have tomorrow. Most games are in, so we'll pop over to standings when this one is done. Once we get this one updated, we'll take a peek at all of the divisions as well, so y'all can get updates on your friends and some of the other divisions. We can check up on CSW and get a preview for tomorrow's action. I do want to remind everybody that we start at 9:30 Eastern Time, 8:30 Central Time, 6:30 a.m. if you're out on the West Coast. But I know that's not going to stop you from tuning in, right?
Yeah, better not. So, 3 minutes left for Ryan. This is the end game. No more tiles left to draw. He's just going to try and maximize his score. He can play Marsh and Wens for 45 points. That is 1 point better than playing Sham, which he's looking at making Za and Fem on that middle right triple for 46. Difference being leaving 1 extra tile, add to Ari's score at the end of the game. But yeah, obviously 1 point of spread is probably not going to matter. I think Ryan's just sitting there and just being like, okay, well, I lost. Let me just find a good play and think.
He's found his best in game though. Very good. All right, Marsh the play from Ryan. It'll be the last one he makes as Ari threatens to go out with O blank. And he's going to do so right here. 15 points. We'll call it a Y. I don't care what it actually is. And that's it for this one. 415 for Ari, 348 to Ryan. See what we can pick up on overhead mic, and then we'll cut over to the standings after this one.
Yeah, the 348.
348. Hold
All
on.
right, good game. Yeah,
Fighting up all that volume.
yeah, I think you kind of were. I mean, I was also kind of struggling.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were trying to set the board so you didn't have the bingos. You didn't appear to have the bingos at the time. You did metering and
card playing.
Yeah, I had it. Oh, maybe when I played here, and I had Anikoh.
Oh,
Very
those-
good. Very good draft, but
Those are clever plays.
I wasn't loving the fish on that board. So just being not guilty for it.
Yeah.
It's like it's too many points to keep yelling out to you, and that's probably not going to go.
Something that was unfortunate for me is when I played Rick, I drew the P right afterwards, so
Oh, yeah.
it was ready to go down, and then
Yeah.
you had out those.
Mhm.
Like you do, I've been very lucky today, so
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, there were some moves when I didn't think my timing was that hot, but it worked out in the end.
yeah, but you play a strong game. This was, I mean, obviously you're quite dynamic too. This is nothing like our last game when we were in the second. So, no, it was a fun game. Hope we get to play again tomorrow.
Well, probably not, because I'm only at 6-5, and we seem to be about to clean that. But at least that major path to victory is slightly more difficult.
Oh gosh, it's far from a victory yet, but the transfer's up there. Agnes, Oscar is battling. That'd be great.
All right.
Yeah, we'll pull it away from the action there. Ari knocking off Ryan losing for the first time in a gazillion rounds. That is going to do it for our coverage for today. Let's come back to us in the booth so y'all can take one more look at my tank top, one more look at Josh and his setup over there, one more look at letsplayscrabble.com and at Josh's Twitch channel, which you haven't subscribed to yet. You really ought to. And with all that, let's cut over to the standings. We'll see what we pull up first and figure out what's going to happen next. Ryan Chapita, as we just saw, is going to drop to 9-2. He and Hank Hees will be in shared possession of first, though Hank ahead on spread. Chris Sykes behind him at 8-3, and a couple strong players in Greg and Agnes both at 7-4. 4 games to go tomorrow. This division is absolutely wide open. We'll cut over to Division B now in NWL land and see what's going on in Division B. Betty Collins, 9-2 atop this one. She is so sweet. I really love her. Happy to see her name on top. Andrew Morgan, Scott Montgomery at 8-3 and 7-4. Look at Scott's spread, 801, and Andrews at 759. I have a feeling those players won't be in Division B for much longer.
Honorable mention.
Go ahead,
Look at
Josh.
Cynthia Scotty, plus 81 in rating right now. That is
Whoa.
amazing. She's a local player to Montreal. I'm so happy to see she's having a great event. Plus 81, that's insane.
Having herself a tournament for sure. And let's look over to CSW as well. CSW Matthew Tunnicliffe 8-2-1. Adam Logan's result still pending. If Adam wins, he'll be at 9-2, a half game ahead of Matthew. If he loses, 8-3, a half game behind. And we've got Samuel and David both right behind them. It's a strong field, but it really does feel like one of Matthew or Adam is going to win this one. They'll probably play it 2 or 3 times tomorrow. And I'm stoked to watch those because they're just 2 phenomenal Scrabble players. We're going to cut away from standings, back to the booth one more time. Fear not, this is not the last time you have to see us. We will be back on bright and early. Matt, Canik, Josh Sokol, 4 more games of Scrabble from the Canadian Scrabble Classic. What words do you want to send our audience home with, Josh?
Like the video. Go to letsplayscrabble.com. Keep enjoying yourselves. This is the game we love. I'm so fortunate to get to cover it with the likes of Matt Canik. I mean, yeah, it's been a blast. No matter what happens tomorrow, what a successful event. What a successful live stream. Thanks for joining me, Matt. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, let's go get some sun. Let's go touch some grass, and we'll see everybody at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for the final 4 rounds. Until then.